Chapter 819 Barren State, Holy Ji Palace. Barren State, Holy Ji Palace. From the expanse, a mighty procession came in, and behind them, the cultivators of 1,000 holy islands followed. The palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, had returned. Moreover, they have already learned that at 9 State Forum, the Barren State had achieved brilliant records and placed first in all of the 9 states. Yu Sheng took the first place in 9 State Forum. The Barren State had also performed brilliantly as well, making the top 100 and the top 50. When those who went to 9 State Forum had brought back the news to the Barren State, it caused a great commotion. Those who had questioned Yi Futian before abandoned their old prejudices against him. That kind of achievement was a first in the 9 states, and Yu Sheng was sure to have a saintly existence in the future. The choice of the old palace lord had been correct. Yi Futian could indeed lead Holy Ji Palace to a new height. The palace lord is back. At this time, inside the Holy Ji Palace, voices were heard, and many figures suddenly levitated in the air. Some young disciples showed fervent enthusiasm and worship on their faces. These were youths who were of the same age, but when they were still cultivating at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had already led the people of Holy Ji Palace to compete with all the geniuses of the 9 states. "Greetings to the palace lord," said many people. Yi Futian looked at the ground below and nodded slightly at the crowd. Sage Wanxiang and others who were on his side, upon witnessing this scene, also felt a great sense of comfort. Now, Yi Futian's reputation in the Holy Ji Palace had reached a new height. There were no longer those voices of doubt when he first took over the Holy Ji Palace. Who are those people? Many noticed the people from Toonkeeper Village, a great troop that followed behind Yi Futian. An old man was standing almost by Yi Futian's side. Even Sage Wanxiang and Zhuge Qingfeng were standing behind him. One stance and position often indicated their status. At this time, there were a few more figures coming out of the air. It was Sage Dozhan, Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and a few others who smiled and walked toward this direction. The mighty cultivators formed a welcoming party, like welcoming the triumphant return of heroes. However, Yi Futian at this moment did not have the joy of triumph. On the contrary, his mood was rather somber. The trip to the eastern state was extremely rewarding, but at the same time they would be facing an unprecedented strong enemy, the great Zhou sacred dynasty. "Master, Uncle Master," Yi Futian called out, "summon everyone in the Holy Ji Palace. I have an announcement to make." Sage Dozhan and Sword Demon had a strange look on their faces and seemed to have felt the strangeness in Yi Futian's voice. They looked at Sage Wanxiang and Zhuge Qingfeng and understood that something grave may have happened. "Okay." Several of them nodded immediately and began to summon all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, and even brought together the island master of the 1,000 holy islands. It did not take long. On the impressive steps of the Holy Sage Pavilion at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and the others stood quietly, staring at the gathering crowd, and everyone at the palace was coming at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people coming, and Yi Futian took a step forward and gestured to everyone. Immediately, they quieted down. "A year ago, I took our people from the Barren State to the Eastern State to broaden our experiences, and something's happened, of which you must have heard about. At the 9 State Forum, our Barren State disciples achieved extremely brilliant results, no less brilliant than any other state in the 9 states." As Yi Futian spoke, everyone saw the determination in his eyes, and they slightly balled their fists. Their achievements at 9 State Forum this time had really turned them into believers. The Barren State had not been in contact with the 9 states for many years. Because there were no saints, many of them had felt inferior and did not feel they were equals. When Jishin Cliffs of Yu State arrived, with how dazzling Qinzhong was, even the Holy Ji Palace seemed somewhat less impressive in front of Jishin Cliffs. Thus, many principalities had chosen to attach themselves to Jishin Cliffs. However, Yi Futian's appearance changed everything and proved some other things. Of course, I'm gathering you here today not to boast about the achievements of the Barren State disciples in the 9-State Forum, but to announce a few things, Yi Futian continued and looked at the village chief. The old village chief took a step forward, and suddenly, countless people were looking at him, trying to guess his identity. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village in the Eastern State is of the Saint Plain. Now he will lead Tombkeeper Village into the Holy Ji Palace and be conferred as a holy elder, Yi Futian said with a calm voice, but just this sentence had shaken to their core. Saint. This old man was the cultivator of Saint Plain in the legends. Moreover, he was to be part of the Holy Ji Palace? Even Sword Demon, Sage Dojan, and others trembled in their hearts. Although they felt he was extraordinary, they did not expect that he was of the Saint Plain. Palace Lord Saint Plain? Someone asked with trembling voice. Yi Futian looked at the village chief, and in an instant his temperament changed suddenly. A holy power swept out, and the world seemed to be under the pressure of this great power. The entire Holy Ji Palace, in every corner, could feel this holy power. It's a real saint. Many had a fervent look on their faces. Yi Futian brought a cultivator of the Saint Plain to the Barren State. You can greet the elder now, Yi Futian said, and everyone responded by bowing and calling out, Greetings to Holy Elder. For many years, the dream of the Barren State, with the efforts of several generations, was to have a saint. But today, a cultivator of the Saint Plain had actually appeared in front of them as a holy elder. One could only imagine how this had impacted everyone. Even Sword Demon and Sage Dojan stepped out to pay their respects. Greetings, holy elder, they said. Even top sages had to pay respect to saints. Sainthood was not only a plane, but also a status symbol. In addition, the Holy Ji Palace will create the Nether Palace, and the Holy Elder will also serve as the Palace Lord of the Nether Palace, and the people of Tombkeeper Village will become disciples of the Nether Palace, Yi Futian continued. Tombkeeper Village had descended from Sword Saint of the Void, hence the name. Everyone took a deep breath. Not only was he conferred as elder, but a special palace had been set up for him. Obviously, the palace lord was serious. This saint was really going to cultivate here. How did the palace lord achieve this? Senior Yang. At this time, Yi Futian looked at another and Yang Shao stepped out. Many showed a look of curiosity. Who might this be? The palace lord had addressed him as senior. Yang Shao, the city lord of Yujing City in the Eastern State, also a sage plain cultivator of the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, has led some of his people from Yujing City to come here and enter our palace to cultivate. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace will create the Matrix Palace, with Senior Yang Shao serving as the Palace Lord of Matrix Palace, with the study of matrices as the main subject. Afterward, anyone talented in the way of matrices will enter this palace to cultivate. Everyone's hearts trembled again. The strongest in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, with levels existing below the Saint Plain, was enough to be at the forefront of the Barren Sky rank. The strength of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State had greatly increased, and it was comparable to some of the holy lands in the 9 states. This is the good news. Next, there is bad news to announce. Yi Futian continued to speak to the excited crowd, and suddenly everyone focused on him. Sword Demon, Sage Dojan, and the others flashed a look of concern on their faces. Yi Futian had returned with saints, yet he was still very solemn. It must have been terrible news. Our Holy Ji Palace in the very near future could be at war with the great Zhou sacred dynasty in the Holy Land of the Eastern State. Therefore, everyone must be mentally prepared, as this battle will be a matter of life or death. Even the survival of Holy Ji Palace depends on it. This is not a threat. As Yi Futian spoke, the excitement that was felt by the people turned into a sinking feeling. Yi Futian paused for a moment and did not continue until everyone had time to digest what he had to say. This war concerns life or death, and I don't want to force anyone, so I will give everyone some time to think things over. Before the start of the war, you may choose to leave, but from then on, you will no longer be a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and won't be affected by this war. However, once this war is announced, you must strictly obey the order. If you leave the palace, you will be considered a deserter. Your cultivation will be forfeited. Extreme times required extreme measures. This sacred war would also be a baptism by fire for the Holy Ji Palace. This was the same thought as when he was choosing who to bring to the holy temple to cultivate. When the sacred war began, only those who were willing to move in tandem with the palace would be kept around, and those who lacked determination would be sifted out. There is no sense in forcing these people to stay. It would be counterproductive. Today, I just wanted to give you a choice regarding this news. You are dismissed, Yi Futian said, then turned to leave, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators. These few words from Yi Futian caused a strong impact in their hearts, a feeling that could not be expressed. The palace had finally been sanctified, but the Holy Ji Palace would be at war with a holy land of the eastern state. Sage Dozhan and Sword Demon followed behind Yi Futian, and Sword Demon asked, "Is it really so serious?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "All matters here at the palace, including Holy Elder and Palace Lord Yang, will require your attention, and I'm handing them over to you. I have been exhausted these days, and I want to rest. If you have any questions, you can consult Master Uncle Wanxiang. All that's left to do now is to wait." "No problem." Sage Dozhan nodded. "We will take care of things from here. Go do what you need to do." "Much indebted." Yi Futian smiled and left with Jieyu and the others. Yi Futian and Yu Shang returned to their residence and saw a group standing quietly waiting. I Ching Xian walked to Yu Shang's side and stood on her toes to adjust his shirt for him. Then she smiled and looked at Yi Futian. "Did our Yu Shing give you a long face?" "Yes, but look who are we talking about?" Yi Futian responded with a smile. "In the palace. Only those who were close to him did not treat him as the palace lord." "Tired?" Nanduanin regarded Yi Futian gently. "I'm all right, masteress." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. When he agreed to become the palace lord, he was destined to face all these issues, Hua Fenglu whispered. Of course, he understood that Yi Futian had considered things carefully before agreeing to serve as the palace lord. This was not just about power, but truly a chore. Given that Barren State had no saints, he shouldered missions and responsibilities. The master is right. Now that I have chosen this road, I can only move forward. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Lulan Shui next to him and said, "You've worked hard." Lulan Shui was looking after Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin. She shook her head gently. "Brother Futian." Just then a voice was heard, and Yi Futian turned and saw Longlinger and Mu Jiqiu coming toward him. Everyone in the palace knew that these two were good friends of Yi Futian, so the guards would not have stopped them from entering. Yi Futian looked at Longlinger and thought that time went by so fast. This girl was now 20, and she had become more graceful than ever. Looking at her reminded Yi Futian of Yaya. When he first got to know Linger, she was the same age as Yaya. However, she was a little more fortunate than Yaya. Even though her older uncle was gone, she had parents who treated her like a princess, and Yaya was the more pitiful one in comparison. When his thoughts turned to this, his hatred for the great Zhou sacred king intensified. He rubbed Longlinger's head. Longlinger habitually gave him a look of annoyance, but did not make a big deal, letting him messing up her hair. "Did you cultivate well?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes, Brother Futian, I am pretty good now," Longlinger said a little proudly. "Go ahead and be boastful." Yi Futian smiled. "Linger, go home and do not come to the palace for the time being." "No." Longlinger shook her head and looked at Yi Futian. "Brother Futian, you are the palace lord. You can't give me preferential treatment. You little girl." Yi Futian tapped on her head. This girl was way too shrewd, even for him. Jiqiu, when can you get on the law rank? Yi Futian looked at Mu Jiqiu and asked with a smile. Mu Jiqiu was caught off guard and then smiled with a little bitterness. She had fought with Yi Futian once, but now, looking at everything that Yi Futian had done, she could only look from the sidelines. He had advanced too quickly. Don't make fun of me, Mu Jiqiu replied. Your natural talent is very strong, so sooner or later it will happen. Yi Futian smiled, but Mu Jiqiu did not say much. Lulan, have dinner prepared. I haven't had a good meal for a long time. Yi Futian smiled. Lulan Xuan nodded, and the group enjoyed a peaceful dinner. But in the world outside, because of what Yi Futian had said, everything was chaos. Everything that Yi Futian had done spread toward in the barren state. After a few days, the shockwave reached the barren state. Yi Futian had slaughtered a saint. Even though it was done with the help of the Matrix, it was still a slaughtering of a saint, a legendary figure. And the young leader of the palace in the barren state had done so to a legendary figure that the barren state needed to look up to. The sovereign family of Zhongzhou City, Tingxua House, the Zhuge family of the Northern Territory, Alchemy City in the south of the barren state, and many other countless top forces were rocked by the news. This time, the barren state would face an unprecedented storm. Yi Futian and his people cultivated quietly. He was waiting for a message. A month later, finally, there was a procession of majestic figures appearing above the Holy Ji Palace, and they came directly above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian took many of his people and levitated to meet those who were above. Where is Yi Futian? Someone in the expanse asked. Who wants to know? Yi Futian asked. 9 states supervising inspector. The person headed the group in the expanse replied. Yi Futian's eyes lit up. They finally came. What business does the supervising inspector have with us? Yi Futian asked. Great Zhou's sacred king sent a message to Emperor Xia, saying that he desired to initiate sacred war. He said that if Palace Lord Yi is willing to go to Great Zhou's sacred dynasty to repent on his knees and send the divine sword and Yaya into the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty, the sacred war can be avoided. Does Palace Lord Yi desire war or peace? The supervising inspector announced. As his voice faded, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace revealed an angry look. It's outrageous. Several of the palace lords looked incredibly offended after hearing the proposal. Yi Futian gazed at the supervising inspector in the expanse, a spirited look on his face. He replied, War. Very well. The supervising inspector nodded. From this moment forward, between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred war has been permitted according to the regulations of sacred war. Cultivators of the Saint Plane can only battle equals and are not permitted to kill anyone below the Saint Plane. Cultivators of the Sage Plane are not permitted to kill anyone below the Sage Plane. Families of cultivators who are outside of both domains are exempt from the war. 9 states guards will monitor this sacred war. Do you remember it all? The supervising inspector asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Farewell. The supervising inspector nodded, and then the group left. Here was the declaration that the sacred war had now started. From this moment forward, Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, following the rules, could kill anyone from the other side, unlimited by time, place, and means. It was easy to understand why such rules were put in place. If saints could slaughter anyone below the Saint Plane, then both sides may exhaust all of their people except for cultivators of the Saint Plane. Chapter 8:20. Countless people from the Holy Ji Palace raised their head and looked at the figure disappearing into the air. The 9 states supervising inspector was a term that was unfamiliar to the majority of them. The barren state had very little interaction with the 9 states and was nearly forgotten in the past. It was only until Yi Futian stepped out of the barren state that they entered the vision of the 9 states again. countless people from the Holy Ji Palace raised their head and looked at the figure disappearing into the air. The Nine States Supervising Inspector was a term that was unfamiliar to the majority of them. The Barren State had very little interaction with the Nine States and was nearly forgotten in the past. It was only until Yi Futian stepped out of the Barren State that they entered the vision of the Nine States again. However, they also understood that the Nine States Supervising Inspector was the subordinate of Emperor Xia, the ruler of the Nine States. Battles between holy lands needed the approval of Emperor Xia, and for him to set the rules before it could begin. Emperor Xia had approved the battle between the two holy lands, but to prevent those of higher cultivation indiscriminately killing those of lower cultivation level, he had set this rule to prevent harm from coming to the loved ones of those in battle. This was a tacit agreement in the cultivation world. Yi Futian stood in the air above the sage palace, looking at the disappearing figure with a serious expression. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was once the ruler of the eastern state and had a strong heritage of ruling over boundless regions. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was different from the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace was more devoted to imparting knowledge and skills, while the great Zhou sacred dynasty was an imperial faction, so it would naturally have stricter control over regions under its dominion. For example, even though Yi Futian was the palace lord, he was unable to command the Barren State's elite factions to battle for him. However, the great Zhou sacred king could. With a single command, he could assemble a huge army from all the factions in the regions under his control. Coupled with the fact that the Barren State had been weakened for many years, even though their performance in the Nine-State Forum was brilliant, their overall strength was definitely inferior to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, no matter which cultivation level they considered. The start of the Sacred War was a matter of life and death for the Barren State. Moreover, once the Sacred War started, any methods could be used, assassinations and interceptions, for example. This also meant that from the moment the supervising inspector had announced the start of the Sacred War, the people from the palace could be attacked at any moment. Yi Futian looked at the ground and said in a clear voice, "From now on, the Holy Ji Palace will enter a state of battle. All disciples cultivating in the palace are to be on alert, and no one will leave without orders." As his voice sounded, everyone felt the tension in the air. In this period of time, about 1/3 of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace had left. After all, to many people, they had only come to the palace to cultivate and did not have too much emotional attachment to it. Since Yi Futian had given them a choice, they would naturally leave. Among those who left, the majority were under the sage plane. Their wills were not firm and had only come to the palace in pursuit of higher cultivation level and were unwilling to fight for the palace to the death. Apart from that, the palace will now have Sage Hall disciples. As the name suggests, they will be the core of the palace. In this sacred war, those who have achieved feats will be promoted to Sage Hall disciples and can enter the Sage Hall to cultivate, Yi Futian continued. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the disciples below, he had an astute expression as he delivered the rest of his speech. "When I brought the palace's disciples to participate in the Nine-State Forum, we suffered the cold shoulder from many holy lands. However, the palace's disciples had the most outstanding performance in the Nine-State Forum. As such, although this sacred war may be a crisis, it is also an opportunity. If the Holy Ji Palace can stand tall after the Sacred War, from then on, nobody can stop the palace's uprising in the Nine States. All the disciples that participate in this sacred war will shake the Nine States alongside me in the future." Many people felt their blood boil as they heard Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had already done what they had thought to be impossible in the past. The group that followed Yi Futian, namely Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and the rest had shone brightly in the Nine-State Forum. They also hoped that they would one day be able to head out towards the Nine States. Relay the news to the various factions. Yi Futian looked towards the people beside him and said. Sage Dozhan and the rest nodded. They knew Yi Futian's intentions. Although he did not say it, he was asking for assistance from the rest of the Baron States factions. Relying on the Holy Ji Palace's strength alone was insufficient to stop the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. There were too few experts in the palace. However, this was a matter of life and death. Yi Futian could not force the other factions in the Baron State to participate, so he could only let them choose. Even if they were unwilling to participate in the war, Yi Futian would not hold a grudge against them. Holy Elder, Palace Lord Yang, let us formulate a few battle matrices for group battles. Yi Futian looked at the village chief and Yang Shao. In a battle between armies, battle matrices would be very important as it could increase one party's strength drastically. Okay. The two of them nodded. In a sacred war, battle matrices were essential. Moreover, they needed other matrices to adapt to different circumstances. Okay, let's all make preparations for battle, Yi Futian said, and the crowd started to disperse. The Holy Ji Palace started to become busy. Yi Futian looked into the air. At that moment, he felt as though he could understand why Lu Chan was so radical back then. The Baron State was weak, so if it could not rise up, it would face destruction in the face of these kinds of situations. At the same time, the supervising inspector descended upon the Holy Ji Palace. Another supervising inspector also descended upon the capital of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, where countless factions had gathered. The great Zhou Sacred King had an overbearing personality. With his character, he would not give Yi Futian the luxury of time. He evidently had no plans to fight a drawn-out fight against the Holy Ji Palace, but instead he had planned to lead his army towards the Baron State and take down the Holy Ji Palace in one fell swoop. Yi Futian would pay for his actions. All the holy lands in the 9 states were paying close attention to the sacred war. After the news had spread, some factions in the 9 states had already started making their way towards the Battle Sage Palace. They knew that the first battle in the sacred war would take place in the Baron State. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army would directly descend from the air. For someone of the great Zhou Sacred King's stature, Yi Futian had not given him any face when he had killed his underling in front of him that day, so he would definitely not allow Yi Futian to live. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian was or how likely he was to enter the divine path, once he was killed, all of that would no longer matter. It was rumored that he had entered the Sage Plane not long ago and was still at the lowest level of the Sage Plane. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian would pose no threat in the Sage Plane's battles and would even need the protection of others. Shihua, Sacred Mountain, and Jisheng Cliffs were the first to reach the Baron State. At that moment, in a restaurant in the Baron State's Zhongzhou city, a group of experts from Jisheng Cliffs had arrived. Kong Yao had come personally and was drinking wine in the restaurant. Everything that had happened in the 9 State Forum and in the Nether Sword Mound had made Jisheng Cliffs feel threatened by the Baron State's existence. However, before they had the chance to do anything, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had already initiated the Sacred War. This had saved the Jisheng Cliffs much effort. Now, they only needed to watch the unfolding war in silence. There had been no sacred war in the 9 states for a long time. Hopefully, this sacred war would not be disappointing. At the same time, the Baron States factions had also received the news. Alchemy City's City Lord Office, Armor Pavilion. Yu Qi was personally creating a ritual implement. As he was topless, the muscles on his body were scorched by the flames. Not just him, but many elite experts from the City Lord Office were creating ritual implements with him. At that moment, a middle-aged figure walked in and said, "Father, why are you doing this? Just leave this to the Uncle Masters. In Armory, if I claim to be second in the Baron State, nobody will dare to claim to be first. If we want to create elite sage ritual implements as soon as possible, I will definitely need to do it personally," Yu Qi said. The middle-aged person he was replying to was his eldest son, Yumu. "Father, you have decided to participate in this time's sacred war." Yumu asked, "Your younger sister and that asshole Shui, Ye are still in the palace. How can I sit around? Yu Qi glared at him and replied. He then stopped the actions on his hand and ordered, You all will finish the final step of creating the ritual implement. As he said that, he turned around and left, casually putting on a shirt that was drenched in his sweat and walking out of the armor pavilion. Order some men to gather all the best ritual implements in Alchemy City, Yu Qi said to Yumu. A glint appeared in Yumu's eyes, and he asked, It seems like Father is preparing to muster all our forces. What if we lose the sacred war? With Alchemy City's current position, even if the Holy Ji Palace and all the other factions in the Barren State are replaced, Alchemy City will continue to stand tall, Yu Qi said with confidence. Because they specialized in armory, there would be no faction that would not welcome strong armors with open arms. However, it is also our limiter. After cultivating for a long period of time, we start to lack the passion that youngsters have. Look at many of the older people in the Barren State. They don't even dare to participate in the sacred war. Aren't they just waiting to die? Look at Yi Futian. He brought the Barren State out and obtained first in the 9-state forum. Do you understand what that means? Yu Qi looked at Yumu and asked. Yi Futian is indeed an extraordinary genius. If given enough time, he will definitely be able to enter the divine path, Yumu replied. Someone who dares to stand proudly in front of saints and kill the great Zhou sacred king's descendants in front of him will definitely enter the divine path. Not just him, Yu Sheng, even Yi Wuchen, and the others will also have a chance. Yu Qi continued coolly. When things reach an extreme, they can only continue in the opposite direction. The Barren State has had no saints for many years. Now, we have ushered in an explosive era. This will be a huge era. If we are able to overcome these obstacles, the Barren State's future will be limitless. Yi Futian was sent up to the position of palace, lord by the entire Barren State. Then, let us escort him this time. Yu Qi continued, Also go and inform the citizens of Alchemy City to gather their families' elites from each plane. Father, Yumu was stunned. He was preparing to make all the families and factions of Alchemy City participate in the sacred war? What if they do not agree? Yumu asked. After all, the opponent was after the Holy Ji Palace. It was a sacred war. Even I, the city lord, will participate. If they want to stay out of it, I'll kill them first. Yu Qi said nonchalantly. Send people to the Fire Emperor Palace and Goddess Pavilion as well. I do not have control over the other regions of the Barren State, but in the southwest region, I have the final say. Okay. Yumu nodded as he replied. It seemed like his father was serious this time. At the same time, in the Barren State's eastern region, the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools had already been unified and were under Qin Yuan's control. When news of the sacred war reached them, Qin Yuan had also gathered the experts from the top 3 schools and the Divine Sky City's forces. He gathered the experts from each plane and prepared to head towards the palace to participate in the war. The current leader of the Barren State was the son from his starry school. Chapter 8:21. In the Holy Ji Palace, everyone was preparing their best for the upcoming battle. In the Holy Ji Palace, everyone was preparing their best for the upcoming battle. At that moment, in Yi Futian's quarters in the Sage Palace, the Sword Demon and Sage Daozong were there, looking towards the front. Yi Futian stood there, and in front of him, there were flocks of avian demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had one similarity, and that was their speed. Among them were wind rocks, gale eagles, and golden-winged condors. Even the weakest of these demonic beasts were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. There were even a few of them who had entered the sage plane and were mounts that had been trained by the palace's experts. However, at that moment, all of the demonic beasts were being engulfed by a terrifying aura. Yi Futian's eyes appeared to have become a terrifying storm, endlessly deep and demonic. His gaze shot directly into the beasts' eyes, into their brains, where he imprinted his spiritual will on them. All the beasts shivered uncontrollably. Long after, They finally regained their composure, lining up in a row and bowing to Yi Futian. "Go!" Yi Futian gave an order, and the beasts flew into the air, flying towards different directions once they were in the sky. At that moment, many fields of view appeared in Yi Futian's head. Through the eyes of the demonic beasts, he could see everything that they could. The sword demon and sage Daozong looked at each other. They did not expect Yi Futian to have the ability to control demonic beasts. There seemed to be nothing this fellow did not know. This way, the demonic beasts could replace cultivators in providing reconnaissance for them and keep watch over the great Zhou sacred dynasty's movements. "Uncle Masters," Yi Futian looked at Sage Daozong and the sword demon and asked, "Do the two of you feel that we should adopt a full defensive strategy or send experts to assault the great Zhou sacred dynasty in the sacred war?" They had already received news that the great Zhou sacred dynasty was assembling its army and preparing to head towards the barren state. This sacred war was initiated by the great Zhou sacred dynasty, so they would take the initiative to attack. However, to Yi Futian, he would have the advantage of staying in the palace. Battling in the barren state would be battling on their home ground. As the weaker party in the war, the Holy Ji Palace evidently could not send out their full force to attack the great Zhou sacred dynasty, so they only had two options now. Just like Yi Futian had said, they could either focus on defense or send experts to launch a sneak attack on the great Zhou sacred dynasty while defending. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was once the ruler of the eastern state and has a strong foundation. Since they have initiated the sacred war, they will be prepared. How could they easily let us launch an attack on their headquarters? Sage Daozong continued, "If we only send out a portion of our forces to launch an attack on the great Zhou sacred dynasty, it might be pointless. If we send out a huge army, the palace's defenses will be weak and unable to withstand the great Zhou sacred dynasty's invasion. So, I do not suggest a sneak attack." "I think so too." The sword demon nodded lightly. Sage Daozong's analysis was valid. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had traveled far to conquer the barren state, so they would definitely leave people to stand guard. This meant that the great Zhou sacred dynasty would not bring its full strength. They had the home ground advantage, so they needed to utilize it fully. If they split their forces to launch a sneak attack, that would be tantamount to giving up their advantageous position and taking unnecessary risks. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded and replied, "Palace Lord Yang and I have thought of some battle matrices, but there is still a lack of experts in the Holy Ji Palace. In the Sacred War, battle matrices with little power were useless. Only higher-level matrices would work, but they needed many experts to activate. The palace indeed lacks elite experts. That will be a huge disparity between us and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. If they clash during the war, we might." The sword demon's tone was pessimistic. After all, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's foundation was evident for all to see. The army that they had assembled this time would definitely be filled with experts. At that moment, the sword demon and Sage Daozong raised their heads and looked into the distance. A strong aura emanated from the direction they were looking at, and Yi Futian also looked towards there. Soon, a group of figures flew rapidly towards them, the palace's disciples leading the way. Reporting to the palace lord, "City Lord Yu has led a group of people to participate in the sacred war," a voice said from the air. Yi Futian then replied, "City Lord Yu, please." "Palace Lord Yi," Yu Qi's voice sounded, and he brought a group of people towards Yi Futian's direction. Apart from him, Yi Futian also saw the Fire Emperor Palace's Yanjun, the goddess pavilion's unparalleled goddess, Chuji, and the few family heads from the alchemy conference that Yi Futian had met in the past. "Uncle," Yi Futian called out to him. Yu Qi was his brother Shuai's father-in-law, so it was only appropriate for him to address him as uncle. "Yanjun, Palace Lord Chu, elders." Yi Futian then turned to the others and saluted them. They had all come to provide assistance to the palace, so he would naturally not put on the air of a palace lord. He bowed to them as one from a younger generation would. "Palace, Lord Yi." They returned the salute, and a glint flashed across Chu Ji's eyes. This little fellow had unwittingly brought the barren state to such a position that even saints were willing to enter the palace. "Futian, I have brought Alchemy City's experts. I have also brought the ritual implements that my Alchemy City has stored over the years. Do take stock of them." Yu Qi also smiled and changed his tone. When he came, addressing him as Palace Lord Yi was etiquette, but since he was already here, he did not need to regard Yi Futian as an outsider. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes as he saw Yu Mu step forward and pass 2 storage rings to him and say, "One of them contains elite sage plane ritual implements, while the other contains weaker ritual implements, but they are all for sage plane cultivators." Nodding his head, Yi Futian's spiritual energy entered the rings as he took a look. An exciting glow appeared in his eyes. As expected of Alchemy City, the 2 storage rings were the equivalent of a treasure vault. "Uncle, do not pretend to be a stranger." Yi Futian did not express his thanks. He did not need to. Yu Qi leading the Southwest's experts to participate in the war was equivalent to giving his life for the palace. This was a favor far more valuable than the previous battle in the palace. "I haven't been fighting much these few years. Now that I have the opportunity to fight against the experts from the other states, it's a good thing," Yu Qi smiled and said. "Do you want to spar with me first to warm up?" A voice sounded. They all looked into the air and saw 2 groups of experts flying towards them. The person who had spoken was Tingxue House's Su Shang. On the Barren Sky ranking, Yu Qi was ranked 8th, while Su Shang was 9th. "Fighting you is boring," Yu Qi said coolly. Su Shang's specialization was slaughter, and Su Kei had inherited that. This is a rare opportunity. In the Sacred War, we will be able to see what level we are at now. A person smiled and said, "It was the sovereign family's Huang Shi." Huang Juga stood behind him. The sovereign family and Tingxue House both resided in Zhongzhou City, and the 2 of them had led their experts to assist the palace. "Long time no see, seniors. You still look as stylish as before," Yi Futian smiled and said. "What style can we have when compared to you? Standing out in the 9-state forum, killing a saint in the Nether Sword Mound, that is a saint." "You could brag about it for a lifetime," Su Shang replied. Yi Futian had killed a saint. This fellow could really bear to do it. How decisive. "Do you have confidence in this sacred war?" Huang, she looked at Yi Futian and asked. "Not much." Yi Futian shook his head and did not attempt to hide it. "I guess so, Huang," she said. But seniors still came. Yi Futian smiled and replied, "Just like Yu Qi said in his letter, you are the leading figure selected by the Barren States will. Now the Barren States factions prosper together with the palace. How can we survive if the palace is gone?" "Huang," she said, "in the Sacred War, once the palace was eliminated, the great Zhou sacred dynasty would definitely enter the Barren State as the winning party and rule over the entire Barren State. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was an imperial faction. By then, the various factions in the Barren State would only be able to bow down and take orders from them." Yi Futian was a little ashamed. He was indeed the palace lord, selected by the Barren State's common will. Now, the responsibility on his shoulders seemed to have become even larger. This was a war they could not afford to lose. "Don't push it on me. You came because you wanted to, not because of a letter," Yu Qi retorted. What he said was the truth. With Huang Shi and Su Shang's status, if they were unwilling to come, a letter would definitely be insufficient to persuade them. Yi Futian felt his heart warm. He turned around to the people behind him and said, "Prepare a banquet." "With the sacred war ahead of us, let us do away with these formalities," Yu Qi said. It was not important whether they had a banquet or not. "It's fine, I can discuss the matter of the sacred war with Uncle and the seniors over a banquet as well," Yi Futian replied. "Okay." Yu Qi nodded. Thereafter, the palace started to set up a banquet. Soon it was prepared. The influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace all arrived, and the village chief also attended. Many people saluted him as he entered. "Chief Qin has arrived." During the banquet, a voice sounded from outside. Yi Futian said in a loud voice, "Please enter." Soon, Qin Yuan and Mu Chuan entered. Alongside them were the Blazing Sun School's Chief Yangding and the Starry Moon School's Chief Gong Kuei. The family heads of the Divine Sky City were also there. The West Mountain Dragon clan's Long Linger and her father Long Ao, as well as Guyinchi's father, had also arrived. Yi Futian stood up to welcome them. After that, Zhuge Qingfeng led the Zhuge family's experts in. However, there were not many people from the Zhuge family this time, even less than the sovereign family's experts. When Zhuge Qingfeng had gone to gather experts, there had been objections from within the family. Certain factions within the family were unwilling to participate in the sacred war and fight for Yi Futian. Previously, while I was discussing with my two uncle masters, I had commented that the palace did not have enough experts. Now that seniors have arrived, we can set up some formidable battle matrices. Yi Futian said to the rest, "My initial plan was to set up a few battle matrices, and I will need seniors and your men to help in setting up these battle matrices. Different cultivators can contribute in different ways. Just go ahead. Give us the order if you need us to do anything. In this sacred war, you are the commander," Yu Qi replied. The sacred war was a war between holy lands, so it naturally needed someone to have absolute control. As the palace lord, Yi Futian had assembled the strength of the entire barren state, so it was only fit for him to be in control. At this time, they needed to be of one mind and ignore personal benefit. Otherwise, many people would die. The rest of them all nodded. Yi Futian did not need to be modest and started assigning roles. The village chief watched everything silently. The scene before his eyes made him surprised. He had not expected that Yi Futian, who was only in the sage plane, had such rallying power in the barren state. Chapter 8:22. The Great Phoenix Hall stood proudly at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty of the Eastern State. The Great Phoenix Hall stood proudly at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty of the Eastern State. The sacred king was draped in a golden phoenix robe above the very high steps outside the Great Phoenix Hall. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he kept his hands behind his back. A clear aura of pride exuded from his person. Many mighty ones stood at the steps beneath him, which had images of phoenixes carved on them. They were all top-class sages coming from all corners of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. There were many square matrices beneath the steps, looking as if they were armies standing by awaiting orders. Their surroundings were unnervingly quiet. Everyone's eyes were on the sacred king, waiting for his orders. "How many major forces are not here yet?" the sacred king asked. "My king, the Black Thunder clan, and the Flying Snow Sword clan are not here yet. There were several other nobles who needed to gather their men, so they are late. However, everything is underway," someone reported. "Tell them they are to show within a month, no matter what. They don't need to be here if they aren't able to do so," the sacred king said plainly. As speculated by the people of the Holy Ji Palace, while the Holy Ji Palace was merely a sacred ground for training, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was a sovereignty, which meant that they held absolute rulership. The sacred king was the absolute king of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. No one dared to defy him. "Yes, my king." Someone took the order. "I have another matter to report. There is news from the barren state that many forces gathered and are heading to the Holy Ji Palace to serve as reinforcements. Should we interfere?" Someone else reported. "No need for that." The sacred king said plainly, "If they intend to cause a storm, then we'll simply crush them all." "Yes, my king." None were surprised. When Jishin cliffs had imposed themselves in the barren state, they had tried means of gathering forces of the barren state to achieve their goals. However, the sacred king was, after all, a king. His bearing dictated that he should not have to resort to tricks like those executed by Kong Yao of Jishin Cliffs. Anyone who dared stand in his way was to be crushed. The sacred king's wrath called forth a bloodbath that would stain the lands of the barren state. There are more sages than nobles coming from all of the forces this time. However, I need more than an army of sages. I need an army of nobles as well, the sacred king said plainly. Everyone was startled. Their king had indeed intended to raise the holy Ji palace of the barren state, from the sages to every last one of the nobles. Nobles were to serve as reserves in this case. If even the nobles were all dead, the barren state would turn worthless and powerless, and there would be no way for them to rise again. Yes, my king. All of the sacred king's people had their orders. However, the forces participating in this assault had their own agendas. As they were fighting a sacred war, massive casualties among their own were inevitable, even if they were able to raise the entire barren state. As such, they left as many of their future generations behind as possible. However, the sacred king disagreed. He had them brought their nobles to bear on their enemies as well. Everything was deemed to be the fault of Yi Futian the idiot. He might have been a rare genius, but a genius who had yet to blossom was nothing. What he did, which infuriated the sacred king, was akin to digging his own grave. We will gather here again a month from now to attack the barren state, the sacred king said, and then left. All hail the sacred king. Everyone present bowed to pay their respects. They only dispersed after the sacred king was no longer seen. The sacred king came to one of the bedchambers, which had been lavishly decorated and was named the Lapis Lazuli Palace. It was the bedchamber of Si, a favorite concubine of the sacred king. With the exception of some servant girls, no one else was allowed to step foot in there. Many who were close to the sacred king didn't even know who Si actually was. They only speculated that she was a beauty like none other, whose unparalleled charm mesmerized the sacred king. At the moment, a woman wearing lavish clothes was seen in the Lapis Lazuli Palace. Her clothing shone like lapis lazuli, yet seemed to be as thin as a cicada's wings. The vague style of clothing made the woman's perfect figure look all the more alluring. Sacred king. The woman walked forward. Her slender legs and skin that showed between the fabric looked incredibly seductive. Even her eyes seemed to be capable of sucking people's souls away. However, the sacred king simply stood quietly as he looked at her. If anyone from the outside were able to see her, they would have thought her looks to somewhat resemble the glass saint, the #1 beauty in the eastern state. Furthermore, the way her hair was done and the accessories she wore on them were near identical to those worn by the glass saint. However, she lacked the graceful, regal air of the glass saint, and was overflowing with seductive charm capable of poisoning the hearts of men. Regardless of how striking the resemblance between her and the glass saint was, and how pretty she was still not the glass saint. She was little more than a replacement. The woman leaned onto the sacred king. Her fragrant scent and fiery body were more than capable of making a man's blood boil. However, the sacred king was calm and composed still. He looked at her eyes and took her by the hips, walking towards the bed. When the barren state was no more, and he had gotten his hands on the sword matrix of the void, making him the man to master the #1 matrix in all of the 9 states, he would set out to complete a wish that he had been unable to act upon a long time ago. He might have had the world in his hands, but there was one lingering obsession in his mind which had stalled his training for a considerable amount of time. That obsession was none other than to make the glass saint the number beauty of the eastern state his. Yi Futian was high above a training ground in the Holy Ji Palace, looking at the people trained below. The sword demon and Su Shang had taken some of the mighty ones from the Sword Palace and several top-notch swordsmen from Tingxua House to train there. Other than that, there was also a swordsman from Toonkeeper Village, who was at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. They were training to use a sword matrix. The village chief and Yang Shao were present to guide training. There were 9 of them, with the weakest being at a lower archmage level. There were 3 who were at an upper archmage level, 4 at a middle archmage level, and 2 at the lower archmage level. They all took their corners and formed a matrix. There was a huge sword in the middle. That was the divine sword. A sword diagram appeared in their surroundings, and there was a true sword-type ritual implement in every corner in the diagram ringing about. All of those swords were top-notch sage ritual implements, and all of them were given by Yu Qi. The sword diagram grew increasingly bright as they went about activating the matrix. Beams of light from the swords shot into the heavens. Sword aura gathered in a frenzy around them, looking incredibly dazzling. The sword matrix originated from 9 sword diagrams. They were being trained by 9 swordsmen, and with the help of the divine sword and many top-notch sage ritual implements used, the matrix would definitely bring frightening power to bear. There was no use fretting about the numbers of mighty ones in the sacred war, as they were already at a disadvantage. As such, the only way for them to level the playing field was by amplifying each individual's power, bringing out the greatest potential in every single fighter on their side. Yang Shao flashed and came to Yi Futian's side, saying, "They're all top-class cultivators and have an unparalleled capacity for comprehension. They should be able to master changes of the sword matrix soon enough. Let's go see how the others are doing." "Thank you for your effort," Yi Futian said. The ones who were most versed in the art of matrices were Yang Shao, him, and the village chief. The chess saint had been the one who was most versed in the art of matrices in all of the 9 states, and Yang Shao had been his eldest student. His background, coupled with his impressive abilities in the art of matrices, had given them an edge over the great Zhou sacred dynasty in terms of use of matrices. Wars were to be fought using what was most advantageous to one side and bringing that advantage to greatest use. As such, Yi Futian tasked Yang Shao mainly with teaching the art of matrices to the sages. Jiu Gongzi, on the other hand, was made to guide the nobles. Both took to the air, and Yi Futian said, "The people of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, have arrived in the Barren State. They are at Zhongzhou City. Lu Zong is there as well." "Yeah." Yang Shao nodded quietly as if Lu Zong was but the name of a stranger. "The Barren State is now faced with a sacred war, and we've gotten our hands full with that alone. We cannot afford to fight Lu Zong now," Yi Futian elaborated honestly. He knew well why Yang Shao had come to train in the Barren State. Yang Shao knew that. He hated Lu Zong immensely, and only by joining hands with Yi Futian would he get his chance at revenge in the future. "There's no need for more words. I know well enough," Yang Shao replied. The incident did not only involve Lu Zong. Xihua Sacred Mountain had given its consent to Lu Zong to do what he did as well. There was only one thing Yang Shao needed to do at the moment, and that was to have the Barren State win the Sacred War, and with that to have the Holy Ji Palace be renowned throughout the 9 states, so much so that it would surpass both the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain in status. He would then have his chance of taking revenge. Currently, vengeance was the last thing in Yang Zhao's mind. "Futian." A voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw a girl was coming his way. "Phoenix," Yi Futian called. "My teacher is here," Phoenix said. Yi Futian was stunned for a bit, before smiling and said, "Thank you, Phoenix." With the undying old man around, casualties in the Barren State would be reduced somewhat, so long as an injured one did not end up dying immediately on the battlefield. The undying old man's expertise in related rules would be enough to save them. Such abilities were of utmost importance in the sacred war. "What's with the formalities?" Phoenix replied, "You have a point. We're family after all." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Come with us to see how my teacher and the others are doing with their training. We'll go meet your teacher after that." "Sure." Phoenix nodded, and they came to a training ground. Sage Dozhan, Sage Jingang, Yuan Hong, and others who were of exceptional physical prowess all were seen training there. There were even more people to be found in that training ground. There were 36 of them, and they were all training in the art of martial arts matrix. The matrix was known as the Heavenly Battle Matrix, a matrix capable of melding the force of 36 people into a single entity, which was transformed into an immensely powerful heavenly battle aura. The burst of power was controlled by 3 core members. Its power was unmatched, and it was capable of both offense and defense. Almost all of the top-class members of the Battle Sage Palace and the Golden Great Apes were found there. There were also several mighty ones from Tombkeeper Village who excelled in physical arts, joining the ones to form the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Sage Dojan and Yuan Hong were among the ones who were capable of shaking the heavens and the earth when they battled. With the Heavenly Battle Matrix being formed by 36 very powerful mighty ones, Yi Futian came to look forward to the power that the Matrix was capable of bringing to bear on their enemies. They visited Sage Daozan next. Yi Futian and Phoenix left after checking them out for a while. Yang Xiao remained there to guide them in their training in matrices. Yi Futian returned to the Holy Sage Pavilion. Sage Wanxiang was seen greeting the undying old man. "Elder," Yi Futian went up and greeted the old man with a smile. He owed a huge favor to the undying old man. When Huajiu was in a coma, it was the undying old man who attended to her. The undying old man looked at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "It seems that I've made the right decision to have Phoenix come to the Holy Ji Palace to train all those years ago. Her talents are exceptional, and her training would only be held back if she continued to train with me. It puts me at great ease to have her roam the 9 states with you. Now, I'm just hoping that we can get through this ordeal." It was apparent that he knew about the 9-state forum. "I grow increasingly confident with all of you coming from all corners of the Barren State, seniors. The Holy Ji Palace will definitely prevail against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty," Yi Futian said. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty called all forces within their territory. "We cannot afford to be careless." A voice was heard from afar. Yi Futian looked in their direction. He saw a group of people coming to him, and he smiled in response. "Now that even you are here, Palace Lord Yin, my confidence grows even more." Yi Futian smiled and said, "The one who showed was none other than the Lord of the Ice Temple, who brought mighty ones from their temple with her. Yun Shuixing was there with them as well." Chapter 8:23 Enemy at One's Gates. Chapter 8:23 Enemy at One's Gates. Time passed, and all of the 9 states were observing the sacred war happening at this time. The war would most probably result in the utter destruction of the Holy Ji Palace, and that holy land of the Barren State would forfeit. However, if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was somehow able to repel the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the rise of the Barren State would then be deemed unstoppable. That very sacred war would have probably ended up taking the history of the 9 states to a new level. It would have served as a turning point with an incredibly significant meaning to it. As such, everyone from all over the states was watching the war unfold in silence. All holy lands had dispatched powerful ones to Zhongzhou City. But then again, it was also a given that some forces from the Barren State paid more attention to the outcome of the sacred war than others. That sacred war would have a direct influence on how the future of the Barren State was to be shaped. For instance, the Shimin clan and the Lightning Court of Zhongzhou City, Mortal World of the eastern regions, Taishan Mountain of the northern regions, and many others. None of them had participated in the sacred war. They had not been a part of that scuffle back then, after all, and they knew that from a certain perspective, the reason why Yi Futian was able to become a leader of the Barren State was that he had the backings of many top-notch forces. Those forces consisted of Alchemy City, Tingxua House, the Sovereign Family, and others. All of those forces had a very close and friendly relationship with Yi Futian, and all of them shared his glory. However, the Shimin clan had little relations with Yi Futian. They saw no need to be a part of a battle that hung the lives of its participants on a thread. They saw no need to risk their lives for Yi Futian. Regardless of how exceptional Yi Futian was and the heights of his achievements in the Nine-State Forum, it had nothing to do with them. But then again, while they were unwilling to participate in that war, they had nonetheless paid close attention to it, as it was a war that would determine the future of the barren state. At the moment, there was a group of people discussing some matters in the compound of the Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City. I heard rumors from outside that the great Zhou sacred dynasty has amassed an army of tens of thousands, and that they are heading for the barren state. I'm afraid that the Holy Ji Palace is done for in this sacred war. What do you think? The chief of the Shimin clan asked. Han Jiang trained in the Holy Ji Palace before. Ask him. Someone looked at Shimin Han Jiang on the side. He had chosen to leave the Holy Ji Palace before. Shimin Han Jiang, one who had once been the champion of the law rank for a brief period of time, had not only failed to become the pride of the Holy Ji Palace, he had also clashed with Yi Futian before as well. It was only natural that he was unwilling to fight for Yi Futian. 31 cultivators have left the Holy Ji Palace, unwilling to be a part of the war. I'm afraid that even Yi Futian himself is not sure about how to win this war, Shimin Han Jiang said. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The great Zhou sacred dynasty ruled over vast lands. Every single force found within the sacred realm was under the sacred dynasty's rule. There would definitely be some among these forces that are more powerful than the top-notch forces in the barren state. There's no way the Holy Ji Palace would come out on top in this one. Shouldn't we do something for ourselves then? Someone asked. They meant drafting out contingency plans for themselves. If the Holy Ji Palace was to be destroyed, it was anyone's guess what future would await the barren state. Would the great Zhou sacred dynasty set their sights on us next? Let's just sit around and watch how everything unfolds. We've no say in the matter, and our choices are limited. If we were to get ourselves involved in anything and we ended up on the losing side, things would be very precarious for us all. The chief of the Shimin clan said plainly, furthermore, even if the great Zhou sacred dynasty were to take the Holy Ji Palace apart, we would still be the top force in Zhongzhou City. We'd just submit to the sacred dynasty, and we would do just fine. Everyone nodded without saying much. The Shimin clan was not the only one that had thought about the problem. Every single force that stayed out of the war was thinking about the same problem. Report! Someone shouted loudly, heading towards them at great speed. The Shimin clan chief then asked, "What's the matter?" "Sir, there is news saying that the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army has arrived at Zhongzhou City," the one who came to deliver the news said. Everyone in the Shimin clan looked sharp immediately. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was at their doorstep. The Shimin clan was not the only one who had caught wind of the news. Every single top-notch force within the city knew about it as well. Furthermore, the news was spreading like wildfire to all corners of the city. Every single restaurant and inn within the city was raving. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's army had arrived at Zhongzhou City. The sacred war was just around the corner. There was a very renowned restaurant not that far away from the Holy Ji Palace. If the great Zhou sacred dynasty were to head for the Holy Ji Palace, their army would definitely pass by that restaurant. There were many people in that restaurant, and Lu Zong of Xihua Sacred Mountain was among them. Furthermore, the ones of Xihua Sacred Mountain happened to come across the ones from Jisheng Cliffs. People from both sides were found in that same restaurant. They knew of the sacred dynasty's army's arrival as well. The army would pass by the restaurant soon enough. The vast, tens of thousands strong army of the sacred dynasty was commanded by none other than the sacred king himself. The sacred king had led the expedition and waged the war personally. "They're here!" Someone on the topmost floor of the restaurant yelled in awe. "The army is here." Shocked voices were heard everywhere. A figure after another took to the skies. Countless came outside and looked up. An earth-shaking scene was seen. Golden lights scattered about the sky. Golden colors streaked the air wherever the lights passed. The army came in 3 layers. The bottommost layer had the greatest amount of people. Squadrons rode on the backs of huge monsters and took to the air. That army consisted of nobles, yet their steeds were that of sages. Nobles traveled too slowly by themselves. The middle layer consisted of an army of sages. Their overbearing might was felt all over the place. The topmost layer consisted of the royal army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was none other than the Golden Phoenix Army, renowned all over the eastern state. Great phoenixes were seen all over the skies. The generals of the Golden Phoenix Army were all the most powerful figures at the pinnacle of Sage Plain, and they rode on phoenixes as they came. There was a golden phoenix with a crown at the very center of the Golden Phoenix Army. The phoenix radiated might like bolts of lightning. Its eyes gleamed with sharpness as if it was the king of all birds and the leader of the phoenixes. An indescribably luxurious carriage was seen on its back. Members of the royal family were seen on both sides of the carriage. Zhouya, Zhouyu, Zhouzi, and the others were all there. The sacred king had many concubines, and through them he came to have many children. The one who sat on the carriage was none other than the sacred king himself. He carried himself as if he stood on top of all living beings. The scene was so extravagant that there were hardly anyone capable of bringing about such an entourage in all of the 9 states, let alone the ones from the barren state. The sacred king was the supreme ruler of the sacred dynasty instead of being just the head of a renowned clan. None from the barren state had seen anything like that. When the army approached and passed by above their heads, a powerful aura swept the place around them. The imposing bearing was one that even those far away were able to clearly sense it. The Holy Ji Palace is done for. Such thoughts welled up in the minds of many. The scene was all too shocking for them. The grand army zipped past them in mere moments, leaving behind many awestruck people. The people of Xihua Sacred Mountain and Jisheng Cliffs watched silently. Lu Zong grinned and said, "The sacred king is indeed a supreme ruler. What imposing air indeed. Let's go and have a better look." His group all took to the air and followed the army, getting ready to see the battle up close. They were not the only ones to do so. Many mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs and elsewhere all followed the army. As such, the rear of the army looked incredibly dazzling. The ones who were tailing the army came to have enough numbers to form something like a tidal wave, which, ironically, looked even grander than the army they were following. However, those people were a scattered bunch instead of moving in a perfectly neat order, like the army of the sacred dynasty. At that moment, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was still being busy training. Yi Futian was training the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. He looked up far away in the sky and took to the air, coming right above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many below turned to look at him. Yi Futian went higher and higher. He then stood in the air and gave a clear order: gather the students of the Holy Ji Palace immediately and prepare for war. Many were stunned hearing his words. They all knew what he meant. One figure after another streaked through the air in mere moments. The lords of all palaces and pavilions had given their orders, telling their students to gather. One figure after another took to the skies shortly after, forming a tidal wave gushing at the Holy Sage Pavilion. All mighty ones from many top-notch forces, as well as the Holy Ji Palace itself, gathered quickly. Their eyes were all set on Yi Futian in the air. The tens of thousand-strong army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty has arrived at Zhongzhou City. They're now heading towards the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian said. While everyone had guessed that was the case, they still shuddered. Their enemy was finally upon them. Many students, while sages and nobles, felt rather anxious. That was a sacred war that they had never anticipated facing. Yi Futian's eyes scanned below with an incredible sharpness as he said, "Today's battle will determine the fate of the Holy Ji Palace, and in extension, the fates of all of you, as well as all in the barren state. We all from the barren state had been shunned by all of the other states for many years. When Jishin cliffs arrived back then, they came throwing their weight around and thought lowly of the Holy Ji Palace. I felt such discrimination even more strongly after I ventured outside of the barren state. As such, this battle at the Holy Ji Palace is one-o destiny. We shall defeat the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and the barren state shall never be looked down on ever again. Of course, I'm not speaking out of blind faith and baseless confidence. The great Zhou sacred dynasty is a holy land in the eastern state. Their prowess is indeed unparalleled. What I can promise you all is that if we were to end up being defeated in this battle, I shall live if the Holy Ji Palace stays intact, and I shall die if the Holy Ji Palace is no more, Yi Futian continued. Many shuddered at his words. It was indeed a last stand with their backs against the wall. If they were unable to repel the enemy, then they would die trying. But then again, I still hope that all of you come out alive from this battle with me. It's of course important to kill your enemies on the battlefield, but surviving is just as important. No matter how dire things become, please keep a strong resolve and live on. Yi Futian then added, "We shall have hope so long as we're still alive." Yi Futian's voice resounded in the silent space. Many even came to think that, despite being in his 20s, Yi Futian had indeed come to bear a lot on his shoulders. The sacred war would be upon them soon, and yet he was able to stay composed. It was a feat that many sages, who had far higher training, found difficult. Yi Futian looked up far away and grinned. He then said, "That battle outside the Holy Ji Palace all those years ago had the entire barren state thinking that I was done for. But I lived, and I even became the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. No one thought the barren state would have achieved much in the 9-state forum, yet we bagged the most brilliant of results. Our student became a champion of the event. The saint inside the nether sword mound of Eastern State wanted to kill me. Yet I activated the sword matrix of the void and cut down the chess saint. Nothing in this world is impossible. We all go through all manners of hardships in our lives, and one day, when you look back, you'll find that all the suffering you've been through has all become stepping stones on your path to achieve greater strength." Yi Futian's voice reverberated in the minds of all within earshot, as if his voice itself possessed some kind of mystical power. Countless looked at that handsome figure. At the moment, Yi Futian looked incredibly dashing and exceptional. It was as if he had been born for such grand scenes. Onward to battle! Yi Futian stepped out as soon as he gave the order. Chapter 8:24. Beginning of the Sacred War. Chapter 8:24. Beginning of the Sacred War, all of the students of the Holy Ji Palace stepped outside and came to the entrance of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone took their positions and was looking far away. The 1,000 holy islands looked as they always did, archipelagos consisting of islands hanging midair, making them look like somewhere in the heavens. Soon, that heaven-like place would become the battlefield of the sacred war, and the place might end up being taken over by the invaders from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. That sacred war was fought for the Holy Ji Palace, and, in extension, for the barren state. The air was dead silent, and the mood was incredibly solemn. However, what was seen in the eyes of everyone present was indomitable resolve and nothing else. The upcoming war would serve as a test of sorts. Dazzling golden lights shimmered far away, turning the sky golden. The eyes of the people of the barren state never looked sharper. The army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was finally upon them. Stifling might was sensed coming from far away. It was so powerful that even though the source of that might was extremely far from where the students of the Holy Ji Palace stood, they were still able to sense how terrifying it was. Dazzling shadows of golden phoenixes spread their wings high above the sky. The golden phoenix army, clad in golden phoenix robes, looked just as brilliant. The phoenix carriage was high up in the sky, looking down like a god. The great Zhou sacred king. Many clenched their fists. They were about to go up against the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, the king who had absolute say within the sacred dynasty. The army came increasingly close. The army from the sacred dynasty scanned all of the mighty ones standing before the Holy Ji Palace as well with cold expressions. There was nothing but bone-chillingly cold, murderous, intense scene in their eyes. Halt! A leader of the Golden Phoenix army, standing next to the carriage that carried the sacred king, signaled. The army halted immediately. Both sides were very far away from each other, but it was nonetheless a distance that any powerful cultivators were able to cross within mere moments. A young mighty one who was dressed in elegant, lavish garb of high-ranking officers of the Golden Phoenix army walked out. He held a halberd with Golden Phoenix symbol on it and pointed it at the army of the Barren State and shouted coldly, "The sacred king is before you. All of you from the Barren State shall bow down." His voice was loud and bright, reverberating throughout the air. He was throwing the might of the great Zhou sacred king about, using it to diminish the morale of the opposing army. I have heard that the great Zhou sacred dynasty was once the supreme force that ruled all of the eastern state. A voice was heard from the Barren State side. The one who spoke was none other than Gu Donlu. The ones from the sacred dynasty showed prideful looks at those words. The Golden Phoenix army had swept all over the eastern state like a tidal wave. It had once been the holy army of the eastern state. It's a pity that today the great Zhou sacred dynasty was reduced to something that bullies villagers, a force that asks for Emperor Xia's permission just to wage war against the Barren State, the state that endured hard times for a while now. You all take such actions with pride instead of shame. How pathetic indeed. Gu Donlu continued, I'm afraid that in the near future, the great Zhou sacred dynasty will be less than what it is today. At that moment, the sacred king was seen walking out of the carriage, standing in the air like a god, looking down on everyone below him. He took a look at Gu Donlu and did not bother with him. His temperament was such that he would never be angered by Gu Donlu's words alone. Furthermore, he deemed all who were against him to be people who were about to die soon anyway. He took a look at the one beside Yi Futian. It was none other than the old village chief. He then said, Zhou Mian, my king. The supreme general of the Golden Phoenix army, Zhou Mian, bowed. You will be in charge of this battle, the sacred king said, and then looked at the village chief. Let's have a game of chess elsewhere. Sure. The village chief nodded. The rules of the sacred war were dictated by Emperor Xia, and those rules were ones that even someone like the sacred king dared not disobey. Even though he was the supreme ruler of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Emperor Xia was the ruler of all 9 states, and the status of the sacred king paled in comparison. If he were to get on Emperor Xia's bad side, there would be nowhere for him to run to in all of the 9 states. The rules set by Emperor Xia were a decree from the heavens, and no one was deemed qualified enough to defy them. As such, the great Zhou sacred king was actually allowed to take on one opponent, the old village chief. But then again, the sacred king had no intentions of fighting the village chief outright. He wanted to see the Holy Ji Palace being razed by his army before that. The sacred king took to the sky and came high above. He waved, and golden clouds gathered around him in the air. He sat on the clouds, and a chessboard appeared before him. The village chief came to sit across the sacred king, as if he cared for no one. Many looked up. Those who came to witness the battle shuddered at that scene far away. Those 2 saints were about to play a game of chess with the ground below at stake, while their forces fought on the battlefield below. Yi Futian took a look above, before turning his eyes forward again. Zhou Mian, the supreme general of the Golden Phoenix army, was the younger brother of the sacred king. He was a figure who ranked 16th on the sage and saint ranking, which meant that he was indeed among the top figures. The sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking consisted of the mightiest 81 sages to be found in all of the 9 states. due to the power difference between those who ranked at the very top being very small. Thus, they were all top-notch figures. While Kong Yao of the Jisheng Cliffs ranked 9th and Zhou Mian 16th, the truth was that Zhou Mian was not all that much weaker than Kong Yao. Other than that, there were 3 other mighty ones from the sage ranking amidst the great army gathered by the great Zhou sacred dynasty. All 4 sages ranked on the sage ranking were at the pinnacle of the sage plane. Other than that, lords and heads of supreme clans and sects within the borders of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were all people at the pinnacle of sage plane. There was no way they were weaker than those who ranked on the barren sky ranking. In fact, they were in general more powerful. Furthermore, the invading army had a far larger number than the defending one. There was little left to the imagination regarding the outcome, judging just from the lineup of both sides. Zhou Mian stepped forward. His air was incredibly sharp, and his eyes glittered with golden light as he looked at the ones at the Holy Ji Palace and said, "Nobles take the lower ground while sages take the higher ground. Get to your positions." Yi Futian looked at the other side and called, "Yu Sheng." "Yes," Yu Sheng shouted. "Come here," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng stepped out and cast his glance to the other side. The people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty glared at him with sharp eyes. "So he is the champion of the 9-state forum. Yu Sheng of the Barren State, first level of Sage Plane, hereby issues a challenge to Zhouya, Prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Would you take the challenge?" Yu Sheng roared as he made his challenge before everyone. His brimming voice reverberated in the air. It was a commonly seen sight in wars. Issuing challenges before one's own served to boost morale. Yu Sheng was the champion of the 9-state forum, and he had broken into the Sage Plane. If Zhouya were to take the challenge, there was no doubt that he would lose. But if he were to shirk from the challenge, that would mean that the prince of the sacred dynasty was running from a fight before his own people, and that would have been an incredible insult. Furthermore, that was the sacred war and not the 9-state forum. If they were to fight, they would go for the killing blows. Zhouya's face was ashen. He was lauded as the successor of the sacred king, and his talents were extremely exceptional as well. However, the battle between him and not confident of being able to beat Yu Sheng, the champion of the 9-state forum. "Will you fight or not?" Yu Sheng shouted, seeing how the one he challenged remained silent. Zhouya continued to clench his fists with an ashen face. "Who are you to challenge the prince of the sacred dynasty?" A mighty one from the Golden Phoenix army stepped out. He was a genius and an upper-level sage. He glared at Yu Sheng and said, "I'm Zhou Yao of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. I'm a sage, and I will fight you." He simply said that he was a sage and did not bother to mention anything about his level. Yu Sheng was new to Sage Plane, which would make him a lower-level sage. Boom! Devilish wings shimmered as they manifested. Yu Sheng channeled power to his legs and stepped out. The air trembled as he leaped forward like a devil. Dazzling wings of a golden phoenix appeared behind Zhou Yao. The Golden Phoenix army consisted of members of the royal bloodline, making them extremely powerful. 2 figures shot at each other head-on at breakneck speeds. A golden phoenix halberd appeared in Zhou Yao's hand, and golden lights emanated in the air. The shadow of the golden phoenix blocked out the sky as the halberd went straight for Yu Sheng. A golden flash streaked through the air, looking extremely terrifying. An axe appeared in Yu Sheng's hand all of a sudden. Holy will coursed about, and Yu Sheng brought it above his head and then brought it down, wasting no time with flashy moves. A crisp, clear sound was heard, like an axe being brought down on wood. The golden phoenix halberd was split in the middle by the axe. The flash of the axe was seen coming down, and then the body before it was split into 2 right there and then. The devilish wings flapped, and Yu Sheng turned around in an arc, heading back towards the barren state side. It took only one move with the axe to cut down his enemy. A holy item. Cold expressions were seen in the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. The move was dealt by none other than Yu Sheng, the champion of the Nine-State Forum. The mighty ones at the side of the Holy Ji Palace watched with burning eyes and boiling blood. That was Yu Sheng, ending his opponent with one move with his axe. "Noble army, stand forward and fight," Zhou Mian said coldly. They had a superior number of mighty ones on their side, and thus had no need to play games of challenges with Yi Futian. This is the sacred war. Fair duels have no place in this. Wars had always been brutal and cold-blooded. There was only one goal for anyone who fought in wars: to kill their enemies. The great army of the nobles of the sacred dynasty moved forward as soon as Zhou Mian was done speaking. Their ordered formations brought about terrifying aura. Every single top-notch force formed into a square formation. Those outside of the formations scattered throughout the air. Everyone took different positions depending on whether they majored in martial arts or sorcery. Dazzling life spirits of all kinds shimmered in the air within mere moments, making the scene blindingly brilliant. The rules of the sacred war stated that sages were not allowed to fight nobles. The Holy Ji Palace's side had no choice but to field their nobles, as the great Zhou sacred dynasty had brought their nobles into the war. Chapter 8:25 Battle of the Two Armies. Chapter 8:25 Battle of the Two Armies. The people from the Holy Ji Palace stared at the oncoming great Zhou sacred dynasty army. The sword demon and sage Wanqiang stepped forward and commanded. Noble plane cultivators set up the matrix. As their voices landed, all the noble plane experts stepped forward and stepped into an array. However, the palace's noble plane army was not as large as the great Zhou sacred dynasties. They only had 4 large arrays located in the front, back, left, and right. In the matrix at the front were cultivators who specialized in martial arts, as well as sorcerers. The martial arts cultivators stood at the front, while the sorcerers stood at the back. The person at the front of the matrix was the golden ape, Yuan Zhan. The experts from the Ice Temple and Sovereign family were at the back. They had already taken out their bows. Yuan Zhan's burly body stood at the forefront, larger than any human being and surrounded by an imposing aura. He was topless, revealing his golden body that was rushing with power. At the matrix on the left, Yi Shaoshi was there. After the visit to the Eastern State, many of them had deep insights, and many of them broke through to the sage plane. Now, the only 3 people who had not entered the sage plane were Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, and Zui Qianqiu. Moreover, if it had not been for the sacred war, they would be in seclusion, attempting to break through to the sage plane. Especially for Yi Shaoshi and Zui Qianqiu, the noble plane's battle needed them. Since that was so, they would naturally do it. Yi Shaoshi's matrix had the most experts. Apart from Yi Shaoshi, there was another famous person from the palace, the law rank expert Lian Yuqing. Initially, when Yi Futian started to rise up in the palace, he was among those that tried to trample him. Yi Futian's existence was also the reason that Lian Yuqing had yet to break through to the sage plane. However, as Yi Futian's achievements increased, he finally accepted that he was not of the same level as Yi Futian. He had tried to let go of some of his obsessions, but it was not that easy for him, and his mindset was unable to achieve inner peace. Before the sacred war, Yi Futian had looked for him for a chat and asked him if he wanted to prove himself. Lian Yuqing naturally wanted to prove himself, so he did not leave and agreed to fight in the sacred war. Yi Futian had imparted the Guqin pieces that he had learnt in the Guqin Valley to him and given him the soul Guqin that Lu Kuangxing had once used to him. His mission would be to support Yi Shaoshi in unleashing his strongest battle ability. This time, Lian Yuqing did not question if Yi Futian was looking down on him. Yi Shaoshi was one of the top few in the Nine-State Forum, which was something that he could not have done. So, he did not have any other purpose this time. He only wanted to use Lu Kuangxing's Guqin to prove himself. The nine-fingered Guqin demon and Guqin Valley were once his biggest ambitions in the palace. Since Yi Futian had let go of everything that happened in the past, he could as well. At the matrix on the right, the main fighter was Zue Qianqiu. All the sword palaces, swordsmen were there, coupled with the support of sorcerers. The matrix at the back was the same. It was a mixed lineup with swordsmen, martial artists, and sorcerers. All the swordsmen from the Tingxue sword were here. The two armies got closer, and everyone released their aura, not daring to hold back. This was not a man-to-man battle, but a war. No matter how strong their personal ability was, faced with a battle of such scale, they could be killed with the smallest careless move. Who would dare to lose their focus, summon lightning? At that moment, a voice sounded from within the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. At the forefront, a group of figures summoned the power of lightning at a rapid speed. In an instant, countless thunderbolts had gathered, and a terrifying scene appeared in the area. Boundless lightning gathered in the area and let out an alarming amount of destructive force. The lightning flew rapidly and expanded to the entire area, descending upon the Barren States people, causing the sky to resemble an apocalypse. Terrifying dark lightning birds appeared in the sky. With a deafening screech of lightning, the dark lightning birds rushed down towards the four matrices. The giant lightning birds' bodies could shroud an entire army as it dived down. This was the Black Thunder Clan's lightning summoning matrix. It could merge the power of lightning from the heavens and fire a thunderbolt spell that could destroy everything. Its power was beyond measure. While they were firing the attack, the Barren States army had also made their moves. Yuan Zhan and the others had created a formidable matrix. The golden glow lit up the skies, and Yuan Zhan opened his 7-star acupoints. With a fierce roar, the surrounding experts' aura had all gathered onto his body. His body became even more burly as he stood tall, like a battle god. The golden veil shone, and Yuan Zhan held the polearm of divine destruction in his hand as he swung it towards the thunderbolt in the air. Yi Futian had lent his polearm of divine destruction to Yuan Zhan temporarily. In this battle, Yuan Zhan's impact was crucial. The giant divine birds disappeared under the polearm of divine destruction's attack. However, there were still rays of lightning striking downwards and crashing onto the light screen, causing many people to vomit blood. The power of the combined spell was evident for all to see. Attack! In the air, the sword demon said with a powerful voice. He and Sage Wanxiang were the commanders of the noble plain battle. They were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. As such, the strategy they had planned was to assemble their experts into 4 major camps and rush into enemies' encampment, breaking the ranks of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. As long as the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army was scattered, they would have a fighting chance. This battle was meant to be a decisive one from the start. They had resolved to do so. The 4 camps from the Barren State sped up at the same time as an unbearable frost aura permeated the air, freezing the entire area. The experts from the Ice Temple had cast their spells. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty army's explosive power tore through the freezing force. But what awaited them next were waves of powerful arrows that shot towards them. Humph! Zhou, you let out a cold sneer. These people were trying to throw their battle matrices into disorder. Golden Phoenix battle matrix. Zhou, you said coldly. As his voice landed, countless people's strength flowed into the skies. A huge golden phoenix appeared in the air with terrifying flame power and defensive power. It expelled the frost and shielded the arrows that were flying towards them. Thump, thump. Yuan Zhan stepped across the air. The Barren States army started their charge forward, casting spells at a rapid rate. At the same time, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army also constantly cast spells, sending mountains towards the Barren States army, attempting to crush them. It was a sight to behold. Crash! At the front, Yuan Zhan's body was extremely resilient. Many experts had transferred their strength onto his body, and the polearm of divine destruction had transformed into a 100-meter-long polearm and had unparalleled strength. The 9 heavenly attacks erupted, and they could only see a rod smashing down from the air. Kill! Zhou Yu let out a furious roar and controlled the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, sending the terrifying Golden Phoenix towards Yuan Zhan. The polearm clashed with the giant phoenix, and the Golden Phoenix was knocked back, while Yuan Zhan also felt as though the polearm of divine destruction had struck on an invincible defense. Send out the demonic beast army. In the air, Zhou Mian said coldly. As his voice landed, while demonic beasts appeared above the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. They were all demonic beasts in the noble plain and did not use any battle matrices and rushed forward, ramming into everything in their way. The people from the barren state wanted to scatter their formation, but they had the same thoughts as well. Zhou Mian was the commander for the battle, and he could see the Holy Ji Palace's intentions in one look. War was different from the usual sparring. Strategies were required during war, even if they had multiple times of the other party's numbers. Once their army was scattered, they would be massacred by the other party's battle matrix. Left and right battle matrix, charge. The sword demon's tone was solemn as he commanded. The Golden Phoenix Army's experts were all on the same level and should be one of the strongest forces in the great Zhou sacred dynasty, so there was no need for a direct confrontation. Attempting to defeat the Golden Phoenix Army was too difficult, and they would definitely lose in a drawn-out fight. Lien Yuqing's expression was serious. At that moment, he was playing the guqin with both hands and strumming the guqin strings with all his fingers. The experts around him had all released their spiritual energy and assimilated into the guqin melody. Suddenly, many different spiritual energies merged with the guqin and became even stronger, causing Lien Yuqing to be under immense pressure. At that moment, he felt people establishing a connection with him through the guqin melody and achieving resonance. I can do it. Lien Yuqing's gaze became extremely sharp as he thought to himself. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the melody. The melody was loud and sonorous. It was one of the guqin devil's famous pieces, the Hai Song. It could merge the spiritual energies of the cultivators in the surroundings, causing them to become one. At that moment, the guqin melody was rushing into Yi Xiaoshi's brain, causing Yi Xiaoshi's spiritual energy to become extraordinarily terrifying. Godly creation of all things. Yi Xiaoshi's gaze was sharp as a giant ancient god appeared in front of him and grew continually. The overwhelming spiritual energy rushed into Yi Xiaoshi's brain and then flowed onto the golden ancient god, causing him to become bigger. It actually grew to 100 zhang, and it seemed as though it could trample the earth beneath its foot. Grow, grow, grow. Yi Xiaoshi continued saying. He had already closed his eyes and was showering in the endless rays. The guqin melody combined more experts' spiritual energy with his, causing him to withstand a dreadful burden. However, he continued persevering as he was one of the few elites among the noble plain battle. If Yi Futian had known there was going to be a sacred war back then, he would not have let Yu Sheng and the rest break through to the sage plain. Disrupt him. Zhou Mian said coldly. The power that Yi Xiaoshi was storing had become far too strong. As Zhou Mian's voice landed, a giant golden phoenix wing slashed towards the ancient god's arm with the destructive power of lightning. It engulfed the air above ancient god, and huge ancient mountains landed from the air, crushing towards the ancient god. The ancient god that had been created by the godly creation of all things seemed to have been created out of pure gold. The golden wing was unable to slash through it, and as for the lightning striking their direction, many experts stepped in to defend against it. However, under the destructive lightning, some people were killed. However, the giant ancient god erupted with unparalleled strength. It stepped forward, across the air, and struck down with both arms. Instantly, its arms transformed into 2 ancient divine trees, golden vines engulfing the people below. The golden vines were as sharp as razor blades, while at the same time, the ancient god's feet trampled on the golden phoenix. On the right, Zue Qianqiu led the swordsmanship battle matrix into offense headed for the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. Kill! A giant blade hovered in the air and slashed down. The noble plane was in full-blown mode now. Chapter 8:26. Yi Futian looked at the battleground in front of him. The palace's disciples had went all out to disrupt the enemy's formation. Yi Futian looked at the battleground in front of him. The palace's disciples had went all out to disrupt the enemy's formation. They were all very clear of the Holy Ji Palace's strengths and weaknesses. If they fought separately, they would be defeated without a doubt. The enemy had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers and experts, while they had the home ground advantage. This was their territory, and the palace's disciples had no way out. All the experts who had gathered here had cultivated in the battle matrix with a firm will. However, it was different for the enemy. Although the great Zhou sacred dynasty had absolute control over the factions in their territory, the factions under them were unwilling to fight to the death for them. They were only following orders. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's strongest forces was still the Golden Phoenix army. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's army was more scattered and was not as united as them. As such, he believed that the moment they posed a threat to the enemy, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's morale would fall and be unwilling to continue the battle. That was why, from the start of the war, the sword demon and sage Wanxiang had commanded the 4 battle matrices to launch their strongest assault. In this battle, they had no way out. They needed to crush the enemy's morale in one fell swoop. When the great Zhou sacred dynasty arrived, they had felt that they would definitely crush the Holy Ji Palace and level it to the ground. The first thing they needed to do was to crush that confidence and stir fear in the hearts of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's factions. Nobody could be fearless in the face of a war and in the face of death. He was the same as well. Yuan Zhan's roar sounded out, and he gathered the power of the battle matrix in his body, and he seemed to have went into a rampage. His body had grown to its limit. When he struck out with the 9 heavenly strikes, the experts behind him all fired their spells to increase his speed, offense and defense, alongside gathering the speed of power accumulation. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard as the Golden Phoenix, created by the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, was shattered under the demon ape's polearm shadow. The rampaging Yuan Zhan was like a god, trampling down from the heavens. All of them followed him and rushed into the heart of the Golden Phoenix army. Adjust the matrix and kill him. Zhou Yu's tone was cold as he said. He had lost all face on the 9 State Forum, and now Yuan Zhan dared to show off in front of him. The Golden Phoenix army spread out and surrounded Yuan Zhan and the rest. Golden Phoenixes slashed towards them with their deadly claws, and in an instant, many people were cut and blood started spurting. At the same time, Yuan Zhan swung his polearm, and following multiple explosions, many noble plane cultivators formed the Golden Phoenix army exploded and died in a horrific fashion. Yi Xiaoshi's battle matrix also rushed forward into the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army without hesitation, even at the expense of being trapped. It was do or die. At the back, many 9-man matrices started to move. They started to scatter at a rapid pace with wind spells surrounding their bodies, increasing their speed. In an instant, they moved to different directions, like after images. With a flash of their blade, blood was drawn. The objective of the matrix at the back was to kill. In the air, Zhou Mian looked at the battlefield with a cold gaze and said, "You dare to surround my great Zhou's army with a numbers disadvantage. How reckless! Yi Futian, you are looking down on the palace's disciples' lives." His voice was thunderous as it traveled across the air. The people around Yi Futian stared daggers at Zhou Mian. In reality, this type of strategy was extremely strong. Zhou Mian could naturally see that as well, but he was attempting to affect their morale and cause their wills to waver. Once the disciples in the battle matrices wavered and doubted Yi Futian, there would be no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Yi Futian's gaze swept across Zhou Mian. Then he stepped forward and sat cross-legged in the air. A beam of light shone as the Guqin spirit appeared in front of him. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield. Many of the palace's disciples had died in battle. Moreover, this was just the start. There would be more casualties in this war. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the Guqin spirit and started to strum the Guqin strings. The Guqin melody was loud and clear and had an extremely strong penetrating force. As the notes bounced in the area, the Guqin melody permeated the battlefield and sounded in everybody's ears. In this period of time, he had also broken through his cultivation level. During the expedition to the Nether Sword Mound, he had already stepped into the second level of the Sage Plane, and his mastery in the Guqin had increased. The Guqin tune instantly sent the listeners into an illusion. On a bleak battlefield, a general led his troops into a battle where they barely survived. In the illusion, the setting sun was like blood. The soldiers fought for their lives, valiantly killing the enemies. All of them had the same conviction. The tune, Decree of the General, had been taught to Yi Futian by Elder Qin. Now, Yi Futian had improved on it and strengthened the illusion. The Guqin melody had the power to enter one's heart. Yi Futian did not use any Guqin spells and was only using the Guqin melody, so it could not be considered participating in the battle. Even so, his Guqin melody could make others resonate with him. At that moment, the palace's disciples could feel Yi Futian's conviction. It was the same as theirs, unafraid of death. Just like he had previously said, if the palace existed, he would. If the palace collapsed, he would die. At that moment, in the Holy Ji Palace, Hua Fenglu stood in one of the palaces. The Guqin melody sounded from afar into his ears. He knew it was his disciple playing the Guqin. The decree of the general seemed to paint an imposing scene before his eyes. He believed that they would definitely win this battle. Affected by the Guqin melody, the Holy Ji Palace's disciples fought even more valiantly, especially Yuanzhan. He took the lead and annihilated everyone in his way. There were already over 100 nobles from the Golden Phoenix army who had died under his polearm. His rampaging golden body seemed to be dripping with golden blood under the light. Yuanzhan's frenzy also infected the others. There was much to fear in the face of death, but there was also courage and determination. With another deafening sound, many experts from the Golden Phoenix army were eliminated by another swing of his polearm, and the battle matrix nearly fell apart. In the air, Zhou Mian and the others had grim expressions. As compared to the Barren State disciples' bravery, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's factions had way worse performance. There were even people who intentionally hid behind the crowd and did not dare to battle. Evidently, they were afraid. Zhou Mian and many other experts looked towards Yi Futian. They had not expected Yi Futian's mastery in the Guqin to be this strong. Even a normal Guqin tune could penetrate the hearts of others and influence them. Uncle, if this continues, the battle matrices will be destroyed. At that moment, a person beside Zhou Mian said in a small voice. His name was Zhou Huang, and he was also an expert on the sage and saint ranking. He was the great Zhou Sacred King's eldest son and was very strong. In this battle, the great Zhou Sacred King's younger brother Zhou Mian was the commander while he was the vice commander. We need to interrupt his Guqin tune. Zhou Huang looked at Yi Futian as he thought of methods to assassinate Yi Futian. If they killed Yi Futian, the war would come to an end as the Barren State would have no leader. However, there were tons of experts near Yi Futian. It was not an easy task to assassinate him. Yes, Zhou Mian nodded and said, feint an attack on him. Understood. Zhou Huang nodded, then turned around. He motioned with his hand, and immediately a group of Sage Plain cultivators from the Golden Phoenix army stepped forward and stared at Yi Futian coldly. At the same time, wind rule power flowed around a few of the experts. A golden phoenix was created and flew towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Behind Yi Futian, Yuan Hong stepped forward. His golden body was gargantuan as he punched the oncoming golden phoenix, shattering it. However, the golden phoenix army moved towards Yi Futian. Yuan Hong looked at Yi Futian. It seemed the other party wanted to launch an assault. Yi Futian did not stop. He did not even bother looking at them and continued playing the guqin, his gaze looking at the battlefield below. In the battle of the two armies, the majority of the Barren State's disciples had rushed into the other army and were surrounded. The group of people from the fourth battle matrix were on the outside killing people. Among this group, there were experts from the Tingxua House and Fire Emperor Palace. The strongest person among them was Li Futu. Seeing many people die, Yi Futian felt pain in his heart too. These people were not fighting for themselves, but for him, for the palace, for the Barren State. The guqin melody changed abruptly. The solemn illusion suddenly vanished as the guqin melody became resounding, magnificent and ambitious, as though attempting to tower over the skies. Another image appeared in many people's heads. The general who had fought hard led his soldiers who had fought alongside him and stormed the castle, pointing his blade at the emperor. Yi Futian had used his guqin to paint an image. The great Zhou sacred king, who was playing chess, suddenly looked down at Yi Futian. A chilly killing intent flashed across his eyes. Was the blade meant to be pointed at him? In this sacred war, if the palace is not destroyed, I promise all of you that in the future, I will lead everyone who has participated in the war to the great Zhou sacred dynasty and level all their imperial palaces to the ground. Yi Futian's voice sounded throughout the area and echoed in the battlefield. The guqin melody finally stopped, but the notes seemed to still resound in everybody's heads. What impudence! The great Zhou sacred king humphed, and his voice also traveled across and sounded throughout the area. The chess saint also said that as well. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the great Zhou sacred king, who was in the air, then continued. After that he died. The great Zhou sacred king lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian. His pair of golden eyes stared at Yi Futian with a terrifying killing intent. If not for Emperor Xiao's rules, he would immediately crush Yi Futian under his palm. How dare a person who just entered the sage plane speak to him like this? Roar. The roar of a demon ape dragged Yi Futian's gaze back to the battlefield. Yuan Zhan's body had been impaled by an extremely sharp golden phoenix spear, but he had also swept out with his polearm, smashing the golden phoenix battle matrix. Zhou Yu's body was struck back and he vomited blood. Yuan Zhan's left hand grabbed the golden flaming spear and pulled it out of his body. Blood flowed from his body, but he paid it no heed and roared, "Kill! Kill, kill, kill!" The shouts echoed throughout the heavens. What courage, what unyielding tenacity! Chapter 8:27. The battle continued to erupt, and people were dying at every moment. The battle continued to erupt, and people were dying at every moment. There were people who were torn apart by spells or sword chi, left without a complete body. There were people whose body fell to the ground. Looking down from the air, one could see many corpses lying there, painting the entire floor red. The battle matrix has been breached! The experts in the air looked down and exclaimed. The Golden Phoenix battle matrix had been destroyed, and the Golden Phoenix army was scattered. However, the other faction's experts continued to rush towards Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, and Zui Qianqiu. Everyone could tell that the three of them were in charge of the matrices, gathering the power of the matrix and using rule power to fire their strongest attacks. Lian Yuqing was also a priority target of the Great Zhou's army. His guqin melody allowed Yi Shaoshi to expend his spiritual energy without regard, creating the ancient god which rampaged in the crowd, causing numerous deaths. Yi Futian looked down from the air. From his location, he could see that the experts from the Barren State's 3 battle matrices were surrounded by a sea of people. They were surrounded by people from all directions who were attempting to surround and kill them. At the same time, they had sent out many people to deal with those on the outside. At that moment, the great Zhou sacred king, who was playing chess in the air, looked down emotionlessly at the ground. He appeared to be unfazed by such a tragic battle. As the great Zhou's king, he had weathered many storms to reach where he was today. He had countless lives under his belt. The war on the divine path alone had caused many elite sage plane cultivators to die. How could he be wavered by the death of noble plane cultivators? Acting on impulse, how heroic of you to kill someone in front of me. The great Zhou sacred king looked callously at Yi Futian and said, "They all died because of you. As the palace's leader, now the palace is going to be ruined because of you." Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the great Zhou sacred king, then at the corpses. Did they die because of him? At that moment, he recalled the scene in Tombkeeper Village. Yaya's parents died in front of him because of the great Zhou sacred king's orders. They were only ordinary people. Even the scene in front of them right now would not move the great Zhou sacred king, not to mention the lives of ordinary people. In his eyes, they were only ants. The great Zhou sacred king did not even care about the few people that he killed. The only thing that the king cared about was that someone dared to kill his men in front of him. A younger generation sage, plain cultivator, had no right to oppose him, even if he was the Barren State's palace lord. At that moment, he thought of many things. He remembered when he took over as the palace lord and the Barren State all came to congratulate him. He remembered stepping foot into the nether sword mound at the risk of his life. The ominous premonition in the prophecy did not only refer to what happened in the nether sword mound, but also the danger lurking outside. At that moment, Gudonglu walked to Yi Futian's side and raised his head to look at the great Zhou sacred king. The great Zhou sacred king was attempting to shake Yi Futian's mental state with just words. He naturally understood that the death of the palace's disciples had a huge impact on Yi Futian. After all this started because of him. As we live, there are some beliefs that we have to stand by. If we can stand by indifferently while the people around us are killed with cowardice and forbearance, one day, when the palace's disciples are bullied or killed by the outside world, we will have the same cowardice. If our blood no longer boils, what is the purpose of being the palace lord? What is the purpose of cultivation? What is the purpose of living? Gudonglu retorted. He had witnessed all of the choices that Yi Futian had made. He felt that they were not wrong. If the palace wants to rise up, even if there is no sacred war today, it will definitely happen in the future, Sage Wanqiang added. The Barren State was a region marginalized by the 9 states and was nearly removed from the 9 states. Moreover, it had offended the Jishen Cliffs. If the Barren State wanted to rise up and become strong, there were some things that were unavoidable. Yi Futian had only caused all this to happen earlier. Moreover, Yi Futian had brought a saint to the Barren State and ended the Barren State's saintless era. Yi Futian continued looking at the great Zhou sacred king and replied, "That day in the Nether Sword Mound, the chess saint asked me to decide between the sword matrix of the Void and Tombkeeper Village or him. I chose the belief that I have always stood by." Yi Futian's expression was determined as he stared into the air and continued, "In your eyes, the lives of the masses are like mere ants. However, in my eyes, Yaya's parents are no different from the great Zhou sacred king. The palace's disciples are the same. Since I have taken on the role of the palace lord, I will do my best to defend the palace. As for the deaths of the palace's disciples, the blood that they have spilled will be honored by the blood of the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty." As he said that, he looked towards the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army and said in a loud voice, "All those from the great Zhou sacred dynasty who have participated in the war, I will remember you all." Even if these people could not kill him today, in the future, the god of death would descend upon them one day. "Palace's disciples, hear my order." Yi Futian's voice resounded throughout the heavens. Immediately, many experts from the Barren State looked solemnly at Yi Futian. "Form the heavenly battle matrix," Yi Futian said. "Acknowledged." The replies resounded throughout the heavens as well. As their voices landed, the experts stepped forward. The person at the forefront was Yi Futian's teacher, Sage Dojan. He had personally stepped on the battlefield. Apart from Sage Dojan, Yuan Zhan, and Sage Jingang from the Barren Sky ranking were also there. 36 extremely strong cultivators gathered together, and the martial arts aura on their bodies flowed in the area, creating a resonance. In an instant, a brilliant light was emitted. Sage Dojan stood at the front of all of them, his Dojan body in full force. A 100 zhang high figure appeared in the area, standing tall like a war god. Rays of light shot through the war god's body, and instantly, eye-catching rays of light shot out from the 100 zhang figure, and it erupted with unparalleled force. Behind them, there were many other martial arts cultivators who had formed the heavenly battle matrix with 36 people. The 4 commanders hear my order. Set up the matrix, Zhou Mian commanded with a clear voice. Immediately, 4 experts stepped out from the crowd. Among the 4 of them, one was an elderly person, while the other 3 were middle-aged, but all 4 of them had dignified auras. Apart from the Golden Phoenix Army, the great Zhou sacred dynasty also had 4 extremely strong armies. They were stationed in the 4 directions of a sacred dynasty to deter the clans and sections. After all, these matters were too trivial for the sacred king to bother doing. The 4 commanders were elite figures in the Sage Plain. The elderly commander's name was Nye Gai, and he had been conferred the title of King Nye. He was also an expert on the Sage ranking. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's 4 experts on the Sage ranking were the Golden Phoenix Army's commander Zhou Mian, the vice commander Zhou Huang, and King Nye. These 3 people were from the sovereignty and served the sacred dynasty. The last expert was the great Zhou sacred dynasty's number 1 clan, the Infinite Palace's palace lord. The 4 commanders led their army into formation. Zhou Mian looked at the Infinite Palace lord and asked, "This person excels in his physique. The Infinite Palace lord's infinite body is unparalleled in the Eastern state. Are you willing to battle him?" "Sure." The Infinite Palace lord nodded and accepted the request. In an instant, he led the Infinite Palace's experts forward into formation. Zhou Mian then looked at the other factions from the Eastern State and said, "The rest of you are in charge of surrounding the people from the Barren State. Don't let a single person escape." The Sacred King had personally given the order to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace and raze it to the ground. The different factions all acknowledged the command. No matter how strong Yi Futian's conviction and determination were, he could not overcome the difference in strength. At least for now, there was still a huge disparity between the Barren State and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The royal army that had come today was not the entirety of their strength. There were still experts staying back to keep guard. Even so, it was not something the Holy Ji Palace could contend against. "Sword Matrix gather," Yi Futian continued. As his voice landed, the sword demon stopped commanding the noble plain battle and personally stepped into the battlefield alongside Su Shang, forming the matrix with the 9 strongest swordsmen. At the same time, the sword saint stood on the right flank of the army. He held his demonic blade in his hand, and a terrifying aura emanated from the blade. Soon, his entire body had almost been demonized and devoured by demonic will. His entire body looked like it was covered by a demonic armor. In an instant, the Barren State's army had been surrounded. The heavenly battle matrix was in the front, the sword matrix on the left, the sword saint on the right. Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi were at the back. The ice temple and Yi Futian were in the same location. The formation had Yi Futian at the center. At that moment, in front of Yi Futian, the heavenly battle matrix had already been formed. The 100 zhang figure stood tall in the area. With a furious roar from Sage Dojan, the figure punched out with tens of millions of auroras from its fists, firing across the air towards the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. However, in front of him, another gargantuan figure appeared. The Infinite Palace's experts had gathered together to form the Infinite Matrix. The Infinite Palace Lord stood at the front of the matrix, revolving his hands. Instantly, countless arms appeared on the giant figure. The countless hands revolved at the same time, like a 1,000-hand Buddha. A giant, infinite diagram appeared behind him and floated in the air. When the aurora from the fists landed on the diagram, they were all blocked. Infinite body. Futian looked at the other party and guessed his identity. He had some understanding of the 9-state sage and saint ranking. He knew the names of the experts on the ranking. The person before them should be the 64th ranked on the 9-state sage ranking, Sage Wuliang. Bang! The 100-jong body stepped through the air and the ground underneath it trembled. The nobles battling on the ground felt their bodies shaking unstably. Zhou Mian immediately gave the order, Noble Plain Army, retreat. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army had its formation scattered. Although they had surrounded the enemy, they did not obtain a huge advantage, and the casualties on both sides were high. Now that the Sage Plain battle had begun, the army on the ground would be implicated as well. If they could not obtain a decisive victory, it was better to end the Noble Plains battle. Since Futian was rushing to start the war, they would wait until after the Sage Plain battle to kill off the nobles. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army retreated while fighting. The Barren State's disciples continued to chase them down frantically, but they heard Futian say, "On my order, the Barren State's Noble Plain disciples retreat." It was not easy to force the enemy to retreat. He did not want any more of the Barren State's disciples to die. After Futian's order, even the rampaging Yuan Zhan broke out of his frenzy and retreated while battling. Soon, the two armies had separated and created some distance. They continually retreated and gave up the space on the battlefield. Chapter 8:28. The Heavenly Battle Matrix and the Infinite Battle Matrix appeared at the forefront of the war zone, facing each other. The two immensely gigantic bodies stood between heaven and earth, and their sense of power and authority was suffocating. The Heavenly Battle Matrix and the Infinite Battle Matrix appeared at the forefront of the war zone, facing each other. The two immensely gigantic bodies stood between heaven and earth, and their sense of power and authority was suffocating. Someone of the barren sky, ranking Sage Wuliang, glanced at the other. He also knew something of the Barren State and knew of Sage Dozhan. But just how could the Barren Sky ranking compare to the Sage ranking of the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states? Even if his ranking was only 64 on the Sage ranking, his strength was still not something that could be overcome by people of the Barren Sky ranking. The battle form before him, was it the Dozhan body? Then let it be known by all exactly what his battle form was. Sage Wuliang's body was full of glory, and his body became more massive. The Infinite Palace was the premier force of principality within the jurisdiction of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the Eastern State. Even the royal family of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had to afford them respect. If it was not because the great Zhou Sacred King had launched the Sacred War, it was impossible to get him involved. Infinite, by definition, means endless, limitless. Sage Wuliang stared at his opponent and said, "Within the Infinite Matrix, all the chi of the Infinite Palace's cultivators flowed into his battle form, and suddenly the infinite body expanded madly, soon greatly surpassing the height of the Dozhan body, as if it were a god overlooking a mortal. The rule power that Sage Wuliang cultivated and comprehended was the infinite rule. Zhou Mian surveyed the battlefield coldly. Their army of sages from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, compared to the army of nobles, were much stronger because they were the true elite of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Infinite sword. Sage Wuliang surveyed the cultivators of the Barren State below from within the battle form. His battle form was comparable to thousands of people. It was truly a horror. One blow from him could cover the entire army of the Barren State. This was the horror of these figures who were at the pinnacle of their plane. Therefore, the higher the plane, the greater the difference in power. Once entering the Saint Plain, one stood above all the 9 states, and the sovereign Ren Huang, who had established the orthodoxy of the 9 states, was even more legendary. One word from him was equivalent to the will of heaven and its destiny. Even saints dared not disobey. As the voice of sage Wuliang faded, the infinite sword appeared in front of the infinite body. It rotated in front of the body as if to spin out a sword diagram, with swords constantly manifesting, covering both the sky and the entire army of the barren state. All nobles returned to the palace, Yi Futian immediately ordered, and at once everyone from the noble plain evacuated. The scope of this kind of attack was terrifying. When they looked up at the sky, they couldn't help but tremble. "The great heavenly battle matrix!" Yi Futian commanded, and suddenly with Sage Dojan at the center, all 36 great heavenly battle matrices combined into one. A superior battle matrix of 1296 people manifested, still with Sage Dojan at the center. An even more terrible atmosphere arose. The Dojan body was also expanding, growing larger, and turning into the god of war. The 36 heavenly battle matrices had gathered the strongest cultivators, those who made up the strongest martial forces of the barren state army. Smite. Sage Wuliang's finger pressed down, and suddenly the infinite sword above the sky was falling down. Each sword now turned gigantic and pierced downwards, as if to destroy everything in the world below. Sage Dojan let out a scream, and his huge, boundless battle form stepped into the void with its enormous body and 2 fists bursting into the air. In an instant, the battle form turned into some endless shadow with fists of unimaginable speed, punching so quickly that there were only faded shadows of a golden afterimage. For just a brief moment, a huge, boundless golden fist above the sky ran through the void, rushing toward the giant swords that were falling down. The swords above the sky suddenly burst and were destroyed, and by its own power, the fist was able to block the endless, gigantic swords. Just then, a brilliant, dazzling ray appeared, and upon the fist of the Dojan body appeared a dazzling, golden glove. When the glove covered its fist, an invisible radiance began to flow, covering the arm and the body of the battle form with all the endless power between heaven and earth. All of it flowed into the glove. An unparalleled battle will appeared, as if it could break open the sky. This was a sacred implement that was passed down from the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. It was used by the palace Lord Battle Sage of the Battle Sage Palace, and had been incorporated into the fist will of Battle Sage, the predecessor of Holy Ji Palace. Boom! Sage Dojan stepped into the void, and rays of light pierced his chest, abdomen, and arms. He drew back his right arm, the enormous, incomparable battle form resembling a tightly wound string that could be set off at the slightest touch. The glove seemed to be alight with the endless, limitless power and battle will integrated into it, with rays of golden brilliance that penetrated the void. At this moment, even Sage Wuliang expressed a grave look, as if he had also felt the terrible power that it held within. He took out the infinite ruler, which suddenly began to increase and augment at a maddening rate. This infinite ruler had exhausted the energy of generations of the infinite palace's ancestors and was a divine implement. The impact of the ruler was capable of crushing anything in the world. Bang! A strained noise came from the earth, and the hearts of many trembled fiercely. The right arm of the Dojan body stretched forward with its fist aimed straight out. This time there was only one punch, but as this punch blasted outward, there was a golden beam of light running through the void between heaven and earth. At the forefront of the beam was the fist, which contained the power of the great path and destroyed everything before it. The infinite ruler was becoming greater and greater, and Sage Wuliang struck downwards with it, aiming directly at the fist. The infinite ruler and the fist collided midair, and a dazzling ray of light exploded. The fist continued to push against the ruler, moving forward and emitting light that painfully stung the eyes of those who beheld it. Boom! With a shockingly loud bang, the fist fragmented, becoming smaller but failing to collapse completely. It changed direction, blasting towards other places in the direction of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Legion, the seat of a great sector. "Watch out!" A loud cry came forth, but many did not have time to respond at all before they saw the fist smashing into the crowd and pulverizing anything in its path. The fist's momentum carried it forward, not stopping until it had gone through the bodies of about 100 people. The 100 or so people who were hit were either pulverized into dust or had their bodies pierced through. All were annihilated on the spot. Only a few sages at the very front responded in time to avoid this blow, but their hearts skipped a beat. Such an attack was too powerful, and those from the sage plane would have died just by its touch. Sage Wuliang looked displeased, as his infinite ruler had not smashed the other's attack, causing many people to be killed. The incredibly immense infinite body suddenly moved at this moment. With the infinite ruler in hand, it began walking toward the Dozhan body. He raised the infinite ruler, which grew ever larger, and a tremendous destructive rule power burst from within it. Then the infinite ruler crashed from the sky and slammed into the Barren State army, as if to smash the entire Barren State army under the infinite ruler. The Dozhan body rocketed toward the sky, the boundless body raising both fists and intercepting the crushing infinite ruler without any hesitation. The battle sage gloves collided with the infinite ruler. An indescribable, horrific power erupted from the collision of the ruler and the gloves, rushing to impact both the infinite body and the Dozhan body as the power of the Great Path rule power swept over everyone who was in the battle matrix. Suddenly, many people spat out blood. Many of the strongest cultivators in the heavenly war felt their innards shatter. They died with screams still on their lips. Similarly, many cultivators from the Infinite Palace were crushed by the power and died. The battle matrix was one, with everyone's power linked to become a greater whole. If the attack was too strong, it would flow into everyone in the battle matrix. "Sword matrix, smite!" Yi Futian saw what was in front of him and commanded indifferently. Suddenly, above the firmament, the sword demon, Su Shang and the others turned into streams of light before disappearing from where they had stood. With impossible speed, they rushed directly toward the infinite body. The 9 people had integrated into one, turning into a circular sword matrix with one at each of the 8 directions and one operating the matrix in the middle. The person who manned the matrix at the center caused a sword diagram to appear between heaven and the earth, with each position in the sword diagram containing a sword. In the center was the divine sword. At this moment, the person holding the divine sword in the middle and controlling the battle matrix was Su Shang. "Intercept him!" Zhou Mian commanded emotionlessly. Suddenly, all 4 commanders attacked simultaneously. Some commanders reached into the void, and a horrible force immediately descended from the air to envelop the space. But at this moment, the divine sword within the sword matrix exploded with a great brilliance that penetrated all the rule powers and traveled through the void at a tremendous speed. It did not collide with the infinite body, but instead snaked behind it. Su Shang was expert of the slaughter sword way, and his speed was naturally unparalleled. At the moment, he manned the sword matrix, and the sword matrix exuded his expertise. The cultivators of the Infinite Palace were still gathering the battle matrix, and suddenly the massive sword will exploded from the sword diagram in the void, plunging downwards. The countenance of Sage Wuliang changed slightly, and he retracted his arms, wanting to direct the infinite ruler backward. But Sage Dozhan did not give him the chance. Both of his legs burst with incomparable brilliance before stepping into the void. The Dozhan body charged towards its opponent, both fists brimming with great force that shook the heaven and earth. Sage Wuliang did not have the time to react and was forced to blast out the infinite ruler once more. At almost the same time, many strong cultivators of the Infinite Palace were stabbed and killed by the sword, and the power of the infinite body seemed to diminish. When the fists blasted out once again, the infinite body rocked a little, and many cultivators from the infinite palace spat up blood and died. Zhou Mian looked cold and indifferent. He spat his words in a cold voice. Zhou Huang, a cultivator of the sage and saint ranking and the eldest son of great Zhou sacred king, charged forward, and a golden phoenix army slashed through the void while an immense golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. The golden phoenix sword pierced through the expanse to attack, hiding an incomparably savage attack power. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had a real golden phoenix sword, cast by the ancestors of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and formed by infusing the blood of the sacred beasts. When the golden phoenix sword stabbed out, it seemed that there was a real sacred beast of golden phoenixes attacking them. Su Shang attacked with the divine sword in hand, and as the two swords collided, a storm swept out. Su Shang and others retreated, instantly then separated. By their numbers, the Barren State army was at a disadvantage, so their purpose was not a frontal attack, but rather a surprise attack aimed to weaken the force of the opponent. It's death you are seeking. Zhou Mian glanced in the direction of Yi Futian, the sword matrix taking the initiative to attack. There appeared to be an unguarded position on the left of Yi Futian. He immediately ordered, "Take down Yi Futian." Without him pointing it out, the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty had also discovered the spot, and strong cultivators were already advancing towards Yi Futian. Chapter 8:29. Pang Mu, commander of the Xuanwu army from the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the peak figure of the sage plain, was held in high regard within the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Pang Mu, commander of the Xuanwu army from the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the peak figure of the sage plain, was held in high regard within the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Currently, the force attacking Yi Futian and his party was the Xuanwu army, led by Pang Mu. Although Pang Mu was extremely powerful, he was not impulsive, so he did not attack alone. Yi Futian was the leader of the Holy Ji Palace, so naturally there were many powerful cultivators protecting him from an ambush. The Xuanwu matrix gathered and condensed, and a great Xuanwu beast came down towards Yi Futian from the sky. An incredibly heavy force came toward them, and, at the same time, an endless iciness seemed to cover the skies with heavy frost. Behind Yi Futian stood many cultivators of the Ice Temple, including the Lord of the Temple, Yun Shang. In her hand, Yun Shang held an ice scepter, which emitted a surprising chill. She lifted the scepter, and suddenly, all the spirit will of the cultivators of the Ice Temple poured into it. At that instant, a frosty storm enveloped the endless battlefield. Even Sage Dozhan and Sage Wuliang, who were deep in battle, felt the chill that swept over them. It was an incoming snowstorm. Ice eternity. Yun Shang spat. The rate at which space-time flowed in that space seemed to slow down until reaching a near standstill, so that everything was encased in freezing ice. Those of the low plains only felt that they had fallen into endless frigidity, but the great Xuanwu beast had also started to move more slowly. In this world of ice, terrible icy thorns sprouted forth and pierced towards the crowd of people within the Xuanwu matrix. Pang Mu felt the extreme chill, but his countenance was indifferent. Even if the flow of time and space had slowed down, it could not affect him at all. Was that instrument a divine implement? Even though he was one of the 4 commanders of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he did not have a divine implement. The infinite palace was the inheritance of the ancestors. The golden phoenix sword of Zhou Huang was a thing of the sacred dynasty. Although he was strong, Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang were 2 sovereigns before him, and Niegai was a superior cultivator of the sage ranking. As such, it would never be his turn to receive a divine implement. But in this war, the Barren State seemed to possess many divine implements. If he could take them, they would be his. Moreover, he cultivated in water abilities, so this scepter would be greatly suited for him. Break. The power of a horrible great path rule was released, and a terrible rule power circulating within the Xuanwu battle matrix. for limbs and a long tail began to move, and the frozen void constantly showed cracks, slowly collapsing little by little. The mighty ice storm still affected this space, and the power of the sorcery that erupted from the divine implement was not so easy to eliminate. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the immense body of the great Xuanwu beast moved downward, pressing against Yi Futian. At this moment, the space in which Yi Futian was located seemed to be independent of the world, so that the ice storm would not attack him. He sat cross-legged while the Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, playing in the void. At the same time, from Hua Jiu's body behind him, there exploded an incredibly strong force. Her long hair danced wildly and frantically. Her eyes were beautiful and bewitching, and within them there was a tremendous telekinetic storm, barely contained. Her spirit melded into one with Yi Futian and further integrated into the sound of Guqin, transforming into thousands of silky threads that began to shroud everyone in the space. Near Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were sorcerers. Even Sage Daozong from the palace was standing next to them, ready to contribute his spiritual energy. Thousands of radiant threads shone and bloomed, releasing from all of the cultivators and finally gathering upon Huajiu as if they were each integrated into that terrible storm of telekinesis. Huajiu's eyes became ever more bewitching, and the storm inside her body ever stronger. This storm of spiritual energy was shared by Yi Futian and Huajiu. The battle matrix in which they resided was manned by Yi Futian and Huajiu, both of whom belonged to the lower plane. Of course, the Huajiu of the moment was not of her own power, but one that relied upon the strength within her body, and thus, from a certain angle, her plane was not low at all. Only Yi Futian's plane was low. The sound of the music spread to heaven and the earth, and time and space seemed to have blended into one with the sound of Guqin. All the spiritual qi below the firmament aggregated towards the battle matrix, where they were crossing the power of the rules. With the help of that incomparable spiritual will, Yi Futian's melody radiated an incomparably vast landscape. He manifested a thought as if at this moment he was everywhere omnipotent. This was the feeling brought on by such immense power. Jiu, Yi Futian transmitted his voice. Hua Jiu whispered softly in reply, and the two synced their thoughts, understanding each other's wishes. Space freeze. All things were still at this moment, and above Yi Futian's head the spiritual qi stopped flowing. The great Xuanwu beast temporarily stopped its oppressive steps. Not only them, but even those in the distance felt the power of space freezing, as if everything was coming to a stop. At the same time, a long whip appeared in the hand of Hua Jiu, and from it exuded a terrible authority of the great path, as if it could make the soul tremble. It was one of the divine implements that had been passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, the god-beating whip. In this sacred war, its use belonged to Hua Jiu. She was a divine spiritual sorcerer, and with a divine spiritual sorcerer of the Saint Plane assisting her, the god-beating whip was undoubtedly the most suitable ritual implement for her. As Hua Jiu raised her head, a terrible rule power erupted, and in that instant she seemed to feel the spiritual will of the great Xuanwu beast, which was formed by the spiritual will of all the people in that army. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. Hua Jiu's expression was indifferent, and she simply lashed out the god-beating whip. This lash seemed to have cracked open the void and swept towards the great Xuanwu beast. Although Pang Mu was limited by the power of two-layered rules at the moment, he was still able to clearly perceive everything outside. When Hua Jiu cracked the whip at the Xuanwu battle matrix, he could feel the tremor of his own soul. Retreat. Pang Mu manifested a thought. As he had guessed, because Yi Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, it would be impossible for there to be no defensive power, but he hadn't expected the power here to be this strong. He wanted to retreat, but his speed was suppressed, and it was impossible to withdraw in time. The Xuanwu battle matrix changed. Suddenly, a boundless, giant Xuanwu turtle shell covered everyone. The most powerful aspect of the Xuanwu battle matrix was not its attack, but its defense. However, Huaji was cracking the god-beating whip. Whoosh! A crisp sound trembled between the heaven and earth, slapping onto the spiritual will that was gathered upon the great Xuanwu beast. The shadow of the great Xuanwu beast trembled, and many spiritual wills collapsed and were destroyed. In the battle matrix, many cultivators collapsed and separated from the matrix, falling below. Retreat! Zhou Mian also detected something was very wrong and immediately ordered Pang Mu to evacuate. However, the sound of the music was still as before, and the space where Pang Mu was located was shrouded by invisible rule power, as if it was frozen not only because of the rules released by Yi Futian, but also by the rule sorcery released by Yin Shang. The two powers worked together to constrain the Xuanwu battle matrix, and the god-beating whip once again swayed with incredible speed. Whoosh! It was only for a short time, but the whip in Hua Jiu's hand continued lashing out, and every lash of the whip made the great Xuanwu beast tremble. Cultivators continued to collapse and die because their spiritual will was being destroyed. They could not withstand such direct attacks against their spiritual energy. Niegai! Zhou Mian shouted and immediately commanded the other legions to support him. He instinctually realized that the Xuanwu matrix of Pang Mu was trapped by the power of the other party and being abused. Given time, Pang Mu would not be able to last. What kind of music is this? Many people in the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty felt its power. All things were restricted, the space frozen, and the sorcery was integrated into the music. And Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jiu, a delicate beauty who was not of this world. Why was she so frightening at this moment? The army of sorcerers from the barren state was not there to protect them, but with them as the center and the core of the matrix to explode with terrible power. The Yukio song. Far away from the battlefield, countless people stood in the void to watch the battling legions in the distance. Kong, Yao naturally recognized what song this was. In that battle long ago, Yi Futian had also performed the song, but its power was not as strong as it was today. This time he borrowed the spirit will of the cultivators of the barren state, merging into one, to play the Yukio song, fully allowing his rule power to bloom. Although the power of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was strong, it would not be an easy feat to take the barren state without shedding blood. The great Zhou sacred king must have been very angry at the moment. Niegai and the other two commanders also led armies to come to the rescue. Seeing their movements, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi, who were behind Yi Futian, also started to move, stepping into the void, prepared to stop the reinforcements from the other side. If they could destroy and pull apart the army within a short time, it would, no doubt, be the most ideal situation. Chapter 830. Zhou Mian still stood upon the high ground and observed the battlefield. When he saw Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi providing support to Yi Futian and intercepting the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he realized that they wanted to finish off the great army of great Zhou sacred dynasty in the shortest amount of time possible. Zhou Mian still stood upon the high ground and observed the battlefield. When he saw Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi providing support to Yi Futian and intercepting the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he realized that they wanted to finish off the great army of great Zhou sacred dynasty in the shortest amount of time possible. No one expected the battle matrix from Yi Futian to be this powerful. The control system rules sorcery exploded and put the Xuanwu army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty in danger. But to try demolishing the Xuanwu army when the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was at an advantage was a little too ambitious. Cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, hear ye this order. Obliterate Yi Futian and his cohort, Zhou Mian ordered. Suddenly, all the top clan principalities within the great Zhou sacred dynasty started moving towards Futian. In no time at all, the army pressed forward. The forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the sage army of the Holy Ji Palace now engaged in a full-blown war. The onlookers, who came with the armies to watch the battle from afar, felt their hearts beating. They were merely watching from the sidelines, but they were extremely nervous and clenched their fists. The Holy Ji Palace must win, someone whispered. This was the thought of many from the barren state. Although they did not have the ability to participate in the battle, the great Zhou sacred dynasty was ultimately an intruder. As cultivators of the barren state, their natural desire was for the barren state to emerge victorious. Furthermore, Yi Futian was now an iconic figure within the barren state. He had inherited lordship of the Holy Ji Palace while still in the noble plain, and all principalities within the barren state had unified their wills and submitted to him. Rumor had it that when Yi Futian held his wedding in the eastern barren territory and made the announcement that he would take over the position of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was congratulated by all the powerful figures of the barren state, who came and witnessed the birth of a legend. But even before that, Yi Futian had not disappointed the people of the barren state. In just 2 years, he led the people of the barren state to venture forth and take first place in the 9-state forum and had given the most dazzling performance there. He had even defeated a saint of legends, whose existence was looked upon by the world, and brought a cultivator of the Saint Plain to the barren state. All of this was a sign prophesizing the rise of a legend. As long as he was given time, the people of the barren state were willing to believe that on the bleak and impoverished soil of the barren state, there would rise a hero known throughout the 9 states. Perhaps not just one. It was precisely because of this that when the Holy Ji Palace faced this great adversity, and when the great Zhou sacred dynasty launched a sacred war, prolific figures of the land were willing to come and lend their support in the bloody battle. It was a belief. Now that they witnessed this battle, they were all moved deeply and hoped that the Holy Ji Palace could defeat the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It will, someone answered. The cultivators, led by Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain, led by Lu Zong, were somewhat dismissive. Indeed, the resilience of the barren state had surprised them, but the great Zhou sacred dynasty still retained an obvious advantage on the battlefield, with their great army pressing toward Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian were to demolish the Xuanwu army, he would still be at a disadvantage. What was more, at this time the Golden Phoenix army, led by Zhou Mian, had entered the scene. They did not attack Yi Futian to support the Xuanwu army, but instead moved in the direction of the heavenly battle matrix. If they wanted to make a move on the Xuanwu army, he would first destroy the tenacious heavenly army. At this moment, above the void, great Zhou sacred king and the old village chief were separated from the battlefield, playing chess quietly. Great Zhou sacred king dropped a chess piece. His style of chess was sharp and domineering, sweeping through the game with extremely strong posture, intent to take the pawn of the old village chief. Although I have never seen it, I am still in awe of the legendary sword saint of the void, who was called to be the first person under Empress Xia. Just exactly what was she like back in those days? Great Zhou sacred king asked nonchalantly while putting down a chess piece. However, since she has already died, as sword slave, shouldn't you be looking for the strongest successor to the master? There were many saints in the 9 states, as it was with the eastern state. You don't need to bother looking afar to select an heir. There are many within the generations of the 9 states for you to choose from, and a few others who can prove the divine path. If this is the case, then the chess saint should have been selected. After all, he was the first person in the 9 states matrix. The old village chief lightly put a chess piece to defuse the other's fierce offensive. He quietly said, "Unfortunately, the chess saint did not solve the secret of the sword matrix, but Yi Futian did, so this is the reason." It's an old story. Great Zhou sacred king smiled sarcastically. What can it prove? As one grows older, this is the story one likes. The old village chief smiled. I don't like it. Great Zhou Sacred King slammed down his chess piece and sounded extremely cross. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with me. The old village chief still looked calm, but both of them exuded traces of sacred authority that were extremely terrifying. Do you think I can't kill you? Great Zhou Sacred King looked up and stared at the other. Naturally, you can't. The old village chief looked up. Never mind if you are stronger than me. Even within the two great saint planes of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, if I want to leave, you cannot stop me. A strong spatial volatility permeated upon him. He was different from great Zhou Sacred King. He did not care about dignity and did not care about winning or losing. All he cared about was that what he wanted to accomplish was being manifested step by step. Old fool. Great Zhou Sacred King admonished. Then witness their total destruction. In the battlefield below, Zhou Mian led the Golden Phoenix army towards an attack in the direction of Sage Dojan. Sword Demon, who was currently engaged with Zhou Huang, swung out in a fierce blow. He wanted to stop Zhou Mian's attack toward Sage Dojan. Leave this to us. Don't forget your mission, Sage Dojan said clearly and loudly. The eyes of Sword Demon, Su Shang, and the others lit up. Sage Dojan wanted them to leave this battlefield. Before the Sacred War, they had already decided upon the tactics. And in this tactic, Sage Dojan and his team would be in the most dangerous position. It was possible they'd be sacrificed. The sword matrix, which was condensed by the swordsmen of the 9 Great Peaks, had its own mission. Go! Yuan Hong also shouted, and the countenance of Sword Demon suddenly became extremely determined. When they had reached this plane, their temperament became extremely resolute. Even when they knew that some decisions may lead to terrible conclusions, they would still stay the course. I'll man the matrix, a voice called out. It was one of the 9 people within the sword matrix, the peak swordsman from Tombkeeper Village, Qin Zhuang. His strength was definitely no less than Sword Demon or Su Shang, and was perhaps even stronger. Very well. Sword Demon and Su Shang knew Qin Zhuang's strength and vacated the main position of the battle matrix for Qin Zhuang. When Qin Zhuang stood in the middle with the divine sword in hand, the entire sword diagram changed and madly evolved. In an instant, a trace of the tremendously powerful space sword way undulated between heaven and earth. Zhou Huang held the golden phoenix sword and struck. A dazzling golden ray penetrated the void, aimed toward the center of the sword matrix. However, just at the moment the sword was about to descend, a blinding glare burst forth and the sword matrix suddenly disappeared. In another direction, the forces of the major clans besieged the army led by Yi Futian. But in one position there suddenly came an explosion of a terrifying atmosphere. "Watch out!" someone cried out, but there was no time to react. A space sword had pierced through everything, and where the blade of light had passed through, there was a great brilliance that threw many sages back. This time, the sword matrix that formed by the 9 had only one task: to slaughter and continuously diffuse the strength of the opponent, disintegrating their defense. The Golden Phoenix Army, led by Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang, was the most elite army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was impossible to destroy. If they got into a war of attrition, they would only impede their own progress with an unfavorable outcome. "Set up the matrix to intercept them!" Someone screamed loudly, but the sword matrix could be seen hurtling through the army. Wherever it passed, a rain of blood splattered, and their shadows could hardly be seen. Even though these clans were some of the most powerful in the eastern state, they lacked strong and comprehensive battle matrices. It was impossible for them to resist the power of the sword matrix formed by the 9-person team. Only in a short while, they had charged into the belly of a clan formation. Qin Zhuang waved with both hands, and just like that, the sword that surrounded the sword diagram around the sword was sky high. Within the sword diagram, A divine implement of sage level could be seen vaguely looming and resonating with the divine sword. Destroy them, Qin Zhuang said. Many sages with divine implements combined with the sword will of the divine sword penetrated this place. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. Retreat! The clan leader of this clan saw this scene and barked out the order loudly. The dead were all his people. Even if the great Zhou sacred dynasty was to win, there would be no benefit to them, and this is why they were reluctant to participate in the sacred war. No one dared to disobey the order of great Zhou sacred king. But now, seeing the people of their clan being slaughtered by the sword matrix, their dismay was not hard to imagine. At the same time, in another position, the sword saint with a demonic blade in hand had also charged into the crowd, not allowing any clan forces to reinforce the Xuanwu army in order to provide an opportunity to engulf one of the opponent's legions. Zhou Mian glanced indifferently at the battlefield, then looked down at the heavenly battle matrix below. This group included Yi Futian's teacher, Sage Dozhan, and Yu Hong, who were both the top figures on the Baron Sky ranking. They would sacrifice the heavenly battle matrix for the sake of destroying the Xuanwu army? Indeed, all means were fair in war, and the Baron State was no exception. If so, then let it be destroyed. Attack! Zhou Mian commanded. He and Zhou Huang each led a large battle matrix, along with the infinite body cast by Sage Wuliang. 3 superior camps surrounded the Dozhan body and launched the fiercest attack yet. Sage Dozhan watched the attack coming down from the void, but did not fight back. His body exploded with endless radiance. The 7-star acupoints were fully open, and there was armor from a divine implement upon his body. This was the divine implement that Yu Hong had borrowed from Yu Qi, and this time it was relegated to be used by Sage Dozhan. The heavenly battle matrix was unparalleled in attack, but their mission this time was not to attack, but rather defend and sap away the strength of the opponent. When the 3 major attacks came at the same time, it was a terrible sight to behold. The Dozhan body collapsed and was destroyed. Sage Dozhan spat out a mouthful of blood. The bronzed body under the divine implement seemed to crack, for this time he bore the full brunt of the attack. To concentrate all the power of the heavenly battle matrix upon himself, even with the protection of the divine implement, was still too much to bear. The cultivators in the void gathered again when they saw the scene. Sage Dozhan was seeking his own death. "Allow me," Yuan Hong said to Sage Dozhan, wanting to replace him and pilot the superior heavenly battle matrix. With Sage Dozhan alone, it was very possible that he would perish under the attack. No need. Sage Dozhan looked up at the firmament, his body once again shrouded in dazzling brilliance, and his eyes showing extreme determination. Back when he was the lord of the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace, and when he was caught in the middle of the battle of life and death between the palace and Yi Futian, he chose to follow his own belief and stood by Yi Futian. The palace saw it as a kind of betrayal, but because it was not the palace, he wanted all to see that he did not regret his choice. The Holy Ji Palace of today was the palace that he had always hoped for, so he had to be firm in his own beliefs and protect all of them. Chapter 831. In the part of the battlefield where Yi Futian was, both the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace's armies came rushing out. In the part of the battlefield where Yi Futian was, both the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace's armies came rushing out. The Xuanwu army was still being surrounded and hiding in the Xuanwu shell. Each time the God-beating whip landed, it would kill many people in the Xuanwu battle matrix, but the matrix was not destroyed and continued awaiting assistance from outside. Yi Futian continued to sit cross-legged, strumming the guqin with both hands. The guqin melody engulfed the area, and his spiritual energy also engulfed the vast area. Every scene on the battlefield was engraved into his brain. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace was in a tough battle for their beliefs. His master was fulfilling his promise. He had led the heavenly battle matrix and fended off the great Zhou's strongest army. The sword matrix that the sword demon and Su Shang had formed, as well as his big brother, had rushed into the interior of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army and were battling without regard for their lives. This was a fight to the death. An even more frenzied spiritual energy rushed into his head, as though merging with his spiritual will. However, he was only a mid-level sage, so such a terrifying spiritual energy was close to the limit he could withstand. His spiritual will seemed as though it would crumble. This was like the time when Hua Jiu borrowed a saint's spiritual will to battle and fainted right after the battle. Now he was facing a similar situation. However, he did not have the luxury of considering the consequences at that moment. The unparalleled spiritual energy nearly broke free of his control. He put in all his effort to steady himself and ensure that he was still steadily playing the Guqin melody. Wisps of Guqin notes gathered together and transformed into a terrifying spiritual storm. Gradually, an omniscient being resembling an ancient god started to form. It was the Sage Hall's teachings, the godly creation of all things. At that moment, it was being summoned from Yi Futian's Guqin melody. The ancient god that had appeared continued to take form and became large enough to block out the sun. It appeared in the middle of the two armies, and many people who were in battle all raised their heads and looked at it, astonished. A horrifying spiritual will emanated from the ancient god. The giant ancient god had unparalleled rule power flowing around its body. Wisps of purple lightning flashed across the heavens, and destructive thunderbolts circulated around the ancient god's 10 fingers. Every strand of lightning was like a god-beating whip. The ancient god stretched out its arm and descended with boundless purple lightning. Thunder whips entangled the Xuanwu matrix and pounded down like the apocalypse, striking the strong spiritual will that had been formed by the battle matrix, causing the giant Xuanwu to tremble. Jieyu! Yi Futian, who was in the middle of playing the Guqin, called out to her. Hua Jiu's mind was interlinked with his at that moment, and she flew into the air, the god-beating whip in her hand, unleashing its strongest force towards the Xuanwu battle matrix. It struck the center of the boundless lightning, and it was as though it had activated a terrifying matrix. In an instant, figures were shot out from the Xuanwu battle matrix with screams of agony. The entire battle matrix, with its countless experts, was all sent flying back, and the giant Xuanwu shattered into multiple pieces. The battle matrix had been completely nullified. Pang Mu stood in the area, watching the surrounding people being sent flying. He felt a terrifying force assaulting his spiritual will, and his face became pale. He had not expected that he would be in such danger after he had launched the attack on Yi Futian. Crash! Pang Mu stepped back, attempting to escape. The Xuanwu life spirit appeared, surrounding him within. At that moment, the only thought in his head was to escape. Where are you going? An icy voice sounded out, like the voice of judgment. As the voice landed, Pang Mu raised his head and looked at the ancient god. He saw a pair of intimidating eyes. They were like Yi Futian's, deep and bottomless, causing others to lose themselves within. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual storm rushed into his head, and he was overwhelmed by purple lightning. The next thing he felt was a stinging pain in his spiritual energy. Crash! With a blaring sound, the ancient god in the air punched out, and it landed on the Xuanwu like a giant meteorite. With a deafening sound, cracks appeared on the Xuanwu's body. Pang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was death itself. I withdraw from this battle, Pang Mu declared. Terrified, he felt that he would definitely die if he continued battling. A gust of wind blew past, and Hua Jiu's god-beating whip continued lashing down. With another deafening sound, Pang Mu fell into numbness, like he had struck by lightning. His spiritual will was nearly destroyed, and he was on his last leg. Die. Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards Pang Mu with wintry killing intent in his eyes. He would kill everyone who had come to destroy the palace. Bang! With another heavy strike, Pang Mu's life spirit was shattered along with his body. As the god-beating whip descended yet again, a wretched scream could be heard as Pang Mu's spiritual will was destroyed and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. As they saw this scene, the people who had been severely injured in the Xuanwu battle matrix were all filled with terror. One of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's 4 commanders, the Xuanwu army's commander Pang Mu, had died in battle in the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace. Bang! In the air, the great Zhou sacred king slammed one of his chess pieces down heavily on the chessboard. There was an imposing aura around his body. Although Pang Mu was not royalty, he was one of the 4 commanders outside of the Golden Phoenix Army. His position in the great Zhou sacred dynasty was by no means low, but today he had died in battle in the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, the sacred war had not turned out like he had imagined. The Barren State's strength and determination had far exceeded his expectations. What do you think? The village chief moved his piece and raised his head, looking at the great Zhou sacred king. He was surprised as well. The performance of Yi Futian and the experts from the Holy Ji Palace had moved him. Although one of my armies has been killed, that battle matrix will accompany it, the great Zhou sacred king said coldly and played another piece, devouring a portion of the village chief's pieces. What the great Zhou sacred king was referring to was naturally the heavenly battle matrix, with Sage Dozhan at the forefront. The village chief looked down at the heavenly battle matrix. At the same time, Sage Dozhan had gathered the force of the battle matrix onto himself, and he shone brilliantly. However, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Sage Wuliang fired attacks from him from 3 different directions again. With a furious roar, Sage Dozhan's Dozhan body started to form again. The giant figure erupted with tens of thousands of zhang of light and raised its arms, which were filled with boundless energy, and fired fist auroras with the force of the battle's Saint Gauntlets, attempting to shatter the heavens. However, in front of the 3 experts, who all had Saint instruments, they all used the force of their Saint instruments to break through the fist will, and their attacks landed on the Dozhan body. The Golden Phoenix, sword pierced through everything. The infinite ruler crushed the air, and the Dozhan body crumbled yet again. The terrifying attacks landed heavily on Sage Dozhan's burly body, shattering his bones and tearing his meridians apart. The Golden Phoenix sword will tore through the Saint instrument armor and assaulted his body, causing his body to feel like it was being torn to shreds. The Saint instrument was stained with blood, and Sage Dozhan's aura fluctuated shakily. Even his sturdy body seemed to be unable to continue withstanding the attacks. "Brother, let me." Sage Jingang was in turmoil. That sturdy body was giving everything it had to fight for time on that piece of the battlefield. Pang Mu is dead. At that moment, Zhou Mian turned and looked in another direction. His expression was frigid. The Xuanwu army's commander had died in battle. Yi Futian had actually created a giant figure that rushed into the other armies. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's armies were at a disadvantage at the other area of the battlefield. Sage Dozhan had evidently seen it too. He turned around and looked at that part of the battlefield, and a smile appeared on his face. They had already eliminated a part of the enemies. If that was so, the palace's chances of winning were even higher. Of course, he still had to defend the heavenly battle matrix from destruction. You too kill him. Zhou Mian looked toward Zhou Huang and Sage Wuliang. He then turned and attempted to lead his army to the other part of the battlefield. "Where do you think you're going?" Sage Dozhan stepped forward, and the battle matrix moved with him. He walked toward Zhou Mian, and his overbearing fist punched forward yet again. "You're courting death," Zhou Mian said angrily. A wing slashed down and nearly tore through space-time, slicing the fist apart. However, Sage Dozhan did not even think of giving up. His fists broke through space-time as well, and countless fists rained down on the other party. The giant wings behind Zhou Mian slashed down rapidly, and their attacks clashed vigorously. "Brother, watch out!" Sage Jingang shouted as a blinding ray of light shot towards him. Sage Dojan was warding off Zhou Mian's attacks and had no excess energy to dodge. The Golden Phoenix sword pierced Sage Dojan's body with terrifying force. Although it was blocked by the Saint instrument, the Golden Phoenix sword was unable to pierce his body, but the sharp sword will still rushed into his body. Sage Dojan vomited blood continuously and felt as though his organs were about to rip apart. At that moment, he remembered the teachings that he had given Yi Futian and Yu Sheng when he first met them. He had said that the reason why body cultivators were strong was that when others attacked, they could withstand their attacks. However, others cannot withstand a body cultivator's attacks. However, this time was different. Even he was unable to withstand any more attacks. Brother. Sage Jingang's face was pale. Even if they wanted to exchange control of the Matrix now, it was hard to do so. The other party would not give up a chance to kill his brother. If I die, all of you continue. Sage Dojan said loudly. As his voice landed, it was like his entire body ignited as 7 rays of light shot through his body. Instantly, light passed through his entire body, from his fists, legs, stomach, and even his head, giving off a brilliant glow. The incomplete heavenly manual was the technique that he cultivated in. What did incomplete mean? Actually, there was one technique that he did not teach Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It was the final technique of the incomplete heavenly manual, the broken heaven technique. It allowed one to exceed the limit of the physical body by exhausting one's potential. In that instant, boundless energy rushed into his body from the heavenly battle matrix with no reservation. The energy rushed ferociously around his body, and the 7 rays of light shone up to the skies. At that moment, Sage Dojan's frame of mind was clear and flawless. An exceedingly terrifying will envelop the area. In the vast area, there seemed to be a force that was resonating with it. Formidable storms suddenly started to blow in the skies. The storms ravaged the area like rule power, then headed straight for Sage Dojan, passing through his body, causing Sage Dojan's expression to change as he raised his head and looked towards the sky. Were the heavens playing tricks on him too? At that moment, in the sky, the great Zhou sacred king and the village chief's chess pieces fell to the ground. Their gazes were intently focused on Sage Dojan on the ground. His frame of mind had no flaws, so the saint disaster had arrived for him to enter the saint plane? Ha ha ha! Laughter roared throughout the area. Sage Dojan stared at the sky and said solemnly, I would like to ask the heavens, how many times can I truly follow my heart in this life? Since I have managed to do it, there is nothing to fear about death. Since the heavens had allowed him to experience the divine path before he died, he had no regrets in this life. Chapter 832. The sound that came from Sage Dojan could be heard from the heaven to the earth, full of grief. The sound that came from Sage Dojan could be heard from the heaven to the earth, full of grief. At this moment, in the heavenly battle matrix, Sage Jingang, Yuan Hong, and the others all pushed their own strength to the limit and poured it into the body of Sage Dojan. If it was what the heart desired, there was no regret in death. Above the sky, an ever more horrifying storm of rule powers had started, almost drowning the space. Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and the others changed their expressions as they looked up at the changes occurring between heaven and earth. Their hearts shook violently. This was the baptism of the great path and the catastrophe of the divine path. But how was this possible? In the void, great Zhou sacred king and the old village chief stopped playing chess, standing up and staring at the changes between heaven and earth. How could there be a divine catastrophe? Although Sage Dojan was at the peak of the sage plane, there were many in the 9 states who were more outstanding than him. But even they could not rely on themselves to break the constraint of the great path from the outside world. Hence there was grounds to prove sainthood. But Sage Dojan, by what means was he deserving of this? Great Zhou sacred king, did you see? The old village chief said, You launched the sacred war and forced out the divine catastrophe. After this war, there will be a cleansing within the barren state. All those who participated in the war will elevate their state of mind, especially those who are in the battle matrix. Great Zhou Sacred King regarded the heavenly battle matrix with disdain, but vaguely understood how Sage Dozhan could instigate the divine catastrophe. The battle matrix was of one mind and body, rendering the will of Sage Dozhan extremely strong and resilient. Coupled with him surpassing the limits of the flesh and willing to burn his own life to ignite his potential, he broke the constraint of the great path. Of course, the premise of all this was that Sage Dozhan himself had sublimated his own state of mind with no lack in the ways of the great path, which made evoking the truth of the world possible. The will, the state of mind, and the power were all integrated into one, which broke the limit and led the divine path. So he did it. Almost no one had been able to achieve it in the land of the 9 states. How ironic it was that a sacred war had forced out the divine path. The universe had a sense of humor. So what? The divine catastrophe is here. Death is the only outcome. Great Zhou Sacred King said with a cold voice. Even in his prime, Sage Dozhan would not have been able to withstand the power of the divine catastrophe, much less in his current state of serious injury. Besides, he had forcibly surpassed the limits of his flesh and burned his own potential. Under the divine catastrophe, he would surely die. At this moment, Great Zhou Sacred King actually felt some pity. Even if this was an enemy, he had to admit that he was quite a character. The barren state was truly a magical land, but since it was the enemy, it could only be destroyed. In that battle was Yi Futian. He had observed the situation of Sage Dozhan, and his heart trembled fiercely. He had once asked what the divine path was after the divine catastrophe and the purge of the great path rules. With perfection of mind, the divine path could be proved. The divine path was extremely difficult. It was just that the divine catastrophe had the power to annihilate everything. For the master, his catastrophe was a physical one. Using the physical body to testify the divine path, he cast the sacred body of rules, and thus became sainted. However, the sacred war was at this moment. The master did not hesitate to burn all the power, breaking the limit and instigating the divine catastrophe. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to survive this catastrophe. Seeing the endless cultivators around him, Yi Futian's eyes turned the color of blood. At this moment, he was fighting in the midst of major legions. Whether it was the Holy Ji Palace or the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, many from both sides had perished, but the number of combatants remaining to the opponent was still greater. He knew that the martyr was fighting to give an opportunity to them by stalling the strongest force of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. He waged his own life to fulfill his promise and mission. He had considered the matter already. At this time, traces of the Great Path Rules storm flooded into the body of Sage Dozhan, rocking his body until its flesh seemed ready to tear apart. But at this moment, he was not afraid. He never thought about continuing to live, so what was there to fear about dying? Both fists clenched within heavenly battle matrix. An incomparably immense force poured into his body, and Sage Dozhan revealed a smile on his face. He was not alone in this fight. Everyone was fighting with him side by side, and he was proud of such a united palace. His spirit touched all the cultivators, and equally, the will of these cultivators were also touching him. Sounds of terror were heard, and the body of Sage Dozhan continued to increase, expanding toward heaven and earth as if he himself was the battle form. An even more powerful storm came over them, and even the divine implement of an armor could not resist it. In this moment, Sage Dozhan took off the divine implement and threw it to Yu Hong. Take it. His bronze skin was exposed between heaven and earth, baptized by the rules of the great path. His body seemed to be cracking open, and yet filled with sacred luster. These were two extremes. Either it would be cast into the body of a saint, or it would be broken into pieces. At the moment, Sage Dojan was enduring the impact of the great path that no one could have imagined, but he still stood there like a mountain incomparable. When the way has been known in the morning, there is no need to see the end of the day. Sage Dojan declared with a clear voice, and as soon as he was done, he took a step with his immense body across the space, headed in the direction of Zhou Mian. Although death was certain, he would experience the power of the Dharma body endowed with the great path before that. Zhou Mian and the others did not alter their look much, but their hearts were extremely shocked. Saint Plain was their strongest pursuit when they reached this level of cultivation. However, at this moment, right in front of them, Sage Dojan was leading the divine path. But under the circumstance, Sage Dojan was not fighting against the purge of the divine catastrophe, but launching attack toward them. This was a complete abandonment of hope, just to oppose them. That was an opportunity for sanctification. Although everyone understood that there was almost no chance of survival in this situation for Sage Dojan, the opportunity of the divine path was still within reach. Even if the chance was small, who would not fight for it? Even if that meant giving it all, the goal was to live and to prove sainthood. But Sage Dojan had no plan to do so. Seeing that massive figure coming down, Zhou Mian gathered in the power of the battle matrix, and a terrifying golden phoenix appeared in the sky. Like a demon god, its giant golden phoenix wings slashed out towards Sage Dojan. The catastrophe of the divine path fell down, but Sage Dojan did not pay attention to it. He extended his hands and caught the huge golden phoenix wings that came in for the kill. A loud scream echoed as his arms opened wide to the sides, the immense body of the golden phoenix's body tearing apart with a force that could pass through the sky. Boom! Sage Dojan stepped into the void, his colossal body landing directly in front of Zhou Mian. His arms retracted and then punched out like an ancient god who could penetrate heaven and earth. Zhou Mian looked incredibly irritated. The huge, boundless golden phoenix wings closed, and from them emitted the authority of a divine implement. But the fist of Sage Dojan was also clad in a divine implement. Moreover, his body had already undergone the baptism of the divine path at the moment. Within the attack there was already a trace of saintly authority integrated into the divine implement, which rendered it indomitable. Boom! The heaven and the earth seemed to burst open, and the great army behind Zhou Mian was shocked into disintegration. He himself turned into a stream of light and flew in retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If there was no protection from the divine implement and the battle matrix, this one punch alone would be enough to shatter his internal organs. He had not become saint, yet was already so powerful. Then, when proved in the divine path, what kind of unearthly power would that be? There was a strong desire in Zhou Mian's heart. Sage Dojan took a step once again, and this time he stepped into the middle of the disintegrating army. Above the firmament, there was a terrible storm of the divine catastrophe, which was without end and limit. Pooh! With a muted sound, Sage Dojan spat out a mouthful of blood. The endless divine path rules coursing over the surface of his body, the cracks on the bronze body vaguely showing as if to pulverize his body. Come on. Sage Dojan looked up at the storm of the divine catastrophe that gathered in the sky. He clenched his fists and screamed, and the endless fist will burst from his body, carrying the ruinous catastrophe across the land. Run! Zhou Mian screamed as the army collapsed. If they wanted to use their own strength now to counter an already transformed Sage Dojan, death would be the only outcome. Everyone escaped at all locations, but the endless fist will had descended upon them. Bang! 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 Terrible sounds were heard, and in an instant many cultivators were hit by the fist will. Their bodies were pierced through, dead on the spot. Above the void, great Zhou Sacred King saw this scene with indifference. Does this count as a saint? Without divine catastrophe, there is no real means to cast the sacred body, so how can it be considered sacred? The old village chief responded indifferently, But detecting the released atmosphere from the great Zhou sacred king, he reminded him, the sacred king must not forget the rules set by the 9 states supervising inspector, and that they will be monitoring the sacred war. Perhaps at this moment they are among the crowds. If the sacred king violates the will of Emperor Xia, what would be the consequences? When great Zhou sacred king heard these words, the look in his eyes were extremely sharp. Who could have imagined that Sage Dojan would experience divine catastrophe in the sacred war, and that he would attack the cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty regardless of his own life or death? Just then, Zhou Mian came to the army where Zhou Huang was located, and once again integrated into the battle matrix. Golden Phoenix sword and Golden Phoenix wings seemed to want to unify together, melding offense and defense in one. Zhou Mian said coldly, under the divine catastrophe, it's already the end for him. Sage Wuliang joined the attack. Sage Wuliang's face changed slightly. He really did not want to continue fighting under these circumstances. Sage Dojan, in this state of madness, was entirely too dangerous, attacking with catastrophe of the divine path and completely ignoring his own life or death. If he left, Sage Dojan would succumb to the catastrophe, so there was no need to fight it out. But for the nobles like Zhou Mian, it was quite different. If they were miserable, Zhou Mian wanted Sage Dojan to lose his fighting power, so as not to directly endanger the victory of the sacred war. In this sacred war, Zhou Mian was the commander-in-chief. If defeated, he would naturally shoulder the responsibility. However, with great Zhou sacred king himself supervising the battle and watch over it all, he dared not refuse. Very well. Sage Wuliang nodded, controlling the infinite body forward, and all 3 strong cultivators stood side by side, watching Sage Dojan coming toward them. The colossal body of Sage Dojan stepped forward, above the sky as even stronger storms of rules fell, impacting his body. Blood trailed down from the corner of his mouth, but it seemed like he did not feel it and continued onward toward Zhou Mian. Sage Dojan at this moment was like a true saint. Chapter 833. His sturdy body was like that of a god of war. His sturdy body was like that of a god of war. Sage Dojan stretched out his arms and clenched his fist, with his body as the center between heaven and earth. The power of the law of the great path rushed into him. His form was incomparably majestic. His bronze skin and his arms and legs were covered by the calamitous light of the great path, and his body was tempered. Was this calamitous light destruction or rebirth? But no matter what it was definitely the most deadly force for Zhou Mian. Zhou Mian entered the battle matrix, where Zhou Huang was. The Golden Phoenix's wings covered the sky. In a flash, countless afterimages appeared. Each golden afterimage was made of golden wings. They were like the most terrible blades in the world, capable of cutting through the void. The endless afterimages overlapped over everything, and they attacked Sage Dojan. Sage Dojan seemed to not see them. He screamed, and his huge, majestic figure, and he stepped towards the void. He raised his arms towards the void, and the light of the great path flowed over them, blocking the attacking wings and a harsh, sharp sound. Thump! Sage Dojan stepped out, rubbing his arms against the wings. He was eager for close combat. At this time he only had one conviction: to completely destroy this army so they could not affect the sacred war. Zhou Huang lashed out with his Golden Phoenix sword, and a bolt of golden electricity pierced through the void. In addition to the sword shadow, a huge golden phoenix appeared. It carried incomparable majesty, and it attacked Sage Dojan. On the other side, countless sages brandished the infinite ruler, and its shadow covered the sky. As they slammed down, the void was shaken. The golden phoenix sword stabbed into Sage Dojan's chest, and the infinite ruler slammed into his back. This kind of power was enough to destroy any cultivator under the Saint Plane. No one would dare endure such a terrible attack, but Sage Dojan managed to bear it with his own strength. The space seemed quiet, and Sage Dojan seemed to be quieted down as well. A terrible power rushed into his body, and blood spurted out of his mouth. There also seemed to be blood permeating through his bronze muscles. Zhou Mian stared at Sage Dojan. Would this power be enough to kill him? Also, the power of the divine catastrophe itself caused him great injury. He knew that a body tempered by the divine catastrophe would be absolutely disastrous to him now. Brother. Sage Jingan looked over at Sage Dojan, and his heart was filled with grief and indignation. The chaotic slaughter still continued on the other battlefield. Yi Futian played his music with bloodshot eyes. He certainly saw everything that happened to Sage Dojan. "Teacher!" shouted Yi Futian. His heart hurt, and infinite power burst out from within him. The world tree spirit made a rustling sound, and a glimmer of light spread out from him. It was the branches and leaves of the world tree. They shrouded the whole area. The endless power rushed into his body, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The spiritual will power of the cultivators around him turned into thousands of links and rushed madly into his mind. The worldly spiritual chi was completely out of control, and he was breathing rapidly. Futian, Hua Jiu, and Yi Futian shared the same mind at the moment, and she faintly realized what Yi Futian wanted to do. She could not help but gently shake her head. "You won't be able to bear it." He wanted to turn everyone's spiritual willpower into his own power, seal it in his spiritual will, and use this to induce the power of the heavens and the earth to achieve a certain balance between his physical strength and his spiritual will. But Hua Jiu fully understood the terrible consequences of this. At first, she almost didn't snap out of it. If Yi Futian just used his music and her power to accumulate matrix power, he could withstand it. But if he borrowed it completely, he would likely be killed by the spiritual will. After all, the power did not belong to him. "Godly creation of all things," Yi Futian spat. Suddenly the body of an ancient god gathered around him. He and everyone in the matrix were enveloped in this towering body. This ancient god that was born of cohesion seemed to be formed out of all of their wills. Golden blood burned in Yi Futian's body. He used the borrowed power to motivate the will of the emperor within him. In an instant, all the power within him seemed to be sucked out. Even the power within his life palace was burning up crazily. The will of the emperor transformed into a formless light screen. The ancient god's body was boundless and vast. At that moment, everyone seemed to truly have been integrated into one. "Are you all willing to fight with me?" Yi Futian's voice appeared in everyone's mind. "We are." "Then let's fight." There will came back to Yi Futian. They were all as determined to fight as Ling Tian. A burst of warmth flowed through Yi Futian's heart. He secretly swore that after that battle he would not disappoint them. The shape of the ancient god's body changed. Wings sprung out of it and unfolded fiercely, turning into an incomparably destructive figure of a golden rock. It flapped its wings, and the gold-winged rock suddenly moved forward. It spread its wings like a monarch in the sky. Everyone was subjected to an unparalleled pressure, friends and foes sharing a common fate. Guard your will, do not waver. Sage Daozong's will was transmitted to everyone. They all closed their eyes and gave all their power to Yi Futian. Everyone gave their life to Yi Futian. An extremely sharp wind blew between heaven and earth. The gold-winged rock crossed through the void, and many people attacked it. However, everywhere the golden feathers passed by, an endless stream of blood flew between heaven and earth, and no one could stop it. The crashing sound continued. Along the way, people continuously perished. Many people trembled fiercely as they saw the divine bird that shuttled back and forth in all the blood. Were they crazy? If Dojan was, then Yi Futian was too. They did not believe that Yi Futian's outburst of power would come without a cost. Even the great Zhou sacred king, who was in the void, was distracted by this. His eyes were drawn away from Dojan as they were attracted by Yi Futian. He looked at the huge rock, that incomparable monarch of the sky, as if he could see through it with a glance. What kind of battle matrix was this? The power that erupted in the Holy Ji Palace was beyond his imagination, especially since Dojan had summoned the catastrophe. No one could have imagined this. Yi Futian smashed through the crowd towards where Sage Dojan was. At that moment, Sage Dojan was under heavy attack. The golden phoenix sword cut into his mighty body bit by bit. Blood flowed out from the cuts, and Zhou Huang's eyes were full of cold, killing intent. Even though he had summoned the divine catastrophe, he would still die. Bring it on! Dojan lifted his head and shouted. Suddenly, the calamity of the laws of the great path attacked. Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang's expressions changed slightly as a destructive force flowed from the sky and entered Sage Dojan's body. Crack! Sage Dojan seemed about to burst. He clenched both fists together, and the calamitous light of the great path flowed through his arms. He rushed directly for Zhou Huang in front of him. Zhou Huang seemed to have turned into a sacred golden phoenix. He was huge beyond compare, and all the power of a battle matrix was integrated within him. As the double fists fell, the calamitous light pierced through the phoenix body, completely destroying it. The calamity of the great path cut through everything, and a devastating destructive force exploded where Zhou Huang was. One of the powerful cultivators of the sage plane was hit, and he fell down. Many people were completely crushed. The battle matrix instantly collapsed. Zhou Huang was also thrown far away, and he vomited blood. A destructive force was ravaging his internal organs. Smash! Zhou Mian made a quick decision, and a huge golden phoenix flapped its wings and smashed into Dojan's head. Sage Dojan raised one arm to stop the flapping wings. Suddenly blood flew out of his arm as the wings cut through his flesh. He tried as best he could to block the wings with his arm as he drove himself forward with his legs. His left arm slammed out in front of him as fist will smashed into the void. Zhou Mian closed his wings suddenly to block the blow, but the fist will fell wildly. If the wings were not divine implements, they would probably destroy it immediately. Even so, Zhou Mian was sent flying just like Zhou Huang, or even worse. After all, his battle matrix had been broken, and so he suffered the blow with only his own personal strength. The fist will slammed into him, destroying his body. When Sage Wuliang saw this, his face took on a ghastly expression. But with his incomparable perseverance, his infinite ruler grew until its shadow covered the sky and struck forth. Crack! A terrible crack rang out, and Dojan's mighty body trembled and faltered as if he could barely hold it up. The calamitous light of the rules of the divine path descended once again. Sage Dojan felt that he had reached his limit, and he had no more time. A line of light pierced through him, and Sage Dojan turned around and stepped forward, his fists rushing towards Sage Wuliang. Die! The infinite body was mighty and huge. Sage Wuliang struck out with the infinite ruler, and thousands of shadows overlapped. But he only saw Dojan cry out, and his fists continued rushing forward. In but a moment, it seemed like there were thousands of fists. Smash! 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 A line of fists smashed into the infinite ruler, and Dojan seemed like he would never stop attacking. His power ran along the infinite ruler towards the infinite body and the infinite battle matrix. One punch, then another. The infinite ruler smashed down, but it seemed to have no power, and countless punches hit the massive infinite body and pierced through it. The body collapsed and burst. The power of each of these punches eventually fell upon Sage Wuliang and his battle array. Bang! A cultivator's body burst. And then another. The cultivators' bodies collapsed wildly in the battle matrix. Sage Wuliang's body shook without stopping, and blood poured continuously from his mouth. The fist will that rumbled towards him seemed to be immersed in the power of the divine catastrophe. Sage Dojan's movements gradually became slower. Sage Wuliang's body bent and was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the fist will disappeared. Sage Dojan's arms dropped powerlessly to his side. Another beam of calamitous light descended, and his body trembled fiercely. He fell backward like a fallen god of war. But Sage Jingang's form flashed, and he caught Dojan's huge body and carried it on his shoulder. "Hold on, brother!" Sage Jingang shouted. There was no strength left in Sage Dojan's eyes. He had exhausted his power. He saw that the rules of the Great Path were still gathering in the void. "Go!" he shouted weakly. "No." Sage Jingang shook his head. "That's an order," said Sage Dojan somewhat weakly. Sage Jingang still carried him as he looked up at the rules of the Great Path in the void. The divine catastrophe came together and descended once again. Sage Dojan closed his eyes. He had done all he could in this battle. He hoped that the barren state could beat back the other side. Crash! A loud sound rang out. The divine catastrophe had not fallen. Sage Dojan opened his eyes and saw a huge golden-winged rock in the air above his body, blocking the divine path calamity. The huge gold-feathered rock looked down at him and said, "Teacher." He looked through the rock's eyes and seemed to see a more familiar pair of eyes. A faint look of gratitude crossed his face. His accidental disciple would perhaps become the most dazzling character in the 9 states in the future. He anxiously awaited the coming of that day, but he did not know if he'd have the chance to see it. Stay alive. Sage Dojan closed his eyes after that last utterance. The gold-winged rock still looked at him and whispered, "You too, teacher." Chapter 834. The rock's eyes were extremely sharp and expressed strong emotions. The rock's eyes were extremely sharp and expressed strong emotions. Sage Dojan had overcome the limits of the physical body, but had now exhausted the strength because of it. How would he continue to bear the catastrophe? This catastrophe was inadvertently caused when Sage Dojan was crystallizing the battle matrix and not relying on his own strength, which meant that even in Sage Dojan's prime, he might not have been able to bear the catastrophe of the Great Path. Above the sky, the horrific light of catastrophe of the Great Path wandered between heaven and earth, as if trying to discern the whereabouts of Sage Dojan. The rock looked up and watched the horrific light of catastrophe of the Great Path coming in its direction. Its eyes were extremely sharp. Within the rock, Futian stood quietly. The rock was an ancient god that he had created by borrowing everyone's spiritual will, controlled by him, just as if it were an incarnation of him. The master fought for the palace, and he did so at the risk of his own destruction. Now that the master had fallen, he would be the one to block the catastrophe. Incomparably brilliant golden glow of light flowed over the large body of the rock and lightly veiled it with the dazzling light of the stars, all of which were superior defense rules power. The violent light of the catastrophe came towards them, and with a loud bang, the light of the stars was broken in an instant, and the body of the rock trembled fiercely. All Futian could feel was that his will would collapse and he would be destroyed. But as the will of the emperor was burning, his eyes showed extreme determination. If he fell, the master would undoubtedly die. Boom! Boom! The raging light of catastrophe of the Great Path that had not yet scattered was now madly bombarding the rock. Its body started to show cracks, and the immense body of the ancient demon god seemed on the verge of destruction. Inside, Futian's will was interrupted, and his clothes were stained with blood, but he was unshaken in his determination. Battle matrix formation. A loud cry came from the heavenly battle matrix that was led by Yuan Hong and other powerful cultivators. They had positioned themselves above the rock and formed the battle matrix. Yuan Hong, now clad in the divine implement armor that was discarded by Sage Dojan, stood at the highest position. Still, horrible light of catastrophe showered down and penetrated the battle matrix. Yuan Hong's body trembled, but he still stood there. The entire heavenly battle matrix shuddered. In the void, the light of catastrophe of the Great Path was diminishing Just a few more waves of impact, and the catastrophe would pass. Boom! With yet another loud bang, the heavenly battle matrix collapsed. Yuan Hong's body fell from the sky, and the light of catastrophe continued to impact Wang Xiang and hit the body of the rock. Even more cracks now appeared on the rock, making it look as if it was on the verge of destruction. "Allow me." A voice was heard, and another figure could be seen coming forward. It was the royal cultivators led by Huang Shi. They had also formed a battle matrix. An immense sovereign aura exploded, and the gigantic battle form of Ren Huang appeared. "Begone!" Huang Shi looked up and glanced at the catastrophe of the Great Path, then took the initiative to attack. A mighty force swept heaven and earth, and legions of an army clad in armor rushed out to strike. It was an extremely strong martial arts rules illusion, but the army of apparitions was lost in the light of catastrophe, and the horrible light blasted on the battle form of Ren Huang, violently rocking the bodies of Huang Shi and the others. It's almost disappearing. Those who watched the battle from afar seemed to stop breathing. Their hearts beat wildly, and their fists clenched tightly, as if it were they who were experiencing the catastrophe. All the people from the barren state, even those who were just watching, were extremely nervous. They must hold the line. In this sacred war, the beliefs exhibited by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace had a strong impact on them. The Holy Ji Palace must win. If this catastrophe can be overcome, Sage Dozhan will be transformed, and so will the Holy Ji Palace, someone in the crowd said with a solemn but clear voice. The speaker was an old man, great in age, with a very powerful presence. He was also a well-known figure in the barren state, Sage Deadwood, who was numbered 29th on the barren sky ranking. Indeed, in this sacred war, the Holy Ji Palace is unified in its conviction, with the participation of all the principalities in the barren state, fighting side by side, unconcerned with life or death. This spirit is worthy of those listed on the barren sky ranking. We ought to be ashamed. Another walked out, and many people exclaimed, recognizing the person as another cultivator on the barren sky ranking. Among those who came to observe the battle, many were the strong cultivators and well-known figures from all sectors of the barren state. "If so, do you dare to fight?" someone spoke. Sage Deadwood turned his sight to the rear and said clearly, "Many of you are top cultivators from the barren state, enough to form a super army of sages and nobles." This time, the great Zhou sacred dynasty led cultivators to invade and instigated the sacred war, intending on destroying the Holy Ji Palace and establishing themselves in the barren state. Now the battle is heating up with hefty costs. If we participate in the war, we can change the tide. Would anyone be willing to join me in driving the great Zhou sacred dynasty out of the barren state? I wish to battle. Barren state cultivators do not fear battle. Great Zhou sacred dynasty, get out of the barren state. Voices were heard in response, and suddenly everyone was affected by this sentiment. As they stepped forward, a majestic army started to form. The cultivators of Jisheng Cliffs and Xihua Sacred Mountain stood amongst the crowd, and their faces revealed a slight shock. If so, then get on with it. All cultivators stepped forward with awesome momentum, its magnificence pressuring those around it. On the other side, the great Zhou sacred king blinked and looked into the distance. He saw the army heading for him, and with an extremely cold look, he said to them icily, "You dare challenge me?" His voice trembled between heaven and earth, like thunder in a clear sky, wanting to break the force of these strong cultivators. He knew that these people were affected by the passion for this war and joined in the heat of the moment. As long as he could jolt them out of it, it would be enough to stop them. Sure enough, as he finished his sentence, many had stopped in their track, plagued by doubts. After all, this was the sacred king, with the legendary existence of the Saint Plain. The cultivation of the great path should be determinate in heart and mind before there is the opportunity for enlightenment, such as in the case of Sage Dozhan. The old village chief surveyed the cultivators and declared, "Cultivation is the cultivation of the heart, regardless of sanctification. If one cannot face the world with honesty, enlightenment is meaningless." Many people who heard the words from the old village chief felt moved in their hearts, and boiling blood coursed through their bodies. This wisdom was also from a saint, and the words of saints were enlightening. Fight! The army continued forward. Great Zhou's sacred king looked extremely upset. The old village chief looked at him and said, "Great Zhou's sacred king, do you see? In this battle, the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty will surely be defeated." Clearly, great Zhou's sacred king never expected this turn of events in the sacred war. He had guessed that the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty would be able to raise the holy Ji palace in no time. But at the moment, everything had deviated from how he had imagined. At the moment, the light of the catastrophe of the great path below descended again, with Huangxi, Yuanzhan, Yi Futian, and the others resisting this last bit of force. Finally, the light of the catastrophe of the great path above the firmament gradually subsided. They had blocked it successfully. The faces of those within the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were extremely disturbed. The divine catastrophe had not annihilated their opponents. The rock looked down at the body of Sage Dozhan, and upon the golden body there was still a sacred brilliance flowing about. At the moment, he felt that all his spiritual will seemed to have collapsed, but on Yi Futian's face there was a smile. Afterward, when he looked up, he saw an army coming from the distance and declared loudly, "We are the cultivators of the barren state, coming to your aid." Smite. The voice trembled between heaven and earth, and the mighty army of sages was now striking the scattered golden phoenix army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yi Futian felt warmth in his heart, but when he looked at the people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he felt chills all over. "Guard the master," Yi Futian commanded. The rock floated in midair, and with a flash of its wings, it dragged on with extremely exhausted spiritual will and headed toward Zhou Huang with a renewed attack. Zhou Huang's state at this time was no better than Yi Futian's. He was wounded by Sage Dozhan and was seriously injured. If it were not for the battle matrix, he probably would have already died. The golden phoenix, sword lifted, and Zhou Huang's body seemed to be burning as the golden blade of light moved between heaven and earth. Buzz! Golden brilliance shone between heaven and earth, and the space seemed to have come to a standstill. Zhou Huang felt the space-freezing rule's power and looked terrible. He lifted the golden phoenix, sword with great difficulty, and the power of the rules that could tear all powers tore through the space-freezing rules, and the golden phoenix sword stabbed the rock that was descending. Boom! The body of the rock did not hesitate as it dove and continued swooping down, its claws grabbing downward. While the golden phoenix sword was still on top of it, terrible rule powers could be felt blocking its way, even though it continued to keep going. Incredible brilliance penetrated the claws of the rock, but at the same time, the other claw tore down and slammed on Zhou Huang's body. Zhou Huang's body shook violently, and it felt like all his internal organs were shattered. Begone! Zhou Mian and Sage Wuliang attacked at the same time. Even though they were also seriously injured, they could not watch Zhou Huang being slaughtered without a good explanation for great Zhou sacred king, so they would strike back at all costs. The rock split open its wings and collided with the attack of the two. In an instant, the rock, Zhou Mian, and Sage Wuliang were simultaneously bounced off, and the huge body of the rock seemed to be on the verge of falling. Having suffered from the catastrophic light of the divine path, the concentrated power of the rock had already been greatly impacted. But Yi Futian just wanted to continue the velocity of the attack and put down the great Zhou sacred king's eldest son. Retreat! In the void, great Zhou sacred king had a frosty look in his eyes and ordered the retreat. He knew that the great Zhou sacred dynasty had lost all advantages, and the momentum was now completely reversed. The people of the barren state were ferocious and unafraid of death. Even the onlookers had participated in the sacred war. His eldest, Zhou Huang, almost died at the hands of Yi Futian. Zhou Mian and Sage Wuliang were almost at their end. If he did not withdraw now, the great Zhou sacred dynasty would pay a very hefty price. In the other direction, other cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty started to disengage after hearing the command from great Zhou sacred king, fighting as they withdrew. Let's go! The divine implement wings behind Zhou Mian opened up, taking Zhou Huang and Sage Wuliang, and quickly galloping away in retreat. The body of the rock was once again suspended in the sky. Watching the hurriedly retreating Zhou Mian, its eyes gave out a frosty look. Buzz! Both wings tremored, and in an instant the endless golden radiance of the wings slashed downward, madly chopping at the Golden Phoenix army and those who did not retreat in time. In a flash, screams after screams were heard, and many had left their lives on the battlefield. Soon, the army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty receded like the tide. After a brief chase by the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, they returned to Yi Futian and gathered at the side of the rock. At this time, the body of the rock disappeared, and the figures of Yi Futian and the others appeared. He looked up and stared at great Zhou sacred king in the void. His look remained frigid. This is only the beginning. Great Zhou sacred king spoke coldly. His eyes swept across the cultivators who were present. Of course, Yi Futian responded. The day the sacred war ends will be the day the great Zhou sacred king dies. You don't know what you are talking about. The sacred king huffed and left. Yi Futian looked at the figure that gradually faded, and his eyes showed his extreme determination. Afterward, his body fell weakly from the sky. Not just him, but many of the strong cultivators participated in the battle matrix were exhausted and started to fall. Chapter 835. Figures flashed and caught Yi Futian and the others' bodies before landing on the ground. Figures flashed and caught Yi Futian and the others' bodies before landing on the ground. Sage Jingang also carried Sage Dozhan's body and landed on the ground. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan. Although they had repelled the great Zhou sacred dynasty's experts and the great Zhou sacred king had given the order to retreat, they could not bring themselves to be happy. The entire floor of corpses were the backbone of the barren state. Sage Dozhan had fought with every ounce of his strength to exchange this victory. All the experts in the barren state had been summoned to repel the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. This victory, although short, was way too difficult to achieve. It had left mountains of corpses and was a tragic victory. The influential figures like the Alchemy City, Lord Yu Qi, the Ice Temple, Lord Yunshang, and the Zhuge families, Zhuge Qingfeng, had all put in their largest efforts to battle with experts in the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. There were no winners in this war. If they continued battling, the results would be even more tragic and more people would die. The same would happen for the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Previously, even the great Zhou sacred dynasty's eldest prince had nearly died under Yi Futian's hand. Figures flashed as they moved towards Yi Futian and Dozhan. Yi Futian opened his eyes, but he had used up all his strength and drained his spiritual energy completely, so he was extremely fatigued. "Uncle, how is Master?" Yi Futian asked with difficulty. The person who had caught him was Zhuge Qingfeng. "You all have risked everything to shield the remaining divine catastrophe for him. Although he suffered heavy injuries, his life should not be at risk." Zhuge Qingfeng replied. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded lightly and saw the undying old man walking towards him. He said weakly, "Senior, please treat Master first." After saying that, he closed his eyes. It was this final obsession that finally expended the last of his spiritual energy. Now he was really running empty. Many other people were also like Yi Futian. Hua Jiu and the people in the battle matrices had lent their spiritual energy to Yi Futian. Moreover, There was a divine spiritual will that had appeared and drained their spiritual energy completely. Now, they had all collapsed and fallen into a deep sleep. The village chief also landed on the ground. The battle had stirred up his emotions. The barren state's Holy Palace had repelled the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. This battle was enough to rile up the 9 states. In the distance, the Jisheng cliffs Kong Yao had a grim expression. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's army was actually unable to trample the Holy Palace and was repelled. This conclusion was definitely not what he had wanted to see. Now, the Holy Palace's cohesiveness was becoming stronger, and towards the end of the battle, even those watching the war had participated. If that was so, the Holy Palace's growth in the future would be extraordinary. In the long run, it would be detrimental for the Jisheng cliffs. Lu Zong was also shocked, but he then laughed it off. Back then, in the Chess Saint Villa, he had already felt that Yi Futian was extraordinary. Afterwards, in the Nether Sword Mound, Yi Futian had activated the Sword Matrix of the Void to kill the Chess Saint and revealed his unprecedented potential. It seemed like he had the potential to become one of his strongest adversaries. The barren state's experts all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally won. The Holy Palace had repelled the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The barren state not only had a saint, they had also won the sacred war. This battle would likely go down in history. If the barren state rose up among the 9 states, this battle would be recorded in history as the awakening battle. This battle had given them courage and character. Thinking back to when they were bullied by the Jisheng cliffs, who would have thought that the barren state would have dared to go to war with the sacred dynasty? The people in the distance started to leave and return to the palace. Long after, the crowd had finally dissipated. News of the sacred war spread at a horrifying speed throughout Zhongzhou City, then all across the barren state and towards the 9 states. The barren state was in an uproar, and many of the holy lands in the 9 states were also surprised. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The aftermath of the sacred war still remained. Moreover, the sacred war that had erupted in the palace was only the first confrontation between the 2 holy lands. Evidently, it was still far from over. In this period of time, the Holy Palace had been keeping guard, not daring to be lax. Many covert guards had been arranged around the periphery of the palace, and there were even demonic beasts patrolling the skies to prevent sneak attacks. If the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army suddenly attacked and they were unprepared, it would be a disaster. At that moment, in the palace, before an ancient mountain, there was a graveyard. There were many tombstones in there, each with a person's name. These were the names of all the people who had died in the sacred war. Even those whose corpses had not been found would still be remembered. At that moment, before the tombstones, Yi Futian was there. He had a wine glass in his hand, and he overturned the wine glass, pouring the wine in it onto the earth in front of the tombstones. He did not say anything, turned around, and left. His footsteps appeared to be exceptionally heavy. "I'll go and visit Master," Yi Futian said. Beside him, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong nodded. Yi Futian had just recovered and could barely move freely. The injuries that he had suffered this time were very severe. Even with the help of the undying old man, he had been in a coma for many days. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian came to Sage Dozhan's abode. The undying old man and Sage Jingang were also there. As they saw Yi Futian walk over, the undying old man asked, "How are you feeling?" "Much better. Thank you, Senior." Yi Futian replied and asked, "How is Master?" "He's in the medicated bath. I'll bring you in to have a look." The undying old man replied and brought Yi Futian into a medicated pool. The water in the pool was steaming hot and a medicinal scent radiated from it. Sage Dozhan was sitting in it naked, leaning against the edge of the medicated bath with his eyes closed. "Has Master been unconscious all this while?" Yi Futian asked. The undying old man shook his head and replied, "He withstood forces beyond what he could withstand during that battle and went past his body's limit. not just on his physical body, but also his spiritual will, adding on the divine catastrophe. If it had not been for his frame of mind's transformation, he probably could not have made it out alive. After that battle, the damage to his physical body was too serious, and he has not completed the baptism of the divine path. Now, what we need to do is to help him recover as best as we can. The divine catastrophe has already descended. Can't he become a saint? Yi Futian asked. The undying old man shook his head and replied, You should be very clear. If you all had not helped him to withstand the remainder of the divine catastrophe that day, he would definitely not have made it through with in his state. Although the divine catastrophe is a trial, it is also a blessing. If he wants to become a saint through his physical body, his body needs to experience the blessing of the divine path, allowing his body to become a saint's body. Only then will he be considered a complete saint. Your master's situation is rather complicated. With regards to these, the palace's holy elder should know more than me. You can ask him about it. Yi Futian understood what the undying old man meant. The catastrophe was also the great path's rule, power tempering one's body. Since his master had not experienced the entire process of tempering, his body had not completed its metamorphosis, and he could not be considered to have entered the saint plane through his physical body. Only his frame of mind had reached the saint plane. Are there any methods to make up for it? Yi Futian asked. He understood that his master's condition was rather unique. However, if he could not become a saint after withstanding the divine catastrophe, it would be a pity. He needs to redo it again. The undying old man replied, then continued, Of course, the most urgent task at hand is to help him recover from his injuries. With his current body, there is no way he can withstand the divine catastrophe. Yi Futian nodded. He also understood that his master's breakthrough was by coincidence. However, it was also because of his frame of mind sublimation. As long as there was hope, it was enough. His master would definitely be able to do it. He knew that entering the saint plane through his physical body was his master's entire life pursuit. I'll have to trouble Senior for this period of time, Yi Futian said, then left. After he returned to the sage palace, Yi Futian summoned the palace lords and the leaders of the Barren States factions for a meeting. The Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and Sage Wanxiang were there. Along with them were Huang, Shi, Yu Qi, Yunshang, Yang Shao, and the elite experts from the Toonkeeper village were also there. Futian, how do you feel now? Yu Qi asked. They were all concerned about Yi Futian's injuries. I am quite tough, so I'll be fine. Yi Futian replied. What are everyone's thoughts about the previous battle? There is still a large disparity between the palace and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. If not for Dozhan's outburst, it would still be too dangerous for us to stop the Golden Phoenix army and the 3 experts on the sage ranking. The Sword Demon said, In the area of the battlefield where we were, our sword matrix as well as Yang Shao, Yu Qi, and the rest were stalled by them. The army, led by Nie Gai, was extremely strong. The other elite clans from the great Zhou sacred dynasty can also hold their own against the sovereign family and the Ice Temple. Yi Futian nodded. Back then, he had mixed feelings about that area of the battlefield back then. The sovereign family, Ice Temple, and Alchemy City were all the elite factions of the Barren State. But the enemies were similarly the elite factions in the great Zhou sacred dynasty's territory. However, the only difference was that the other party had been ordered to come and their conviction to battle was not strong. As such, when the great Zhou sacred king had given the order to retreat, they had been quick to do so. The previous battle is only the start of the sacred war. As long as the great Zhou sacred dynasty is not destroyed, the sacred war will continue. Now our strength is still too weak. Yi Futian said, As such, I have decided to open up the Sage Hall. Everyone who has participated in the war will be allowed into the Sage Hall to cultivate, including the cultivators from the Barren State who participate in future battles. What do seniors think? Everyone had glints in their eyes. The Sage Hall had always been the most sacred place in the Holy Ji Palace, containing the most important teachings of the palace. Only the most outstanding people in the era could receive the recognition of the 6 palaces to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate. Now, Yi Futian wanted to completely open up the Sage Hall. I agree, the sword demon replied. In the previous battle, everyone had gone through thick and thin together. The cultivators from the barren state who had participated in the war afterwards were also courageous individuals, or they would not have participated in the sacred war. I agree as well. Sage Wanxiang also nodded. At this moment, they should let go of some of the obstinate thoughts they had in their heads. Many people nodded in agreement to Yi Futian's decision. Okay. Yi Futian saw everyone agreeing and nodded, saying, apart from that, send out recruitment orders to the barren state to invite more experts to join the Holy Ji Palace. His decision to allow those who participated in the sacred war later on into the Sage Hall to cultivate was also a form of motivation. The current Holy Ji Palace's strength was still insufficient. They needed to expand and unite the entire barren state as one to confront the great Zhou sacred dynasty. We will do it right after this, the sword demon replied. He would naturally not object to Yi Futian's opinions. Apart from that, we need to weaken the great Zhou sacred dynasty. We cannot afford to wait for them to strike again. Yi Futian continued to say, the barren state will not be pushed around. How does the palace lord plan to do that? Someone asked. Progressive elimination. Yi Futian's gaze was sharp. The clans that took part in the war could not permanently stay in the capital of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, could they? Chapter 836. The Holy Ji Palace entered a period of cultivation and rectification under some of the top forces of the barren state. The Holy Ji Palace entered a period of cultivation and rectification under some of the top forces of the barren state. The sovereign family, the Ice Temple, the Alchemy City, and many other martial arts cultivators officially moved into the palace to cultivate themselves, and thus they became a part of it. Because of the sacred war, all the power of the barren state had gathered together. There were also many cultivators of the barren sky ranking. They responded to the call and descended upon the palace. The last sacred war had let them see the hope of the rise of the barren state's holy land. Yi Futian would likely lead the Holy Ji Palace into a new era. Therefore, they were making this gamble. The barren state was heavily impacted. Those top forces that did not enter the palace, like the Shiman clan, and the forces of the mortal world appeared quite isolated. Now the barren state seemed to have entered an era of great unity. No one would have thought that this era of unification would have happened due to the sacred war. Although the Holy Ji Palace had experienced catastrophe, it seemed to have opened up a new epoch. The palace disciples were all cultivating diligently. They entered the palace to study, to become enlightened, and to practice their battle matrices. Yang Shao, the master of the Matrix Palace, was also bustling about busily. Those who he led were even arranging matrices within the palace. In the past, the Holy Ji Palace had lacked top-level matrix masters. In the Holy Land forces of the Eastern State, all of them had mountain guarding matrices. It was extremely frightening. That Holy Land even had sacred matrices. Even if a saint invaded, he would have a hard time shaking them off. The palace now had the Matrix Palace, so naturally they would keep up with them. Countless people were now talking about the changes within the barren state. At this time, many people at open-air restaurants in Zhongzhou City were drinking and chatting. I heard that after the sacred war, 6 renegade cultivators of above the barren sky ranking entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. I never would have thought that after the war the palace's power would not have declined, but would in fact increase. MHM, the wills of the barren state, are now united. This war brought out the righteous ardor of the barren state. I hope that one day Yi Futian will be able to lead them all to the great sacred Zhou dynasty's capital. Many people were speaking passionately. At one of the restaurants, 3 figures were sitting quietly. Someone frowned. How can the great sacred Zhou dynasty be so tyrannical? Although they repelled that attack, the barren state can protect itself. But if they want to attack the Zhou dynasty's barren city, there will inevitably be fools who will say they are dreaming. Someone swept over to the person who was speaking and said coldly, "Is His Excellency raising his ambitions here?" "Don't say so much," the person next to him reminded him, and glanced at the person who spoke. The man just snorted and didn't say anything. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, and everyone in the restaurant looked up at the void and saw a giant rock spreading its wings. It cast its sharp eyes over the restaurant. The three people at the table where the person had just spoken frowned. One of them asked, "Another rock?" They had seen rocks many times, but they didn't know if they were all the same one. But they had never been so close to one. Just as they were frowning, the rock swept its eyes over them. One of them suddenly felt all the hair on their body stand up on end. "Not good," he said in a stern voice. He stood up after saying this, and he felt his whole body go cold. "Withdraw." The other two also seemed to realize what was happening. Their figures flashed as they tried to find a way to escape. But at this moment a massive breath descended, and a figure came from afar and appeared before them, blocking their way. "Do you seniors have any wise advice?" asked the figure that appeared. The one who had come was Qin Zhuang, the first swordsman of Toonkeeper Village. "Die!" Qin Zhuang spat, and his body turned into afterimages. 3 lines of sword qi burst forth, and the afterimages gathered together and formed into Qin Zhuang's figure, which appeared behind the 3 people. Lines of blood appeared on those 3 cultivators' throats, and their bodies fell. A sword sealed their lips. At the same time, a similar scene was staged in many places in Zhongzhou. Many people were killed by those who had come out of Holy Ji Palace. Before they died, they realized that after the day the army had retreated, they had been watched by passing demonic beasts. However, they remembered that many of the demonic beasts had just flashed by them as they flew far away. How did they do it? Could it be that those demonic beasts that had inadvertently passed by were all part of a whole? These murdered cultivators were informers that the great Zhou sacred dynasty had left behind in the barren state, who could check up on the movements of the barren state at any time. In the skies above the capital city of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, 1 or 2 demons would whisk by from time to time, and one of them was a sage-level demon. The infinite palace was built in the infinite mountains far away from the holy capital. There were even towns around the mountains, and with the infinite palace as their center, they were quite prosperous. The infinite palace was like a reclining dragon in the mountains. It was spectacular and had a great atmosphere. As clansmen of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, the people here held great status within the Zhou lands, even when the sovereign family came to visit. The Lord of the Infinite Palace also appeared on the sage and saint ranking. But now there were a group of people marching straight into the palace. "Who goes there?" The guard outside the palace intercepted the people. The head guards were all at the sage level. He let out a difficult to detect gasp as he stared at the line of people before him. None of the dozens of people in this line seemed to have an ordinary temperament. He didn't know if they were cultivators from some place. "Sages," a lazy voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man in gray. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and although they were full of laughter, they were still cold. "Kill him," came another voice, and suddenly a terrible sword will burst forth. The sage's expression changed as he stepped back. However, he only saw an incomparably destructive golden blade of light that seemed to be faster than light. His eyes widened crazily as it chopped into the space between his eyebrows, but there was no pain. Puff! A sound rang out as a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and his body fell. Next to him, a prince's expression changed greatly, and he jumped back as he arrogantly said, "Enemy attack!" This sounds pierced through space and went up the stairs towards the palace. In an instant, a line of figures rose into the air. Many of them were people at the sage level. The inside information of the first clan of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were all revealed. Was someone invading the infinite palace? Everyone in the line of people who had risen into the sky outside the palace let out a strong gasp as they glanced up. "Qin Zhuang, how about you kill someone just as quickly?" said the man in gray from before. "Okay." Qin Zhuang nodded, and the next two people's bodies disappeared, turning into two afterimages. "They're from the Holy Ji Palace." In the air was a cultivator who had gone to the barren state to participate in the war. He recognized these people, and his expression suddenly changed. "People from the barren state have invaded." His voice rang through the void. Just as it did, a golden radiance pierced through the void and passed through him. There was still fear in his eyes as his head flew through the air. Qin Zhuang's speciality was spatial swordsmanship. He had the power to control the movement of space, and thus his speed was frightening. He was the first person under the village chief in Tombkeeper Village. A golden light sword shot up into the sky. Next to it was a terrible killing sword will. "Impudent!" came a roaring voice. At the peak of the mountain, a mighty body stood high above the palace. It was full of endless majesty. It was the master of the infinite palace, Sage Wuliang. The infinite body broke out directly. His imposing manner was without equal. He lifted his hand, and an infinite sword appeared, and thousands more giant swords appeared in front of him. When he pointed forward, the infinite sword suddenly pierced through the void and raced towards Qin Zhuang and Su Shang. Sage Wuliang's expression was magnificent and cold. The people from the barren state dared attack his infinite palace. Truly impudent. Several top figures appeared beside him, all of whom were at the sage level and at the pinnacle of human achievement. The infinite palace, the first clan of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. When Qin Zhuang saw the infinite sword that covered the sky coming, he pointed forward, and an incomparably destructive, huge, golden sword appeared. It exploded against the infinite sword, sending forth a blazing light that tore through the void and crushed the infinite sword. Spatial swordsmanship. Everyone in the infinite palace felt Qin Zhuang's strength. In the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, there hadn't been a chance to carefully feel out everyone's power. But now the power that burst forth from Qin Zhuang when he was fighting alone shocked them all. "Array!" said Sage Wuliang, and countless cultivators in the infinite palace flashed towards him. A similar burst of air erupted from him. It was clear that even someone like Sage Wuliang, who was on the sage and saint ranking, did not dare to be careless when facing the cultivators of the barren state. On that day of battle, he had experienced the power and tenacity of the barren state, and had even come back with a serious injury. The swordsman in front of him formed a strong sword matrix. He would not underestimate his enemy. "Yuan Hong, I leave the battle matrix to you," said the sword demon to Yuan Hong on the other side. They had dozens of cultivators to deal with the infinite palace this time. 9 sword path cultivators and 36 martial arts cultivators. "All right." Yuan Hong nodded. He saw 9 light swords rising into the sky. The beautiful picture of a sword suddenly appeared high above, and the 9 cultivators stood upon it. At the same time, countless sage ritual implement swords appeared and blended into it. At that moment, a monstrous sword erupted out of the sky behind the 9 of them and swallowed up the light swords. Qin Zhuang was in the middle, holding the divine sword and wielding the sword matrix. In front of the 9 of them, a huge, devastating space sword appeared. An incomparably brilliant light burst forth, and a huge sword pierced through the void and descended. The people of the infinite palace trembled when they felt the majesty of that sword. They all faintly had a bad premonition about this. Chapter 837. A fearsome aura erupted from Sage Wuliang. The giant battle form held the infinite ruler and turned into countless ruler shadows. slapping towards the giant spatial sword that was hanging down from the air. A fearsome aura erupted from Sage Wuliang. The giant battle form held the infinite ruler and turned into countless ruler shadows, slapping towards the giant spatial sword that was hanging down from the air. In the sword matrix, Qin Zhuang's expression was sharp. He pointed at the space below with his finger, and in an instant, the giant spatial sword had transcended the distance and passed through the countless ruler shadows and appeared below the battle form, crushing down upon it. "Watch out!" The elite figures beside Sage Wuliang shouted out, but the giant spatial sword was extremely quick. Bang, bang, bang. The giant sword descended from the heavens, landing in the area around Sage Wuliang, creating an explosion of sword rule power. In an instant, many of the experts forming the matrix were torn to shreds, and the matrix was destroyed. Evidently, Qin Zhuang and the rest did not wish to see Sage Wuliang activating the power of the infinite matrix. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to eliminate the infinite palace. This time, the 9 strongest swordsmen and the strongest 36 people to form the heavenly battle matrix had come. They had only one objective: to eliminate the great Zhou sacred dynasty's #1 clan, the infinite palace. Crash! The air vibrated vigorously, and the 36-man heavenly battle matrix had been formed. They had few people, so they could form the battle matrix quickly. A giant golden ape stood tall and stepped forward, walking towards where Sage Wuliang was. At that moment, Yuan Hong seemed to have entered a rampaging state. His whole body was filled with a frenzied aura, wearing a saint instrument armor and holding the battle axe of judgment. It was the saint instrument that Yu Sheng had obtained from the 9-State Forum. He had temporarily lent it to Yuan Hong. One could see their determination from that. In this battle, they had sent 45 people and brought 3 saint instruments and countless elite sage ritual implement swords to form the sword matrix. At that moment, Sage Wuliang's expression was exceedingly grim. He could naturally see that they really wanted him dead. Infinite law power. Sage Wuliang shouted and merged his body into his infinite body. That was also his life spirit. Instantly, his body became exceptionally large, like a god. The infinite ruler in his hand also grew and slammed towards the air. The heavens roared as though it would be split apart. As an expert on the sage ranking, apart from the infinite rule power, he had also comprehended the shredding rule power. However, Qin Zhuang and the 8 other swordsmen had brought a saint-level sword ritual implement and many other elite sage-level sword ritual implements to forge the sword matrix. There was no reason for them to be afraid of Sage Wuliang. Within the sword diagram, the great path rule power sword plunged down, stabbing into the area around Sage Wuliang, isolating the area with swordsmanship. They would not allow the opponent's matrix to take form. At the same time, Qin Zhuang moved in a flash and swung his blade towards the infinite ruler. No matter how imposing the opponent's aura was, he was unafraid. In that moment, the sword diagram burst forth with tens of thousands of zhang of blades of light. The entire sword matrix and the saint-level sword ritual implement seemed to transform into a giant holy blade that attempted to kill off the infinite ruler. Crash! A blinding light erupted as sword chi filled the skies, blinding everyone. On the ground, many people from the infinite palace closed their eyes and retreated frantically. Many palaces were torn apart and leveled to the ground as successive sword strikes slashed on the ground. The infinite body wavered. The giant battle form seemed to have countless sword chi penetrating it. Sage Wuliang humphed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Assist me!" Sage Wuliang roared to the infinite palace's elders beside him. He was unable to match up to the opponent's sword matrix by himself. The elites beside him all had pounding hearts and pale expressions. They had naturally experienced the power of that sword. If they could not summon the infinite matrix, they would be completely incapable of blocking the wrath of the sword matrix. Behind them, The experts who were forming the matrix were still trying to destroy the sword that had isolated time-space. However, the giant golden ape's body descended upon them with an imperial aura, the battle axe of judgment in its hand swinging like a polearm. When it slashed down, it was like the earth would split apart. Run. A huge outcry sounded out. How were they supposed to block the battle axe? Yuan Hong had gathered the power of the 36-man heavenly battle matrix and swung the saint instrument, the battle axe of judgment, down on them. A brilliant holy light in the shape of a battle axe appeared in the sky and crushed down on them. Wherever it passed by, the experts' bodies were sliced in half and the infinite palace was split apart. A horrifying fissure appeared in the middle. The weaker infinite palace's disciples all escaped frantically, trying to get as far away as they could. They looked at the godlike figure in the air with only despair in their eyes. As the #1 clan in the great Zhou sacred dynasty, were they going to be eliminated today? This time, they had been ruined by a single order by the great Zhou sacred king. Thump! Yuan Hong stepped across the air with a shocking aura. He walked right into the middle of all the experts, preventing them from forming the matrix. At that moment, he scared them out of their wits and had crushed the experts' morale in an instant. The feeling he gave them was that he could not be defeated. Form the matrix and attack. Crush them with numbers. An influential figure from the infinite palace bellowed. He understood that if they were scared and did not have the courage to battle, the infinite palace would be eliminated from the infinite palace without a doubt. Yuan Hong's gaze coldly looked towards the person who had spoken. He slashed out with the battle axe, and its shadow sealed off the area. The expert quickly retreated, but under the battle axe's slash his body was split in half. He was completely powerless before it. Even the palace lord cannot withstand it anymore. At that moment, someone noticed the area that had been sealed off by the sword matrix and blurted. Within the battlefield, Sage Wuliang had been repeatedly pushed back. The blades of light flourished, and a light screen of swords had surrounded the infinite palace, leaving them in despair. I am willing to step out of the sacred war. Sage Wuliang shouted. He was on the verge of cracking under the frenzy of attacks that the opponent had initiated. You thought that you could choose when to battle or retreat, a person replied mockingly. Sage Wuliang was treating the sacred war too much like a game. Perhaps he had thought that when the army descended upon the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace, they could achieve a convincing victory against the Holy Ji Palace and level it to the ground. Back then, the Infinite Palace was the main attacking force in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army, and Sage Dozhan had nearly died in battle while trying to stop them. In the sky, Qin Zhuang waved both his arms. In an instant, the 9 people in the sword matrix transformed into 9 swords. Kill! Under his order, the 9 blades of light fired at the same time and shot through the air. In the sky, countless sword wills plunged down. Sage Wuliang let out a roar and slammed out with the infinite ruler, attempting to seal off the sword's advance. The saint-level sword transformed into a 100 zhang sword, crushing down and blocking the infinite ruler. The 9 blades of light slashed across the air at different speeds towards Sage Wuliang. A figure flashed by, and Sage Wuliang pushed out with his left palm. Instantly, it turned into an infinite matrix and crushed down. However, in another direction, a blade had rushed towards him. Sage Wuliang's battle form exhaled, and it transformed into an infinite ancient mountain. However, there were also blades firing from other directions. The infinite body erupted with a formidable aura, as though pushing itself to the limit. The swords held in the sky, and the sword Qi flooded the area. Many swords impaled the battle form, causing it to collapse under the countless swordsmanship. Sage Wuliang appeared there with an extremely grim expression. In the skies, a blade of light flew by, and with a swift slash, the blade impaled Sage Wuliang's brain all the way to his body. At that moment, Sage Wuliang felt his body go cold, An intense fear appeared in his eyes. He, Sage Wuliang, expert on the sage ranking and ruler of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's #1 clan, was an important figure even among the entire eastern state. Below the Saint Plain, there were only a few people who could be compared with him. Now, he had actually died in the hands of people from the barren state. Within the infinite palace, countless people saw the blade impale Sage Wuliang's head, and fear rushed into their heads and showed on their faces. Rays of intense light fired and sword chi erupted, tearing Sage Wuliang's body to shreds, which then crumbled to dust. "Keep the infinite ruler," Qin Zhuang said. It was a saint instrument in the sacred war. Every saint instrument was exceptionally valuable. After he said that, Qin Zhuang looked at the people on the ground. The sword demon, Su Shang, and the rest of the people had come to his side. The Infinite Palace's disciples all had pale expressions. Someone shouted abruptly, "Run!" Their palace lord, Sage Wuliang, had been killed. Run! The voices sounded successively, and everyone started to escape. The Infinite Palace was doomed. The Infinite Palace participated in the sacred war and killed our comrades from the barren state's Holy Ji Palace. Today, we will kill all the sages from the Infinite Palace. The sword demon's expression was cold as he said mercilessly. As his voice landed, they all rushed towards the ground and joined Yuan Hong in killing the sages. 2 hours later, many figures appeared in the air around the Infinite Palace. They were all from the surrounding regions. At that moment, they were all astonished, and there were even people who were shivering. Before them, the once glorious great Zhou sacred dynasty's #1 clan had been reduced to rubble. Many corpses were left on the ground. They were all Sage Plain cultivators. The Infinite Palace, Lord Sage Wuliang, had been killed, and nothing was left of him. This was what the sacred war meant. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had attempted to eliminate the barren state's Holy Ji Palace in one fell swoop, but failed. Now, the Holy Ji Palace had started their counterattack. Sage Wuliang had been killed, and the infinite ruler has been taken away. Someone mumbled. It all felt surreal. The news soon spread throughout the entire great Zhou sacred dynasty. It even spread to the entire eastern state, shocking the entire state. Soon, another piece of news started to spread. 2 elite factions that had participated in the sacred war and were of relatively close proximity to the Infinite Palace had been eliminated as well. After the news spread, the clans that had participated in the attack on the Holy Ji Palace all started to move towards the great Zhou sacred dynasty's capital to take refuge. At that moment, in the great Zhou sacred dynasty's royal palace, the great Zhou sacred king sat on the palace's throne, listening to the reports from his men. His expression was frosty, and his killing intent engulfed the entire royal palace. Yi Futian had actually ordered his men to come to the great Zhou sacred dynasty and eliminate 3 factions that had participated in the sacred war. A bunch of useless garbage. The great Zhou sacred king said coldly. Sage Wuliang was an expert on the sage ranking and had the saint instrument infinite ruler. He was actually killed by them and did not even have the ability to escape. How useless! Sacred king, what should we do? Zhou Mian asked. Conscript the factions within the great Zhou sacred dynasty into the great Zhou's army. The great Zhou sacred king said coldly. Understood. Zhou Mian nodded, then turned and left. However, he was extremely perturbed. Before the sacred war had begun, who could have imagined everything that had happened today? Chapter 838. Eastern State, Shihua Sacred Mountain. Eastern State, Shihua Sacred Mountain. In a courtyard, Saint Shihua was playing chess with Rain Saint as Lu Zong, and some cultivators from Shihua Sacred Mountain came to visit and brought the news from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yi Futian had sent people to destroy the Infinite Palace. Saint Shihua showed a look of surprise. Not only the Infinite Palace, but Black Thunder Clan and Thousand Leaf Clan were also razed to the ground. Their peak figures of Sage Plain were all annihilated. This chain of events has shocked the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and anyone who were involved in the sacred war feared for their own safety and went to the great Zhou sacred dynasty for refuge. The great Zhou sacred king had ordered them to be incorporated into their army. An old man responded. Saint Xihua smiled and continued playing chess. He looked at Rain Saint. What do you think? Yi Futian appears to be humble, but he is in fact extremely arrogant. He is not afraid to challenge existing rules of the secular world, and as he is extraordinarily gifted, he is capable of great achievements. If such a person was to become an enemy, it is imperative that he be destroyed completely. Landing a pawn on the board, Rain Saint showed great acuity. Saint Xihua smiled and nodded. It seems that you have a high opinion of him. Judging from the words of Rain Saint, it is obvious that he had also become aware what a dangerous character Yi Futian really was. He was still young and only in the Sage Plain, yet he had slaughtered a saint, causing the turmoil in the eastern state. Not only was he not content with just guarding the barren state, but he had invaded the 3 most powerful clans and destroyed them. His actions from the past had marked him as a ruthless leader. Once he had decided what to do, there was no hesitation in its execution. And Yuan Hong, who went to destroy the 3 major clans, did so with the divine implement from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, the battle axe of judgment. The person continued. Saint Xihua continued with the game, commented with nonchalance, since it was a gift, it no longer belongs to Xihua sacred mountain. What was unfortunate was that what he thought would be an easy sacred war had now turned into quite a headache for great Zhou sacred king. As he finished, he looked up at Lu Zong. Lu Zong, you have to focus on cultivating. There are many extraordinary characters of your generation in the land of 9 states. Even the barren state had raised strong men who wanted to break free from their constraints and march into 9 states. I know you have ambitions, but ambition needs be backed up with great strength. In the next generation of fighting for the 9 states, I hope you can stand out amongst these geniuses and lord over them. I will remember the words of the master. Lu Zong nodded and then bowed to leave. Not just Xihua sacred mountain, but there were too many cultivators in eastern state who also talked about this battle. In the barren state, in the Holy Sage Pavilion at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian gradually returned to his former self and spirit, with a deeper understanding of the way of the rules between heaven and earth. These days he had been hard at work in cultivation and hoped to break through the plain as soon as possible. Not only did everyone at the Holy Ji Palace was affected by the war, but many also retreated to focus on cultivation or entered into the sacred temple for contemplation. During this time, many people had broken through the bottleneck of the plain that they had been staying for a long time. Sword Demon and Yuan Hong had also returned. This kind of ambush and attack was enough of a warning to the great Zhou sacred dynasty that it was impossible for them to continue throwing their weight around. The destruction of the 3 clans was enough to weaken part the power of the great Zhou sacred dynasty so that it would not lightly make war on the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, this was also a shock to other clan forces in the eastern state. Futian, at this moment, a voice was heard and Phoenix came in a flash. Phoenix, Yi Futian called out. Palace, Lord Dozhan is awakened, Phoenix said to Yi Futian, and her master, the undying old man, had instructed her to inform Yi Futian. Yi Futian blanked for a second and then let out a breath. With a smile on his face, he said, "Let's go." As he finished speaking, he levitated and flashed toward the Battle Sage Palace. Soon, many in the Holy Ji Palace had also received news and went straight to the Battle Sage Palace. In a short time, the Battle Sage Palace was receiving an influx of cultivators. In the meantime, in the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan appeared very peaceful. When he saw Yi Futian, he showed a smile and called out, "Futian." "Master!" Yi Futian saw Sage Dozhan standing in front of him. As if in a dream, that massive form which stood between heaven and earth and suppressed the most elite army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty on his own, now stood in front of him peacefully. "All is well," Sage Dozhan smiled. "Dozhan." At this time, many people, such as Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, Yu Qi, Huangxi, and many others, descended from the sky and assessing Sage Dozhan. "What are you doing?" Sage Dozhan felt the reaction a bit odd. Everyone was staring at him. "Many thanks to you," everyone said again toward the undying old man. "I didn't expect you to endure the baptism of the divine path. It was like a dream." Sage Daozong said with emotion, "You must not allow the power to bloom right now." "I know. The holy elder had cautioned me." Sage Daozong nodded. "Although your situation is extremely rare, almost unheard of, but there were still such records in the ancient annals. Your body had been through the divine catastrophe, but not been baptized completely. So if you release the power of the rules, you may attract the catastrophe of the great path." "How is Master's physical body now? Could he cross the catastrophe?" Yi Futian asked. He did not understand the process very well. The undying old man shook his head. "No. That day the divine catastrophe almost destroyed his body. Even though the divine catastrophe is a baptism, but it was also a twofold destruction. Your master's situation is very complicated, but in his current state it's absolutely impossible to survive the catastrophe of the great path." Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed, and it did not look good. The inability to cross the divine catastrophe meant that the master could no longer use his own power. If so, wouldn't it mean that he was disabled? That was absolutely unacceptable to him. "Whether I'm able to cross it or not, I have to try." Sage Dozhan spoke proudly. He had already reached this step. Whether it was life or death, he must give it a try. "Dozhan, don't be impulsive." Sage Daozong implored. "You have already experienced the catastrophe of the great path. You should know how terrible it is, even in your best state. You may not be able to survive it, not to mention the fact that your physical condition is very complicated right now." Naturally, Sage Dozhan understood, but he was still reluctant. "Is there a solution?" Yi Futian asked the undying old man. He was already on the threshold of the divine path with one step short. If he stepped over, he would be sanctified in the flesh, but it was just that he could not use his own power to do so. Never mind what Sage Dozhan felt. Even he could not accept this predicament. "Yes." The undying old man nodded. "How?" Yi Futian stared at the undying old man. "Do you know the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states?" asked the undying old man. "Yes, I know," Yi Futian nodded. "Do you know who ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states?" asked the undying old man. "Saint Jiang," Yi Futian replied. "And what are Saint Jiang's other monikers?" asked the undying old man. "Medicine Saint, Poison Lord." Yi Futian replied. According to the record of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, Saint Jiang, ranked 12th, was apparently a legendary figure. Some called him Medicine Saint, while others called him Poison Lord. Rumor was that he had saved countless people and poisoned countless more. Later, Saint Jiang retired, and the place where he retired to was the premier academy of the 9 states, the 9-state college. "My cultivation is too shallow to do anything about your master's condition, but Saint Jiang is the #1 pharmacist in 9 states. If he is willing to help, he could reform the body of your master and stimulate its strongest potential to cross the catastrophe of the great path. This is the most likely chance of success," the undying old man said. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Saint Jiang, who was the superior figure ranked 12th on the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, stood on the peak of 9 states. Even great Zhou sacred king and Saint Shihua were ranked behind him, although he was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. But to request Saint Jiang for his help, the title still seemed to be insufficient in weight. On the other hand, if he could move Saint Jiang to help, the master may metamorphose and entered the saint plane. Not only as a wish come true, but the Barren State would have a second saint. On the contrary, if this action was not taken, the master would probably still try forcibly to cross the catastrophe of the Great Path and would most likely die from such attempt. "Let's go to the summer state!" Yi Futian clenched his fists, eyes sharp, without any hesitation. How could he live with himself without at least an attempt? The eyes of everyone gathered on him, and they all felt the determination in Yi Futian's eyes. Indeed, not entering the divine path would possibly meant death. Trying is a natural choice. Last time we got rid of the spies from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, after which they would no doubt dispatch others to hide within Zhongzhou City to monitor our movements. If we were to go to 9 State College, how many should go? The sword demon said, "This still needs planning." Yi Futian and the others understood what sword demon meant. They had destroyed the 3 major forces, including the Infinite Palace. If the great Zhou sacred dynasty knew that they were going to the 9 State College, if there were too few, they would most definitely be intercepted and immolated. If they dispatched too many people and left the palace defenseless, if the great Zhou sacred dynasty were to launch the attack there, how would they defend it? After a moment of consideration, Yi Futian said, "Yang Xiao was leading his people to set up the matrices in the Matrix Palace. We can set off after the matrices have been completed. Not to mention Xihua, Sacred Mountain, still owes me a favor." Sword Demon and the others showed a look of surprise. They remembered that during 9 State Forum when Yu Sheng took the first place, but did not ask for the divine implement that was promised by Saint Xihua. This meant that if Yi Futian made a demand, he would agree. However, everything that happened at Toonkeeper Village seemed to have Xihua's Sacred Mountain's influence lurking behind. Lu Zong entered into the Nether Sword Mound to rescue Chess Saint and made Yi Futian an enemy. They didn't think about it until Yi Futian had mentioned it. "Since we cannot hide it, we will make a public announcement when the time comes, and then send envoy publicly to Xihua's Sacred Mountain, so everyone will know." I like to see if Saint Xihua would swallow the promise he had made at 9 State Forum. Yi Futian said lightly. Clearly, he had some unflattering thoughts regarding Xihua, Sacred Mountain. Xihua, Sacred Mountain had owed a doubt at 9 State Forum, and it was time to collect. This guy, many looked at Yi Futian. Indeed, if they openly announced the matter and let it be known to the world, if Saint Xihua did not agree to fulfill what he had promised at the 9 State Forum, it would be very embarrassing. Yi Futian was exploiting the weakness of the human heart. "Master, use this time to rest and recover, and leave everything to us," Yi Futian said to Sage Dojan. In that battle, Sage Dojan waged everything to protect the Holy Ji Palace. Now, it was their turn to do something for the master. Barren State would have its second saint. Chapter 839. As time went by, the forces of the Barren State were twisted into a group. They were all cultivating in the palace, and so they all advanced rapidly. As time went by, the forces of the Barren State were twisted into a group. They were all cultivating in the palace, and so they all advanced rapidly. Hua Jiu was the first to make a breakthrough, catching up with Yi Futian and stepping up to the level of mid-level sages. In that battle she and Yi Futian had joined forces. Her understanding had become the deepest it had ever been, and she was able to use the power of a saint within her. After the battle, she had once again collapsed. Fortune and misfortune depended on one another, and she made her breakthrough less than a year later. Of course, Yi Futian himself also advanced quite a lot, and his understanding of rule power grew a bit deeper. He felt that he was not far away from the upper sage level. During this time, Yang Xiao and the people in the Matrix Palace devoted all their energy to arranging the palace's matrices. Over the past several months, they had formed a large matrix in the Holy Ji Palace. Although they did not threaten the existence of the Saint Plane, if the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army of sages descended upon them, they could directly use the matrix to destroy their cultivators and gain the upper hand. A matrix was a little different than a battle matrix. A truly powerful matrix, when combined with cultivators, would only get stronger. Senior Yang. Yi Futian came up to Yang Shao while he was busily bustling about. "Palace lord," yelled Yang Shao. "You may call me Futian," said Yi Futian. Yang Shao nodded gently. "I'm planning to ask Qin Zhuang to go to Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and have him ask the guardian teacher there to go with us to the Summer State." He looked straightforward as he said this. Yang Shao naturally understood what he meant. He hated Lu Zong for everything that had happened at Nether Sword Mound, and all of it might have to do with that figure from Xihua, Sacred Mountain. "I understand," said Yang Shao. "If you send someone to Xihua, Sacred Mountain, it will seem like we are joining forces with them, but in fact it will leave Saint Xihua dissatisfied." Yi Futian smiled. Of course he knew. When Lu Zong and Xihua, Sacred Mountain, did things, they never thought about whether I would be satisfied or not, laughed Yi Futian. In the beginning, he had not accepted Saint Xihua's divine implement. Saint Xihua had promised if he got into trouble, he could go to Xihua, Holy Mountain. He could have never gone, as if nothing had happened. If he went, it would be to make sure Xihua, Holy Mountain, paid their debt to protect them as they resisted the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and to find out if they had been allied with the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty that time at Nether Sword Mound. Thus, once he made this request, it would be like he was offending Saint Xihua. "Be careful," said Yang Shao. "MHM," Yi Futian smiled and nodded. It was good that Yang Shao understood, and he did not have to say it directly. The two of them had a tacit understanding. A while later, in Futian City in the eastern state, a top swordsman wearing robes appeared at the bottom of the stairs to the Sacred Mountain. It was difficult to tell if he was really there or not, giving everyone a terrible feeling. This was the swordsman from the Holy Ji Palace, Qin Zhuang. Qin Zhuang was now the top swordsman from the barren state. He was good at spatial swordsmanship and arrogant in his might. Sword Demon and Su Shang had resigned themselves to never being his equal. If the Baron Sky ranking was based on actual power, he would be near the top. After the Infinite Palace was destroyed, it was even said that the first swordsman under the village chief of Tombkeeper Village, the swordsman of the Holy Ji Palace Qin Zhuang, was powerful enough to be entered into the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. Now he had come as a messenger from the barren state. No one below the sage plane could kill him, so he was the most appropriate choice. In the area surrounding the steps of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, many people looked at him, and after learning his identity, they began talking. Now that war had broken out between the Holy Ji Palace and the great Zhou Sacred State, why was Qin Zhuang not at the palace? Why had he come to Xihua, Sacred Mountain? Qin Zhuang looked up the stairs and called out in a loud, clear voice, "Qin Zhuang of the Holy Ji Palace, under orders from the Palace Lord, has come to pay a call to Saint Xihua on his behalf." His voice rolled all around him, and many people looked shocked. He had said that he had come on behalf of Yi Futian. Someone from Xihua, Sacred Mountain, appeared on the steps. He looked at Qin Zhuang and said, "Why has Lord Yi ordered you to come?" As Yi Futian's representative, Qin Zhuang should have been invited into Xihua, Sacred Mountain, but he was not. It was very subtle, but everyone knew why this was. It was rumored that Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty intended to form a marriage alliance. And since the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace were at war, things were sensitive. Lord Yi said that he should have come himself, but it is difficult for him to get away due to the sacred war. So he ordered me to come in his place, continued Qin Zhuang. Lord Yi is preparing to go to 9 State College in the Summer State to meet with Saint Jiang. He has some misgivings about the road, and so he would like to request an escort from Saint Xihua. The cultivator on the steps gazed at him for a moment. Then he immediately understood what Qin Zhuang meant. He had come seeking a fulfillment of Saint Xihua's promise. He wanted Xihua, Sacred Mountain, to guard him on the way to 9 State College. And the reason he was going to visit Saint Jiang was obviously to heal a wound. Whose injury needed Saint Jiang's help? Without a doubt, it was Sage Dojan. He wanted to bring Sage Dojan to the summer state to seek St. Zhang's help in letting Sage Dojan once again pass through the divine catastrophe. "I will go ask the saint," said the Xihua holy mountain cultivator. He turned to leave, ignoring Qin Zhuang as he stood there. Qin Zhuang didn't care. He just stood there straight as a sword. Behind him, people started to talk. They were all shocked to the core. Although he had said he came to request aid, in reality he had come to collect a debt that Xihua holy mountain owed, as recorded in the 9-State Forum. Yi Futian really dared to do this? In Xihua holy mountain, after hearing the report, a touch of coldness flashed in Saint Xihua's eyes. "Qin Zhuang has done this deliberately in front of others," he said. "He wants the whole world to see." "How do we handle this, Saint?" someone asked. "All that is promised in the 9 states is in the 9-State Forum. Since they ask us for help, I will naturally keep my promise. Go and tell him that whenever he is ready we will send someone to the barren state to act as an escort." Saint Xihua spoke coldly. Although it was something he had promised, he was clearly unhappy about it. "Of course," came the reply, and the cultivator stepped back. "This Yi Futian is really arrogant," someone next to Saint Xihua said. "The young man's talent has truly come to light." Saint Xihua looked at the rain saint. "As you said, we must act decisively." The cultivator returned to Qin Zhuang. All along he had not invited Qin Zhuang into Xihua Sacred Mountain. Qin Zhuang did not care. Upon hearing the reply, he immediately left to return to the palace. The news quickly spread throughout the eastern state, causing large repercussions. Soon everyone in the eastern state knew that they wanted to ask Saint Jiang, number 12 on the saint ranking, to help them cross through the divine catastrophe. Once they were successful, a second saint would appear in the barren state. Under these circumstances, how could the great Zhou sacred dynasty agree? If they did something to counter the Holy Ji Palace, what would the Xihua Sacred Mountain do? It was all very interesting. Yi Futian did not care what Saint Xihua thought. His position was determined by what was of the greatest benefit. Since some things were unavoidable, then, to put it simply, he would fight for the things that he had to. The master would have to go to the summer state. Even though the Holy Ji Palace had great matrices defending it, they still needed cultivators stationed there. Otherwise, the great Zhou sacred dynasty would invade and destroy the palace, and it would all be his fault. Therefore, this time not many people would be going to the summer state. In that way, they would rely on the power of Xihua Sacred Mountain. On this day, some cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain descended upon the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian went out to meet them himself. More than 100 cultivators had come, and all were top class. 2 of them were extremely famous, the only 2 sages amongst Xihua Sacred Mountain's cultivators. There was also one more person who had come to escort that Yi Futian was familiar with, Lu Zong. Seeing this battle array, Yi Futian realized that Saint Xihua was really trying to save face. As for whether they would overtly agree but covertly oppose him, Yi Futian was not worried. This time the village chief would accompany them. If Sage Xihua broke his promise, then the old village chief would naturally see no more need to be polite. "Go on," said Yi Futian. This time the barren state had a full battle array as they proceeded. The village chief, Qin Zhuang, and the rest of the 9 swordsmen, Yuan Hong, the undying old man, and Sage Dojan. There were only 2 in the rear guard, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. This time Yi Futian just brought Yu Sheng along beside him. The rest of the cultivators stayed to guard the palace against the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The village chief waved his hand, and suddenly the divine sword screamed and turned into a huge sword in the sky. "Let's go," he said. Yi Futian stepped out, and the cultivators of the barren state set foot on the sword. The cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain followed them, and the sword suddenly whistled and pierced through the sky. Many people watched from below and silently said a blessing. They hoped that Sage Dojan would come back as a saint. In the summer state, the strongest of the 9 states, 9-State College, known as the premier school in the 9 states, was a fair place that produced outstanding people. Many people powerful enough to command the winds and the clouds had come out of there, and nowadays it was still the same. Many of its disciples were talented, and some of them were even extremely famous. Its participation in the 9 states forum every 3 years was only a small part of what they did. Chia Feng was one of the people at the peak of the nobility because besides the monsters Yushang and Yaya, there were not that many dazzling people. But in fact, among the forces with the highest average strength among the 9 states, they were definitely able to rank in the top 3. At this time, 9 states college was quite lively as many people were all talking about one thing. It was rumored that the lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was coming to visit. Yi Futian's name had spread throughout the summer state. His was no small name. Countless people passed on the things that he had done that those characters from the older generation could not do. This young leader of the Holy Land had cut a saint, had the Holy Ji Palace, and had repelled the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was so famous that for the past decade none of the youths of the 9 kingdoms had been able to steal his thunder, and even the seniors had difficulty comparing to him. Many of the younger generation were curious about Yi Futian and wanted to see this legendary figure. Soon they would have a chance to see him. Chapter 840. The 9-state city was one of the oldest cities in the 9 states. It was rumored that this was the place where the 9 states originated from. According to historical records, in ancient times, the names of the 9 states were determined in this city. The 9-state city was one of the oldest cities in the 9 states. It was rumored that this was the place where the 9 states originated from. According to historical records, in ancient times, the names of the 9 states were determined in this city. The 9-state college was the symbol of the 9-state city. It had countless years of heritage and had weathered many storms. Now, it still stood tall within the magnificent city. The Wind Cloud Inn was one of the renowned inns within the 9-state city. One day, a blade of light suddenly steered into the Wind Cloud Inn. The surrounding people all saw the blade of light. It was extremely brilliant. Even someone who was tens of kilometers away could feel a strong sword will. As such, before the sword had arrived, many experts had already raised their heads and looked into the air, causing them to see the flashy scene. Afterwards, news spread from the Wind Cloud Inn that the Baron State's Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian, and the palace's holy elder had brought a saint-level sword with them. Now, they were residing within the Wind Cloud Inn. Once the news started to spread, it caused a huge commotion. The legendary figure, the young leader that had led the Baron State to confront the great Zhou sacred dynasty, had arrived. It was rumored that apart from the saint-level Tombkeeper village chief and the 9 swordsmen, the number 1 person on the 9-state forum, Yushang had also accompanied Yi Futian here. For a period of time, all the younger generation cultivators were all eager to meet them. The number 1 person on the 9-state forum meant that the person was once first in the entire 9 states. It had extraordinary meaning. Many people flocked to the Wind Cloud Inn, but soon another piece of news started spreading. The Holy Ji Palace's Qin Zhuang had personally headed to the 9-state college to submit a visiting letter. The Baron State's Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian, would pay a visit to the 9-state college the next day. They had not descended upon the 9-state college directly and had chosen to reside at an inn and send a visiting letter. This was a show of their respect to the 9-state college, by ensuring they did everything with decorum. After all, they were here with a request. Moreover, it was an extremely important matter to Yi Futian, and he would not allow any mishaps. No matter how large of a price he had to pay, he would do it. If he succeeded, the Baron State would have another saint. If he failed, his master would likely die under the divine catastrophe. There was no need to further discuss the pros and cons of the matter. The Wind Cloud Inn soon reached maximum capacity. Many people within the city had come after hearing the news. At that moment, in the open-air wine cellar in the inn, many people were drinking and chatting. Among them were many descendants of major clans. That is the Mu clan's Mu Feng. He is also in the Sage Plain. Did he come for Yi Futian? The Yu clan's daughter has also arrived. I did not expect Yi Futian to have such appeal. Even the descendants of some of the 9 state cities' major clans are here to see him. It is rumored that the Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian, does not just have exceptional potential. His looks and demeanor are also remarkable. With his dashing looks, he is really worthy to be called a peerless talent. If he was not married, he would probably attract the daughters of many major clans. The crowd whispered among themselves. Although Yi Futian was born in the Barren State, he had shook the 9 states before he was even 30. How could such a talent not move the hearts of women, not to mention his dashing looks? So what if he's married? Many influential figures in the 9 states have many concubines. Just look at the great Zhou sacred dynasty that is at war with the Holy Ji Palace. It is rumored that the great Zhou sacred king's harem is full of beauties. Someone smiled and said. Many people nodded with smiles. It was true indeed. If they could become an elite figure, they would not mind being surrounded by beauties either. After all, wasn't the point of cultivation to enjoy themselves? They all did not guess that there were already many people who had already tried to visit Yi Futian. However, they were all rejected with the reason that Yi Futian needed to shower and rest so that he could be in his best condition when he visited the 9 State College the next day. Although they knew that it was an excuse, they could not refute it. At dawn the next morning, the morning sunlight sprinkled onto the 9 State city, giving the ancient city a holy feel. The 9 State College was located in the middle of the 9 State city, at the end of the 9 State Street. Outside the 9 State College, there was a plaza with many statues. Each statue was of a famous person in the 9 states. They were all St. Plain cultivators that had been groomed by the 9 State College. These statues were the hallmark of the 9 State College's prosperity. Today, many of the college's disciples had gathered in this area, especially the younger generation. They knew that not long after, 2 of the legends in their generation would arrive. They all wanted to see how outstanding Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were. However, before they could see Yi Futian, they heard a phoenix's cries from the distance. In the distant sky, a giant golden phoenix, bathing in golden flames, landed at the end of the 9 State Street. From the back of the golden phoenix, a few experts stepped down. Each one of them had an exceptional aura. Many people were shocked and mumbled. These people seemed like they were not from the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace? Golden Phoenix. Many people looked at the divine bird, then towards the pattern embroidered on their clothes, and blurted out their identity. They were from the Holy Land that was in a sacred war with the Holy Ji Palace, the great Zhou sacred dynasty. They had descended onto the 9 State College before the Holy Ji Palace. Evidently, they had come prepared. Many experts from the great Zhou sacred dynasty had come. The person leading them was the great Zhou sacred king's eldest son, the sage-ranking expert Zhou Huang. His identity was sufficient to represent the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty stepped forward, bowing to the statues that were standing in the plaza. They then walked to the door of the 9 State College and said, "The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Huang has come to the 9 State College to visit. Allow me to go in and report this." The guard at the door replied. He then turned around and went in to report. He had thought that he would welcome Yi Futian, but he had not expected the great Zhou sacred dynasty to come first. In a moment, another group of experts came out. The person leading them was the person who had gone to the Eastern State to participate in the 9 State Forum, the sage-ranking Sage Luyan. After Sage Luyan arrived, he exchanged salutes with Zhou Huang. Both of them were experts on the sage ranking, but Sage Luyan's ranking was higher and he was older, so he could be considered Zhou Huang Sr. Apologies for visiting abruptly. Zhou Huang offered his apology. "Don't be. What is the great Zhou sacred dynasty's purpose for visiting?" Sage Luyan smiled and replied. He faintly understood that the great Zhou sacred dynasty was probably here for the Holy Ji Palace. These are my younger brothers, Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu. Senior should have met them before. Zhou Huang smiled and said, addressing the other party as senior as a show of respect, I have met them during 9 State Forum. Sage Luyan smiled as he nodded. The two of them have decent potential, but have faced some setbacks during the 9 State Forum that might be beneficial to their growth. Now they have faced a bottleneck while cultivating in the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Father has instructed me to bring them to the 9 State College to cultivate. Zhou Huang continued saying, the 9 State City is full of outstanding people, and the 9 State College is the congregation of the Summer State's most outstanding talents. If they can enter the college, their improvement will definitely be immense. Sage Luyan had a knowing expression on his face. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's objective for choosing to send Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu to the 9 State College to cultivate at this point in time was obvious. They wanted to get on the 9 State College's good side and prevent Yi Futian from achieving his goal. The great Zhou sacred king had evidently guessed what Yi Futian wanted to do. Sage Dozhan had experienced the divine catastrophe and lived through it. Now, the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace wanted to create their second saint. The great Zhou sacred dynasty would naturally not allow Yi Futian to achieve that easily. Sage Luyan had a pensive expression. Under the circumstances, he would not agree haphazardly. This matter involved the sacred war between the two holy lands. It was not wise for the 9 State College to get involved in it. Do you think they are worthy? At that moment, a voice sounded from a distance. A cold glint appeared in Zhou Huang's eyes. He did not need to turn back to know who had arrived. In reality, before Yi Futian had opened his mouth, he had already known. Zhou Ye, Zhou Yu and the others turned around and glared coldly at the group of people who had arrived. The person leading them was none other than Yi Futian. Yi Futian was wearing a white robe that was spotless and a crown on his head. Coupled with his ravishing looks, he was really peerless. Yi Futian continued walking forward. Yu Sheng was on his left, while the village chief was on his right. Behind Yi Futian, Qin Zhuang, Su Shang, and the rest had their swords around their waists. Their hands were on the handle, while a sharp aura emanated from them. The group of them walked by Zhou Huang and rest without even a side glance to the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's people just stared at Yi Futian and the rest walking by without even a single glance at them. The Holy Ji Palace's Yi Futian meets senior. Yi Futian saluted him. Palace, Lord Yi, you're too courteous. Sage Luyan returned the salute, then turned to the village chief and bowed, saying, Respects to you, senior. Bowing was a sign of respect when meeting a saint. The village chief bowed slightly as a reply. The 9 State College has the reputation as the 9 States' #1 college. More than half of the Summer State's experts have graduated from the 9 State College. Since ancient times, it has been offering its teachings and groomed countless sages and saints. Yi Futian said, slowly, praising the 9 State College. Sage Luyan smiled and looked at Yi Futian. He was naturally happy that someone was complimenting the college. Yi Futian continued to say, Who are Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu? Insufferably arrogant during the 9 State Forum, full of themselves and zero self-awareness. Now, they want to enter the 9 State College to cultivate just by asking. The great Zhou sacred dynasty thinks that Zhou Ye and Zhou, you can enter the 9 State College to cultivate as and when they like. Sage Luyan had a smile in his eyes. Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu had frigid expressions. Yi Futian was humiliating them in public. Zhou Huang's expression also became one of embarrassment. Zhou Yu was reputed by many to be the sacred dynasty successor, even more so than him. Zhou Yu also had exceptional potential. Although he had suffered defeat on the 9 State College, it was only because his opponent was too strong. In reality, with their potential, it would not be a problem to enter the 9-state college to cultivate. So, he had said it bluntly without thinking too much. However, once Futian had said his piece, it sounded like the great Zhou sacred dynasty was undermining the 9-state college, especially when he praised the 9-state college highly first, then contrasted it against the great Zhou sacred dynasty's actions. That made it all the more obvious. Chapter 841 Welcome. Chapter 841 Welcome. Zhou Huang saluted Sage Luyun and said, I did not have such intentions. Zhou Ye and Zhou, you sincerely wish to enter the 9-state college to cultivate and pursue the great path with the geniuses in the college. If the 9-state college has any examination, the two of them will gladly take it. Like brother has said, it would be my honor to enter the 9-state college through an examination. Zhou Ye also bowed to Sage Luyun and said, courteously. He then turned to Futian and rebutted, However, what is your motive behind your words, Futian? Watch your manners to your elders. Futian looked coldly at Zhou Ye and said, We're at the 9-state college. I do not wish to give you pointers here. Zhou Ye clenched his fists. Back then, on the 9-state forum, Futian's pointers to him were a huge humiliation to him. Not turning around to look at Zhou Ye, Futian bowed to Sage Luyun and continued saying, In last year's 9-state forum, Senior had invited Yu Sheng to the 9-state college to cultivate. However, this ungrateful fellow did not agree. After he got back, I have scolded him, and now Yu Sheng has already stepped into the sage plane. This time we have come to visit the 9-state college, and I would like to have Yu Sheng interact with the college's geniuses for a period of time. He can also learn from seniors to broaden his horizons. Beside him, Yu Sheng was stunned. He was being sold off? He was dispirited after he finally knew the reason why Futian brought him along. Sage Luyun smiled and replied, Yu Sheng has obtained first on the 9-state forum, and many of the college's disciples would like to meet him. Since Palace Lordy is willing to let Yu Sheng interact with the 9-state college's disciples, we welcome you with open arms. The 9-state college had an open learning atmosphere, so they were naturally willing to accept Yu Sheng into the college to exchange knowledge. As the number one person on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng's strength would naturally be able to inspire many of the college's geniuses. Beside them, the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty saw Sage Luyun's immediate acceptance and were unhappy. Of course, Zhou Ye and Zhou, you could not be compared with the first on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng. They could see that from the difference in attitude that Sage Luyun treated them with. Thank you, Senior. Futian smiled. They were seeking help from St. Jiang, so they naturally needed to stay in the 9-state college for a period of time. Letting Yu Sheng join the 9-state college was indeed to bridge some of the distance. They knew that as the number one college in the 9 states, the 9-state college would definitely have the magnanimity to accept him. Apart from that, I have also come to the college for my master. I would like to visit Senior St. Jiang. Futian continued saying, he was honest and did not hide anything. Even if he did not say it, everyone would be able to guess his motive for coming. Sage Luyun looked at Sage Dozhan, who was standing behind Futian, and replied, I have heard that Sage Dozhan was able to summon the divine path's rule power during battle. He is indeed worthy of respect, and I am willing to refer him to St. Jiang. However, Senior St. Jiang's identity is rather unique. I believe that Palace Lord Yi has some understanding about that as well. He is cultivating in seclusion within the college, and even I am not able to meet him freely. Futian nodded lightly. He had done his due diligence before coming. St. Jiang was referred to both as the medicine saint and poison lord, and was both benevolent and cruel. He operated alone and later went into seclusion in the 9-state college, but did not take on any position in the 9-state college. His position in the college was beyond handling worldly affairs. Moreover, as the 12th on the saint ranking, There were only barely more than 10 people in the entire 9 states that could be ranked above him. How esteemed was his position! Naturally, St. Jiang did not have to give anyone face. Even the 9 state colleges' college chief might not even be able to make St. Jiang do anything. As such, Futian had to come personally to show his respect in order to obtain the slightest chance of meeting him. Understood. Futian nodded in understanding and continued saying, "Could I stay in the 9 state college for a short period of time?" Sage Luyan looked at Futian. It seemed like Futian wanted to visit St. Jiang personally. As he smiled, Sage Luyan nodded and replied, "If Palace Lord you would like to stay in the college as a guest, I would be more than happy to oblige." If St. Jiang was willing to help Futian, he would naturally have no objections. It was St. Jiang's decision to make, and he could not interfere. He also wanted to see if Futian could request that lone wolf to help him. "I'll be intruding on your hospitality then." Futian smiled and replied. He would only take yes for an answer. "Please." Sage Luyan beckoned to him. At that moment, a group of people stepped forward. They were the people from the Shihua sacred mountain who had escorted Futian here. Lu Zong stepped forward and saluted Sage Luyan, saying, "I am Lu Zong and have been ordered by my master to escort Palace Lord Yi to the 9 state college. However, I have long heard of the reputation of the 9 state college. I would like to take this chance to enter the college to cultivate for a period of time as well. I hope Senior will allow it." Lu Zong was suave with an extraordinary aura. Sage Luyun smiled and replied, "The Shihua Sacred Mountains disciple taught personally by all 3 saints is definitely most welcome by the 9 state college." "Thank you, Senior." Lu Zong smiled and replied. He then turned to Futian and said, "Palace Lord Yi, since we have already escorted you here, I have completed my master's orders. In the future, the Shihua Sacred Mountain will not participate in the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's affairs." "Okay." Futian looked nonchalantly at Lu Zong and replied, It had been a smooth and uneventful journey thus far. However, just as they had arrived in the 9-state city, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was one step ahead of them in coming to the 9-state college. What transpired behind closed doors was worth pondering. Now, they had not even entered the 9-state college, and Lu Zong was absolving the Shihua Sacred Mountain of any responsibility. However, since they had already arrived, they would not have to worry about the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty for now. No matter how overbearing the Great Zhou Sacred King was, he would not dare to deal with them while they were in the 9-state college. What position would the 9-state college be placed in if he did that? Please follow me. I'll arrange for a welcome for all of you. Sage Luyan invited them in. They all nodded and stepped into the 9-state college. The 9-state college had boundless land, and it was extremely spacious in the college. At that moment, many people looked at Futian and the rest, scrutinizing them. That person is Futian, the man of the moment in the 9 states. Beside him is Yu Sheng, the number 1 person in the 9-state forum organized by the Shihua Sacred Mountain. It was rumored that during the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng and Yaya were both unrivaled. No one could even stand up to them. And after it was confirmed that Yaya was a spiritual body, it further showed Yu Sheng's strength. Countless people discussed among themselves. They were all young people, and many of them were in the noble plane. Occasionally, some sage plane teenagers would walk by and look towards Futian and Yu Sheng. Not just Futian and Yu Sheng. There are too many outstanding figures in that group. The Tombkeeper village chief, who is a saint. Zhou Huang, an expert on the sage ranking. The Shihua Sacred Mountain also has 2 people on the sage ranking, as well as Lu Zong, the disciple of the 3 saints. Zhou Ya, the reputed successor to the Great Zhou Sacred King, appeared less impactful because of his defeat on the 9-state forum. Many of the college's disciples followed along as they mumbled to themselves. Someone asked, "Where's Sage Luyan bringing them to?" Within the college, a figure walked towards them. The person looked like a scholar and had a suave demeanor. He bowed to Sage Luyan and addressed him, "Uncle Master." "Muchin, today the Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi, a few of the princes from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, as well as the Xihua sacred mountains Luzong and a few others are entering the college. They will be staying in the college to cultivate for a period of time. I am preparing to bring them to the Qingyun building to give them a welcome. Since you're here, go inform a few of your brothers to come and pay respects to them." Sage Luyan smiled and told him, "Yes." Mu Chan nodded his head lightly, then turned to Yi Futian and the rest, bowing slightly before turning around and leaving. The surrounding people all had shocked expressions. The place that Sage Luyan had chosen to give them a welcome was the Qingyun building. The Qingyun building got its name from a phrase meaning to rise up rapidly and was one of the 4 major buildings in the 9-state college. It had always been the place for the most outstanding talents from the 9-state college to pursue the great path or to receive influential figures. Today, Sage Luyan had decided to give Yi Futian a welcome in the Qingyun building. His purpose for doing it was obvious. He wanted the elites of the 9-state college to see the prodigies of the 3 holy lands for themselves, especially Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Luzong. The 3 of them were the most outstanding young generation among the 9 states' holy lands. The Qingyun building was located in a central location within the 9-state college. There was a loft there, and it looked more like a decoration. There were many seats in front of the building in the formation of a ring. At that moment, Sage Luyan, Yi Futian, and the rest were taking their seats. The 9-state college took the main seat, while Yi Futian and the rest were in the secondary seat. The great Zhou sacred dynasty and Xihua sacred mountain took the left and right respectively. From the seating arrangement, it seemed that the Holy Ji Palace was the most important of the 3 holy lands this time. Of course, this was because the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace Lord had personally come and also had a saint, so it was only natural for them to take the most esteemed position. However, even so, it was a huge surprise when compared to the 9-state forum. If this was before the 9-state forum, the Holy Ji Palace would not receive such respect. In the area in front of them, there was an empty space for sparring. On the other end, there were experts from the 9-state college arriving in succession. They all had remarkable auras. After they arrived, they all paid their respects to Yi Futian and the rest before taking their seats. Behind them, many disciples from the 9-state college started to gather. However, they only stood where they were and did not step forward. Evidently, the Qingyun building was not a place where all the disciples could have a seat. They only had the right to watch from a distance. Zhu Yan is here too. At that moment, a soft outburst sounded from the crowd. A disciple from the college stepped into the Qingyun building, bowed to Sage Luyan, Yi Futian, and the others before taking a seat. Jiang Chuan. Someone's gaze froze as they saw another person. Although the person had no aura around his body and looked like an ordinary scholar, he had a glow around his body, and many of the college's disciples looked at him with admiration. Chapter 842. In front of the Qingyun building, more and more of the 9-state college's disciples started to gather and took their places. In front of the Qingyun building, more and more of the 9-state college's disciples started to gather and took their places. Yi Futian saw a few familiar faces that he had previously seen on the 9-state forum. For example, one of the top 10 in the 9-state forum, Yi Guhong. Now, Yi Guhong had already stepped into the sage plane. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Yu Sheng in the guest seat, thinking to himself, he should have entered the sage plane by now. Back then, on the 9-state forum stage, Yi Guhong had been defeated by Yaya and did not even enter the top 5. He had personally experienced Yaya's strength, but after he heard that Yaya was a spiritual body, he felt that his defeat was not unjustified. However, How strong was Yu Sheng to be able to defeat Yaya? Back then, he did not have a chance to fight with Yu Sheng on the Nine State Forum. Countless disciples surrounded the outer ring of the Qingyun building, looking up at the Qingyun building as though observing a ceremony. The people sitting in the Qingyun building, apart from the people from the 3 Holy Lands, were all already very famous within the 9-State College. At that moment, Sage Luyin looked around at everyone and said, smiling, "Today, I am glad to introduce the people from the 3 Holy Lands to all of you. This is the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian, as well as its holy elder and the number 1 person on the 9-State Forum, Yu Sheng. I am sure you have heard of them. This is the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's Zhou Huang. He is an expert on the sage ranking. With him are Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu. They are both princes from the Sacred Dynasty. This is Lu Zong, the disciple of the 3 saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain." After Sage Liu Yun's simple introduction, the college's disciples all paid their respects. They all had elegant demeanors and outstanding auras. This time, from the 3 Holy Lands, Yu Sheng, Lu Zong, Zhou Ye, and Zhou Yu have agreed to enter the 9-State College to cultivate for a period of time. As such, I have gathered all of you here. You are the elites of the college, and this is a rare opportunity that you can have a chance to learn from Palace Lord Yi, the first on the 9-State Forum, Yu Sheng, and the 3 saints' disciple, Lu Zong, and take cultivation pointers from them. Sage Luyin said to those in the building. Yes. They all nodded as beside them, Yi Futian replied, "Senior, you are being too courteous. The 9-State College is full of talented people and has the best teachers in the 9 states to teach them. We have come to seek answers to our cultivation. How could we be qualified to teach the 9-State College's geniuses? At best, we are only exchanging cultivation tips. Palace Lord Yi, there is no need to be humble. Although you only battled once on the 9-State Forum, entering the Nether Sword Mound and Palace Lord Ye's performance in the Holy Ji Palace's Sacred War was excellent. For the younger generation, it is not too much to say that they are learning from you. Even those with higher cultivation levels than Palace Lord might not understand cultivation as well as Palace Lord Yi," Sage Luyin said. It was not purely flattery. Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix of the void to kill the chess saint and had shouldered Sage Dozhan's divine catastrophe during the Sacred War, then nearly killed Zhou Huang. To Yi Futian, his only flaw was his age. Now Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had come to the 9-State College, so they would naturally make good use of this opportunity to temper the 9-State College's disciples. They could also see how the college's geniuses fared against Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The people from the 9-State College were all very quiet. Sage Luyin looked at them again and asked, "Today, so many extraordinary figures from the 3 Holy Lands are here. Why are you so quiet? There's no need to conceal anything. Anyone who has a question in cultivation, go ahead and ask." Yes, the disciples nodded. At that moment, a person stood up and bowed to them and said, "I am the 9-State College's disciple, Mu Qin." The people from the 3 Holy Lands looked towards him. Mu Qin had an elegant disposition and was handsome with a scholarly aura, giving off a pleasant feeling. Palace Lord Yi has ascended to the Palace Lord of a holy land at such a young age, and Lu Zong is the disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain's 3 saints and is reputed to become a saint in the future. I would like to ask the 2 of you, why do we cultivate? Mu Qin asked. He had directed his question towards Yi Futian and Lu Zong. Everyone's gaze landed on the 2 of them. Lu Zong smiled and said, "Palace Lord Yi, why don't you go first?" Yi Futian looked at Mu Qin and smiled, asking, "When I was younger, my elders claimed that I was chosen by the gods and was born extraordinary. Therefore, I also believed that I was destined to change the world. Have you ever had a similar experience?" Many people had smiles on their faces. Evidently, many of them had experienced similar situations. "After I grew up, I found out," Yi Futian smiled, That elder of mine was absolutely right. Many people heard Yi Futian's joking tone and started laughing. In rumors, Yi Futian was extremely outstanding. They did not expect him to have such a humorous side. Everyone will experience many things in their life. I am the same as well. You will have a mission in every phase of your life, and what I need to do is to make sure I do the best for every phase, Yi Futian replied. So, if you ask me why I cultivate, I don't know, but I know why I cultivate now. To eliminate the great Zhou sacred dynasty and let the barren state rise among the 9 states. From the day I inherited the position of palace lord, that has been my mission, Yi Futian said slowly. Although he still smiled while saying it, the expressions of the people around him had turned solemn. They felt a sense of respect for him. The people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were sitting right beside him, but he had no reservations in saying that it was his mission. So, cultivation is to make good of the present, Yi Futian replied. Mu Qin bowed slightly towards Yi Futian and said, "Thank you for your wisdom." Sage Luyin also commended him in his heart. As expected of the palace lord of a holy land, this was the magnanimity of a palace lord. At that moment, the crowd turned to look at Lu Zong. Lu Zong said, "Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. Why do we all climb this mountain? There are some people who give up at the foot of the mountain, some who are unable to continue along the way. However, I want to see the view at the top of the mountain." Many people looked at Lu Zong with a newfound respect. Although the disciple of Xihua, Sacred Mountain's 3 saints, had a completely different answer from Yi Futian, he had his own spirit of wanting to reach the top to see the entire world scenery. "Thank you for your answer." Mu Qin smiled and nodded, then took a seat. Evidently, he liked Yi Futian's answer more, as seen by his reply to the 2 of them. "I would like to ask Palace Lord Yi, what is the difference between a weak and a strong cultivator?" Zhu Yan looked at Yi Futian. He did not stand up, but continued sitting down. "Potential," Yi Futian replied. "Palace Lord Yi thinks that potential can determine everything." Zhu Yan asked, "If that is so, effort and frame of mind are all meaningless. If it is like Palace Lord Yi has said, isn't one's cultivation determined from birth?" Someone beside Zhu Yan asked while looking at Yi Futian. Not just them, but many of the surrounding 9 State College disciples all looked at Yi Futian. In the world of cultivation, potential was predetermined, so many cultivators believed in hard work and improving one's frame of mind. I grew up in a small island city far away. Where I grew up, mandate sorcerers are considered geniuses and have outstanding potential. In many small cities, many people are diligently cultivating, and there are also others with a firm will to protect their homeland. However, why is it that the ones cultivating in the 9 State College are all of you here and not them? Yi Futian looked at the crowd and asked. All of a sudden, the crowd fell silent. In the 9 states, it was impossible for someone who was not a mandate sorcerer without a life spirit to have high achievements. However, I did not say that potential determines everything. Potential is only the starting line for a cultivator. Only when you start at this starting line can you put in effort, determination, and frame of mind into the equation. However, nobody can deny that those with outstanding potential have to put in less effort to achieve results. That is exactly why those with less potential have to put in more effort and have a more determined frame of mind. However, those that reach the end will definitely have more outstanding potential than others. However, their potential might not be the most outstanding, but their determination and frame of mind will definitely be the most resilient, Yi Futian said slowly. Many people who had doubted him previously were all in awe. Some people with higher cultivation levels also secretly agreed. Yi Futian's understanding of cultivation was indeed thorough. One's potential was only the starting line of cultivation, but could not determine one's eventual achievement. Is there a difference in strength between rules and laws? Zhu Yan asked again. Of course. Some rare rule powers are the combination of multiple rule powers, so they are naturally stronger than singular rule powers. However, although there are strong and weak rule powers, its strength still depends on its user, Yi Futian replied, and many people nodded in agreement. Although there were differences in the strength of rule power, it was eventually up to the user. I have heard that Palace Lord Yi cultivates in spatial rule power and specializes in space freezing. I cultivate in shredding rule power and specialize in both shredding rule power and force rule power. Does Palace Lord Yi feel that the spatial rule power or the shredding rule power is stronger? As his voice landed, everyone in the area had shocked expressions. Zhu Yan was asking for a duel. They are both not simplistic rule powers and can counter each other. It all depends on the user, Yi Futian replied. Then, who does Palace Lord Yi think is stronger? Zhu Yan asked again. There was a hint of aggression in his voice, and he had bared his fangs. Many of the 9 state colleges' elites naturally wanted to challenge the man of the moment in the 9 states, Yi Futian. Zhu Yan wants to challenge the Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian. The disciples in the outer ring mumbled in astonishment. They also wanted to see Futian's strength for themselves. Zhu Yan was an extremely famous figure in the 9 state college and had exceptional combat ability. What do you feel? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and asked him. Zhu Yan smiled as well and replied, Me. Since that is so, why do you need to ask? Yi Futian answered. Zhu Yan nodded, then stood up and stepped towards the empty sparring area in front of them. He saluted Yi Futian and said, The 9 state college's disciple Zhu Yan, mid-level sage, wishes to challenge Palace Lord Yi. Many of the college's disciples had a glint in their eyes. As expected, Zhu Yan had challenged Yi Futian. Many people from the 9 state college were excited. One of them was the 9 states' legendary figure, the young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, while the other was an extremely outstanding genius from the 9 state college. They had high hopes for the battle,